I know many writers who write plays and novels and newspaper columns and one day think to themselves, was it worth it being a writer? Kya ukhad diya? Maybe I should have followed a corporate career instead, risen up the ladder, become a CEO, made pots of money, looked good in suits. Now, I also know many people who made a successful corporate career for themselves, rose up the ladder, made a lot of money, look amazing in suits. Some of them will also muse to themselves once in a while, कि यार शायद मैं आर्टिस्ट की जिंदगी जी लेता, राइटर बनता, शायरी करता. But then they feel the soothing fumes of the temperature-controlled jacuzzi they are immersed in, and they think कि नहीं यार, यहीं ठीक है, single malt मंगवाते हैं. Well, today's guest is a man who made a life in both these domains. He reached the top of the corporate world, became a CEO, and then quit it at his peak to become a writer, and became a best-selling author whose books inspired millions of people, including me.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Gurcharan Das, who is older than this nation state we both love so much and has the stories to prove it. Gurcharan is a Renaissance man who has lived many lives. He studied philosophy at Harvard, built himself a stunning corporate career in which he became CEO of Procter & Gamble India, and then quit at his peak to become a newspaper columnist and author because he felt the burning force of ideas that he just had to share with the world. His book, India Unbound, influenced me deeply when it was released in the late 1990s. It helped me to understand why India was still a poor country, the harm that bad policy did before 1991, and the good that the economic reforms unleashed. He gave me useful frameworks with which I could think for myself. Gurcharan went on to then write books on morality and desire and remains one of the sharpest voices in our media. In this conversation, I chat about his life, his learnings, his thoughts on our nation and our society, his musings on the self, and I also ask him hard questions along with the gentle ones. We recorded this over 2 days at Gurcharan's home in Johor Bagh in Delhi, and I feel so lucky that he gave me so much of his time to share his thoughts with me. You should also feel lucky. You get to listen to this amazing conversation. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees. 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Gurcharan, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Seen and Unseen. I love that title.
So we've been talking for a long time of doing this, and I want to start by taking you back to your childhood. In particular, I want to ask you about your parents because you've spoken about not just their importance in different ways to you, but also how they were different from each other. Like in your beautiful book, Another Sort of Freedom, you've written that there is a moment in childhood when the door opens and lets in the future. And you wrote this in the context of your mother's competitive instincts. But in general, it seems that one of the themes through your life is the balancing of conflicts. Like at one point you talk about how as your school year drew to a close in your childhood, you came running home with a midterm report card and your mother asked if you'd stood first, and your father said, that's the wrong question. You should have asked him, is he happy in school? Similarly, you point out that for your father, success was not the key to happiness. It was the other way around. Happiness was the key to success. And equally, much later in that book, you speak about how you were torn between your mother's advice to make a living and your father's advice to make a life.
Correct.
So they were both very different kinds of people, and both of them, I imagine, would be very pleased with where you ended up because you made a living and you made a life. So tell me about your parents, about each of your parents, starting with whoever you wish to begin.
Well, Amit, you've captured it very well. My mother was the daughter of a reasonably successful lawyer in Lalpur, a canal colony on the Chenab River. And my father was a school teacher's son from a village, which was Kasur. I don't know whether you remember that Kasur became famous as where Pakistan lost a lot of Patton tanks in the Battle of Kasur. Later, I think 65 maybe. So you can see that my father came from a humbler background than my mother. Also, my grandfather was a go-getting man who was smart enough to see that in the future, their power would reside, power and all that goes with it, would reside with the new, educated Indian elite, if you will. You know, since he was well off, he could have married his daughters to landlords. That would have been the old way of doing it. But he married his 3 daughters to 3 class 1 officers. Actually, four class 1 officers. One was in the railways, one was in the military, one was my father, an engineer. So these were professionals. And so there was a go-getting spirit of upward mobility in my mother's family. And she inherited those anxieties about things. My father, although a school teacher's son, was more relaxed. When he was in Roorkee going to college, he had a friend who took him during the holidays to an ashram, which was the Radha Swami Satsang ashram in Byas, on the banks of the river Byas, between Amritsar and Jalandhar. And there my father discovered spirituality, and he became a part-time mystic. He really took the message. And then my father was the type of person who, once he was convinced about something, he just accepted it. He grew up with a very self-confident, quiet, self-confident agenda. It was amazing how in a gathering, he was very happy to remain quiet, smiling at times, and never needing to assert or be of the world. He was in the world, but he was not of the world. You know what I mean? He meditated 3 hours a day. And so, and that, the upbringing that he had, you know, at that time in Punjab, you still had to have learned Urdu and Persian to be educated. So he knew both. He read the Sufi saints as well, Bulle Shah and others. And so he grew up with that bhakti, Sufi atmosphere, which had a very clear idea of purpose of human life. And yet, never once did he push me or my siblings, or even his wife, my mother, to believe in what he believed. The only thing was that because he meditated, he found meat interfered with his meat alcohol, interfered with his meditation. So it was purely a rational choice of not eating meat. And so we grew up vegetarian. But otherwise, he was very liberal in his approach. And therefore, and there arose the difference between my mother's middle-class anxieties about making a living and my father's broader, longer view of life. And his idea was to make a life. That too many colleagues of his were always jostling, pushing each other out of the way to rise up. And he was quite relaxed in his own skin, and just his own competence, he said, would get rewarded at some point. And it was in his life. He reached the top of the ladder as an engineer, chief engineer to the government of Punjab. But he also had a big role to play in the Bhakra Dam, especially the building of the powerhouses at Bhakra Dam. And he was selected by the government to be one of the negotiators of the Indus Water Treaty. They needed 3 engineers to actually work on the maps with the Pakistani engineers, and he did that in Washington. And that's how, at the age of 13, the family moved to Washington, D.C. So that's really defines the difference between the two and explains the good fortune I had right from kindergarten when I first learned the difference between making a life and making a living through the reaction of my 2 parents to the report card that I brought when he told her that was the wrong question. Ask him, does he like to draw? Does he like to tell stories? And what he was looking for was, where does this boy, where are his inclination, where does his passion lie, etc. Which I guess served me well because when my mother used to get very concerned when I was at Harvard, and I was studying Sanskrit at Harvard, and I took a course on Sanskrit love poetry. And she said, hi, mera munda, a dead language, only the dead will give him a job. And my father coolly reassured her in Chandigarh, here I am in Cambridge, Massachusetts, reassured her, don't worry, he'll always be able to get a job of some kind. And right now, let him make a life through books. And so that was really the difference.
Through the book, there are these sort of great nuggets of wisdom that come from your dad. For example, at one point he tells you, and you write this late in the book, but it's a beautiful line. At one point he tells you, most of the shadows in our life are the result of our standing in our own sunshine. And, and early in this strange journey, he talks about the 2 birds, which again you return to in a later chapter with that title, that there is one bird that is eating fruit and there's another bird which is watching that bird. And your greater point being that, this little nugget from the Upanishads, what it tells you is that those birds are present within us as well, that there is a doer and there is a contemplator, and they're both important, and so on and so forth. How did all of this manifest in his life or even come about? Because everything that you speak of his work actually shows him in the field. He's deeply involved. Like during the Bhakra Nangal Dam, you point out that there are 90,000 people who are building that dam. You speak about his utter panic when 9 of them are trapped in a particular situation and he manages to get them out, his great relief. But he's a man who, at one level, you would imagine superficially from the outside, has the engineer's pride of building the great temples of modern India, as it were. But on the other hand, he also has this more rooted wisdom which is devoid of ego and devoid of grandeur. So, where did that sort of come from? And is it even possible for someone young to internalize that? Because when we are young, we are full of ego and ambition.
Correct. And I think that last two words of yours, there is a difference. In other words, my father would have approved of ambition, but he would not have approved of ego. So there is a matter of degree here involved. But actually, I was first introduced to this notion of as it were, the negative side of the ego. At the positive side, we've both agreed, ambition. Or really, it begins, even before ambition, it begins with self-care. That we have evolved from the lower species by looking after ourselves. That's been the first duty of a species, is to look after itself. So you need a degree of ego. You need a degree of self, a robust sense of self. And so, but it's like the difference between lobh and labh. Labh is profit and lobh is greed. So there is a positive aspect of self-interest. And Adam Smith actually caught this thought when he talked about self-interest, that self-interest was different from greed. Self-interest is basically, if it's raining outside, you carry an umbrella. Nothing selfish about that. But when self-interest becomes selfishness, that means when it becomes selfishness is you're willing to trample on someone else's feet to get what you want. Then that is a problem. So the aham, ahankar, these are words, very charged words in the Upanishads. And so to come to where you started with the notion of standing in your own sunshine, this notion I was first introduced to it, in a way, because my name used to be Ashok Kumar, Prince of Happiness. Nice enough word. But my grandmother suspected, my father's mother, suspected that my mother, her daughter-in-law, had given me that name because she thought my mother was secretly in love with a Bollywood actor named Ashok Kumar. And that was not quite right. But then, everybody was in love with Ashok Kumar in the 1940s. He was our Shah Rukh Khan and Amitabh Bachchan, all combined. And so she took me to a guru, placed me at his feet and asked the guru to give me a name. And the guru, seeing me at his feet, took the lazy way out and said, well, let's call him Gurcharan Das. You put him there. So overnight, I was transformed from the Prince of Happiness to the humble servant of the feet of the Guru, Gurcharan Das. And many years later, I asked him, I said, why did you give me that name? And he said, well, son, it's good to be reminded about humility. And by humility, it wasn't that goody-goody sort of notion that we have. It was, his definition of humility was the best I've heard, which is to take your work seriously, but not yourself seriously. And that actually went on to become the dedication of my book, Another Sort of Freedom, because it seemed the dedication, if you remember, goes to the happy few who don't take themselves too seriously. And it really, there is where the difference between the positive aspect of self-interest and the negative aspect of selfishness also lies. That if you get too obsessed with yourself, that's when self then turns into a toxic self. And I think that's the lesson, of ancient wisdom in India has always been that whether you were a Buddhist or a Hindu or whatever. And indeed, I would say probably all religions recognize this particular universal truth. We can discuss whether the present day, whether the President of America today, whether he distinguishes between that difference or not, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, so we talked about that standing in your own sunshine, and in fact, that thought actually became the definition or the entry point into my definition of moksha. That another sort of freedom is freedom from the self, ultimately. And you don't need any religious trappings around it. It's a very rational, sensible ideal. You didn't have to make any transcendental leaps. And during the course, my book, Another Sort of Freedom, is in a sense the story of one man's quest or struggle for giving himself some purpose in life, but it's also a quest for this kind of freedom where from the toxic ego, if you will, and of course the other nice part about it I discovered is that and it's not to suggest that I've achieved it or anything, it's a work in progress, but the nice thing I discovered, part of it, is that if you, in moments when I experienced it, I experienced what in Sanskrit is another wonderful word called lagima, which means lightness, a lightness of being. And Patanjali talks about it also in his Yoga Sutras as one of the siddhis, perfections. And so I thought that if one can aspire to that kind of freedom, and if one can achieve it even in bursts, not all the time, you can experience this sort of lightness, light as a bird, not like a feather, but like a bird, because a bird has agency. I guess I've answered your question. You had two parts to it.
My other part was sort of understanding your father. Like, it almost seems that as a man of the world, he is fully immersed in the world. Like you said, he's from the world but not of the world. But at the same time, he's fully immersed in it, in caring for his projects and taking pride in the dams, in caring about the 9 people who are trapped and being relieved when they are rescued. And at the same time, there is a certain detachment, as it were. So I found that very interesting, that how does one combine both of these, because it's very easy to tip over onto one side or the other.
Yeah. And I think you've got something very interesting, which I had not actually realized until just now when I heard you talking. I think this is really, in a sense, what the advice that Krishna gives to Arjun about Nishkama Karma. That it is to be you know, the sense of detachment we're talking about doesn't come from, I mean, you've got to, if you're taking an exam, you can't be detached from the results of the exam. You have to pass the exam. So what it comes from is an excessive obsession with whether my action, what will it do for me? You know, in other words, that's the same idea of taking your work seriously, but not yourself seriously. The idea that to act so that you really don't care who gets the credit. You know, that thought. Now it's not easy because we are almost not wired that way. We are wired. We are competitive as human beings, and he was competitive in his job, but he's always somehow was able to draw the line that unlike his colleagues who were politicking for the next job or whatever, I mean, what was shocking to all of them, we all lived in Kakanagar, by the way, before my father was transferred to Washington. Kakanagar, by the way, is just nearby here. And it was a government flat accommodation. And so all his colleagues were there. And his colleagues had been politicking and all that. But he was the one selected to go to Washington. And so you can imagine the envy that created. And so there was, you know, maybe there is some kind of justice, of cosmic justice of some kind, because he was just cared about his work. And I think you have to care about your work. In other words, that's the idea of taking your work seriously. That this notion, the mistake a lot of people make when they think of this idea of Nishkama Karma, is they think, unfortunately people can translate the word wrong by saying that you don't care about the consequences. Well, of course you have to care about the consequences. If you're building a dam, you want the dam to be successful. You want it to stop water and whatever job the dam does. So the idea is basically not to be obsessed with the personal reward that comes from your action. That's really, I think, the difference. And I think you and I, we both experience that in our work life, and we are engaged when I'm writing. I write in this room, by the way, and I write from 6 to 12. And there are periods when I'm so absorbed, I don't know. Time just passes by until I say, oh my God, it's already 12. 12 is when I go for a swim, you see. And so that means 2.5 hours just were lost. The time got just totally distorted. Yourself disappeared. And I think that's a test, that when time gets distorted, you know that you are absorbed in something. That's when you know you're not thinking whether this book will be a bestseller or not. You're not thinking whether I'll get the next promotion if I do this or not. So that, I think, is kind of the answer to the riddle, as it were. There is a fine line. That the other mistake, we make is when Krishna says that the advice he is giving is related to detachment. Well, detachment is not about sort of living in a state where you don't get absorbed. I mean, as you were rightly questioned whether my father would you have to get involved. If he used to say, my father used to say that engineering, my dharma is that I'm an engineer. Now, my dharma is to produce the very best powerhouse at Bhakra that I'm working on. You have to get involved with calculating all kinds of numbers and everything like that. And you want to do the job properly. The toxic part is when you think, as a result, I'll move from being an executive engineer to a superintending engineer. You see, I guess that's really the long and short of it. It's an old idea, and probably one of the greatest insights in the Bhagavad Gita was this particular thought. There's not everything I agree in with the Bhagavad Gita, but this is one idea that I do agree. And frankly, it's the way to happiness. It's the way to success, if you will. Another way to think about it, Amit, is the way that when Tendulkar was approaching that famous double century of his towards the end of his career, the reporter asked him afterwards, how did it feel like you're approaching a double century? And he said, I wasn't there. I don't know what it felt like. I wasn't even there. By then, the ball had become so big and the bat had become so big that the bat was just automatically hitting the ball. Now, that's also what athletes call being in the zone. So it's the same sense of whether you call it being in the zone or whatever. But what I think about in a practical way, that every CEO would love to have managers and employees in his company who think like that, because they're not having to give elevator speeches all the time. They're not having to push their egos all the time. And the company would be a nicer place to work if people just control this tendency to say how good they are and what a great job I'm doing, boss, kind of attitude. So it's a very practical advice, and just leave it to your results. And frankly, Amit, one of the reasons why I admire P&G after all these years, this is 30 years later, I admire P&G because almost every promotion that I know took place on the basis of results. There was no schmoozing around the boss. There's that tendency, I'm sure, in every organization, but it was, the sense that if you did your good job, that you don't have to worry after that. If you delivered the results, your promotion will be based on that. That's how you would be rewarded in the company. And that's an important feeling that employees should have, a sense of fairness. That's what keeps them motivated, if they believe that and they trust the top management about that. So, one, I talked about how the CEO would like people like that, but the people also want a CEO who behaves in that sense. Like
A lovely framework I picked up from your book, which speaks to exactly this, is when you were chatting with Clive Barnes and he told you about the difference between solemn and serious. And he said solemn people take themselves seriously, serious people take their work seriously. And the way I read that is that then being solemn is very easy. It is a solemn person who takes herself seriously, who is writing a book because she wants it to be a bestseller, or who is doing something in a corporation because she wants a promotion. Whereas a serious person is just doing the work because the work is worth doing for its own sake. And that's kind of the difference. So that's a, useful framework.
Correct. But that conversation, it was Clive Barnes and I were chatting, but Russell Baker walked into that conversation. He was writing a column between the difference between solemn and serious.
Oh.
So it was Russell Baker, who was a humorist, and he was the one who said, New York people are serious. Washington people are solemn. The Bombay people think the same way. Bombay people are serious. Delhi people are solemn.
Trust me, there are enough solemn people in Bombay, so it's
Yeah.
not. And I'm sure there are serious people in Delhi as well.
Yeah. Well, thanks to Gurgaon, I would say.
Tell me about the world of the young Gurcharan. Like when you are growing up, you know, it's one thing to look at a 10-year-old Gurcharan in hindsight, knowing everything that you know now about the world. But how is a 10-year-old Gurcharan actually looking at the world around him? Because on the one hand, he has a father who is, as we described him. On the other hand, there is a mother who is more conventional in terms of what constitutes success and who is conscious of a social standing, and she wants to be well regarded. And at the same time, you are surrounded by family members who in some sense carry the pall of partition around them as well. As you said, you were born in Lialpur, now Faisalabad, and you came over, and that's like a sort of shadow over the family as well. And a lot of emotions and attitudes would accompany that. India is so new that the idea of India, as it were, would mean different things to different people in that moment with different shades of hope and, emotion. So how did the world look to you, and how did that evolve as you grew up from 10 to 12 to 15 to 20?
Yeah. Well, you're asking almost an impossible question when you're asking me to imagine what I thought about at the age of 10. You know, I can't even remember what I thought about last month, to be very honest. No, the point I'm making is that, and maybe this is making a philosophical point, Amit, an old problem in epistemology, in philosophy, that one what exactly I was at the age of 10 is not, it's not who I am today. And it's so hard for me to go back. I can just think of, it's very hard. I mean, it's in one sense, it's the Rashomon effect, that you never quite know what happened. You know, in the movie Rashomon, how there's a murder and the judge, the problem the poor judge faces is the 5 witnesses tell him 5 different stories and talk about 5 different murderers. And the fellow's in tears. So the idea, that's why Mark Twain said that, there's no difference between fiction and non-fiction, except that fiction has to make sense. Seriously, partition was a very scarring event in our lives, and ultimately absurd. That's where I was first. As a 10-year-old, I was actually at partition 47, 42, 5 years old. I was 5 years old at partition. And it's the absurdity of that whole event that is the most. And that story of Manto, Toba Tek Chand, it takes place in a lunatic asylum in Lahore. They capture that thing because the lunatics are the only ones who are being sensible. Everybody outside has gone mad. And so I don't want to labor the partition too much, except to say that I wrote a novel called A Fine Family. And a novel is still published, it's still selling. And in fact, that I mean, Shyam Benegal had liked it so much that he wanted to make a film. He even got a treatment made and a screenplay done. But poor fellow, the money dried up. The guy who was going to do it somehow couldn't do it. But the point of the novel is and that painting I showed you, I wanted to point out the grandfather. And it's my grandfather, in a sense it's autobiographical, that it was, none of us believed in why the partition took place. I mean, and even now today, we should ask ourselves, I mean, with this stupid business of Sindoor and Pahalgam and that's going on all the time between India and Pakistan, what did it actually achieve? Half the Muslim population of Pakistan is still in India. And the Indian Muslim is the most moderate in the world. Britain gave more people to ISIS and Al-Qaeda than India did. And so it's madness. So this particular, and what it teaches also is that religion is not a viable grounds for nationhood. And neither is language. The creation of Bangladesh and the civil war in Sri Lanka tells you neither is language a basis for nationhood. The only basis, I must say, and you'll appreciate this as a classical liberal, it's not ethnicity, it's not religion, it's not language. These are all 19th century narrow categories that were used by nationalists to promote the idea. But ultimately, we all read Benedict Anderson, and all sensible people, I thought, were convinced that a nation is an imaginary community. And frankly, the human being should have the right to live in whichever community offers him or her opportunity, civil rights, a sense of friendship, community, whatever. So it's all about having the freedom as we're having the opportunities. And frankly, every state should be out there trying to trying to woo people to want to come to my state. And that should be kind of like a national lottery, international lottery. So partition taught me those lessons, and they still, to me, hold. Even after fundamentalism has taken over Islam, and people question whether India and India. I mean, the premise of Pakistan was a two-nation theory that Muslims could not live with Hindus. And 80 years of India, 75 to 80 years of India, free India, has shown that they can. I mean, right now, our government is making that a bit of they're trying to make a Hindu Pakistan in that sense, but they have not gone that far. The fact of the matter is, and I have, you and I, like you, I have a number of Muslim friends, and we all believe that this phase the shelf life of Hindutva is a limited one. And anyway, so to come back to 10 years old, one of my aunts was killed, my father's sister, in the partition, and a policeman. What I saw for myself during the when we were fleeing for our lives. We were at the railway station in Jalandhar, actually. We had crossed the border, but we were going on further, and we were at the Jalandhar railway station, and this is the August 1947, that time. So trains were not running to any good timetable, and there were bodies of people dead, both sides on the trains. And my memory, one of my most powerful memories is that of looking out at the platform. There's a tall man. So the train has been waiting on the platform for 2.5 hours, 3 hours. And from the other side, there are trains which come, people run, but sometimes the trains don't stop. Anyway, there's a policeman, tall, handsome man, guarding the platform. And 2 sick boys come from nowhere, teenagers maybe, and they stab the policeman and he falls down. And then in my memory, there's red blood all covered all over. And of course, it was a Muslim policeman and later I had asked my mother, why was he killed, etc. And she really couldn't give a very sensible answer, except the obvious one that he was a different religion, and that's why he was killed. Anyway, so all this obviously scarred us, and in the end did not achieve anything. It left the Kashmir in a dispute, constant, over the last 75 years, 80 years, still going on with Pahalgam and all that. So that's the partition, Amit, but its ultimate lesson: religion is not a sound basis for nationhood. And I would say this, that even Israel, the state of Israel, is proving that. So one would be that lesson, and with time, you said how I grew up. So I grew up, the Punjab had lost Lahore as its capital, and the temporary capital was Shimla, just because there was accommodation. The government of India, British government, British Raj used to move to Shimla, so there was plenty of office space for people and homes for the government officials and so on. My father being a government official, we also got a home there, and I went to a school nearby called St. Edward's. But it was really after that, the most significant memory is of arriving in America. And this is Eisenhower days. So these I like Ike buttons are still there. He's just become the president of America. We are put into a school. My father faces a funny situation because Pakistan has sent 125 lawyers and India has sent 3 engineers to discuss the dispute, this Indus water dispute, the waters of the Punjab rivers. And the first thing that the president of the World Bank, who's the mediator, because they are going to give money to both the countries to develop their irrigation potential. The first thing the president of Mr. Ilif does is to tell the Pakistanis to send all the 125 lawyers back and bring back 3 engineers, because these people are going to sit together with maps of the rivers to work out a solution. And I'm put in the school. Before leaving, I was in modern school in Delhi, and suddenly my mother discovers that I'm way ahead of my class. I'm put into Roosevelt High School, and I'm way ahead of my class. So she goes to see the principal, and she asks the principal, she pleads with him to give me a test to determine which class I really should fit in. And he is an old Virginia redneck, and he looks at the color of my skin, and he says, "Welcome to America, son." And I'm in a southern drawl, which I'm not very good at. And he says, in our country, colored boys are not supposed to get too big for their boots. And so he says, "Son, you stay out of trouble. In 4 years, you'll get a diploma, and there are factories opening up in Virginia and Maryland all around, and you'll get a good factory job. Welcome to the American dream." My mother's horrified, but I'm able to manage somehow the whole thing. And maybe I don't quite understand the full implications of the irony of his words. In any case, I got my revenge 4 years later, because I got scholarship. I came first in the school, first, second, or third. I think one of those two. I'm not quite remember. But I came at the top of my class, and I got scholarships to Harvard, Princeton, and Yale. And because my parents knew about Harvard, they said go to Harvard. But in between, the one incident that is which fills me with a degree of happiness, and in a way is a counterpoint to the redneck principle of the school, is the story of when I'm invited by one of the girls in school who's having a birthday party. And in that birthday party, she comes from a liberal family. They've invited blacks and whites to the party, and we have lots of eats and stuff ourselves, and then we sit around in a circle. And I've never played the game. I'd never played it before, but it's a game called Spin the Bottle. And the idea is you spin the bottle, and where the mouth, the bottle comes to a stop, and the mouth of the bottle where it's facing, you are allowed to kiss the person of the opposite sex who is opposite or near that mouth of the bottle. So the unwritten rule that evening was that blacks only kissed blacks and whites only kissed whites. So when it came my turn, everybody was confused and intrigued. What was I going to do? And so I solved the problem brilliantly. The first time the bottle stopped, it was a black girl on the other side. I kissed her. Then the next time it was a white girl and I kissed her. And then I kept kissing black and white girls. And then I kept getting bonus turns. And so I had the time of my life kissing all the girls. And it is a wonderful memory. It should be right in the Kama Sutra. Anyway, so that's kind of some of my early memories. But remember, this was in Washington before the Civil Rights Movement. So although we in our school didn't have separate toilets, blacks and coloreds, but if you went down a few miles down to Virginia, you had that separation. You didn't have integration yet fully, and that took place slowly. Washington's own changed because when I went into school, it was white, 80% white and 20% black. When I left 4 years later, it was the other way around. It was 80% black and 20% white, because the whites actually, in the 50s, you know, how suburbs came up. And the automobile made it possible to move and go to work in Washington, and you could live in the suburbs, Virginia and Maryland, Alexandria, Virginia, and those McLean, Virginia, and all came up. And so both television and automobile emptied the cities of America, you know, made them hollow. And some are still suffering from that time. So it was that and the civil rights movement. I mean, Rosa Parks took place, that the incident. I was in high school. I was in school. I had a black teacher, a history teacher, and she was very involved. And she used to keep reminding us. She said, remember, there's a white history and a black history of America. And that at the time of independence, and they did the first census, blacks were counted as 2/3 of a white. So blacks' population was reduced by 1/3 because a black person was only 2/3 of a white person. And so we learned this, and of course she told us the whole thing that happened with Rosa Parks. And then that later, of course, went with Martin Luther King and so on. And the Gandhi suddenly became famous in America because of Martin Luther King. But I was a rarity in America because Indians had not yet, the way they did later in the 60s after the immigration rules changed under Kennedy. The Indians came in a big way, and they really, conquered America the way they produced CEOs of companies. By the way, you must have read last week that the CEO of P&G, the new CEO, is an Indian.
Oh, well, I didn't
You didn't miss that? Shailesh Jejurikar. I recruited him.
Oh, wow.
He went to IIM Lucknow, and our team at P&G India recruited him. You see, at that time, P&G only owned 40%. That was the law. And so we could not give them the commensurate profit because they could only get 40% of the profit of the company. So I told them that, look, we have young Indians bursting to make a mark. And so I will send, because P&G was new, because, they had bought over Richardson Vicks worldwide. And Richardson Vicks had international operations, but P&G did not. So actually Richardson Vicks made them a global player. And we in India, if we had to hire, say 15 people, we'd hire 30. And then we trained them. And then the same Indians were running the companies like China, and they were running operations all over in different parts of the world. And today, there are 360 Indians in the PNG global system outside of India. And today, I would say that 3 out of 10 top Indians, besides the CEO, are Indian. And then it's likely that the next CEO after this guy also may be an Indian.
I worry about how this might be used for nationalistic rhetoric in the popular media that Indians are taking over the world, but pretty awesome.
Yeah, but it was a simple way to compensate the company by giving them good people. And it also was a way to get Indians opportunities because we were producing more than we needed to, in the sense didn't have the jobs. 91 only occurred. I'm talking about before 91. Sailesh Jejurikar came in 89.
The question about what the 10-year-old you was like is probably a tricky one. Like when you were chatting, I also realized about one of the great sort of insights I learned about memory, that the way memory works is that the first time we remember something, we are remembering the event. But the next time we remember it, we are actually not remembering the event itself, but the memory of the event, the previous memory of the event, and so on, like a box of Chinese whispers. So it becomes complicated, and it depends on what we want to remember at any given point in time, which is why, when two people remember something that happened to both of them 30 years ago, they might remember it completely differently.
Exactly.
But I want to ask you a question about the self, because one of the ways in which I read your memoir was as a search for the self. Like in one place, you've pointed out how your father believed in finding himself through meditation, but the existentialists who you were inspired by in college said there was nothing to find, that you'd have to create yourself, to shape yourself, to give you values to live by. Later on, at a later part of the book, when you are going through an existential crisis, you ask, and I'll quote you here, quote, "As I got out, I asked myself, is there such a thing as an authentic me? Or do we just wing it, creating ourselves on the fly, improvising roles while the film projector whirs on?" Stop quote. And I think about this a lot. I've asked a lot of guests this because on the one hand, you can point out how all character is contingent, everything is circumstantial, you're shaped by the way your parents are, the way your circumstances are, and that shapes everything. At the same time, there is, I wonder if there is some core which is common, and it might evolve in different directions, but it is common. And even that is not something you can take credit for because it's an accident of your genes and the way they happen to kind of turn out. But when you look back at the younger you, like, what do you have in common? What is essential to you? Is there something that is essential to you that remains, that, that would have been there no matter what the circumstances were? Because you've raised this rhetorical question about self and identity at various times in your book, but you never answered it for your reader. So I'll ask you for not an answer now, because one can never definitively answer such questions. But what is your sense of the self, and what is it that you can recognize about that 10-year-old Gurcharan as you? What was always you? What would always have been you? What will remain you after memory is gone?
Wow. Now that's a real philosophical question. I mean, I love it. So basically, what you're saying, and you're really raising the question. One of the themes of this book is how I had a public life, which I was an executive, and I had a private life where I was a writer on the weekends. And then I had this secret life, which was an explorer of consciousness, trying to make sense of the self and being alive, and what it did, what was it all about? Was there a purpose in life of any kind? And of course, you rightly pointed out that I was influenced by the existentialists when I arrived in college to discover that the life was basically absurd and fitted very well with the partition of the country. And that quest also became a real one when I did philosophy. I ended up graduating in philosophy after a lot of experimentation. And you know the story of how I began when I went to Harvard. I went there to become an engineer, thanks to my mother's exhortation that I had to make a living one day. And so I should study something useful. And I don't know whether you remember that incident, but I had a roommate who was studying Russian literature while I was doing engineering. And he was reading Anna Karenina. And one day he tells me at lunchtime, he says, Gurcharan, if you're going to have an affair with a married woman one day, it should be someone like Anna Karenina. And so I'm thinking to myself that here I'm calculating pipe friction, mugging up Bernoulli's equations, and this guy is dreaming of sleeping with Anna Karenina. Something is wrong. And so I went charging into the dean's office and I struck out engineering on that card and wrote liberal arts because I didn't know what else I could have to write. And so I had studied everything. I mean, I studied Greek tragedy, Roman history. I studied economics, politics, philosophy, and finally graduated in philosophy. So it was, I remember when I first confronted this issue that you're talking about was not just the existentialists, but even a classical contemporary of Adam Smith, David Hume, in Scotland, same place, Edinburgh, who in one of his essays says that, and I look inside me, I can observe my thoughts flowing, I can observe emotions flowing, but I can't observe the person who's thinking those thoughts or who's feeling those emotions. No matter how hard I try, I don't find him. And so is the self a kind of fiction? And this has been, frankly, later on to answer or to reassure Hume that he had some kind of identity. You had a contemporary of his who said, but David, you have memories. And doesn't that tell you that if you had memories of what happened yesterday and what you're happening now? See, Hume's point was that all I can experience is myself from point to point. Same thing that Buddha had experienced, that all we observe is when we look inside and look at our consciousness, we see ourselves, thoughts and feelings are there, and they keep changing from moment to moment, these thoughts, like a movie running in our heads, but we don't experience the person who's observing these thoughts. And so how do I know that the person yesterday who was thinking thoughts and today the person thinking thoughts same as me? And so his point was, I think it was Locke. Locke said that you have memory, and memory should persuade you. And this way, of course, I also have a memory, a vague memory of when I was 10 years old, which was your first question. And my point is that this, from the time of Hume and the existentialists, this became a worry of mine. Some people seem to forget this problem, but in philosophy, it's still an unsolved problem, the problem of consciousness. And who am I? It's not resolved. And even neuroscientists have worked on this and tried to find the self. And so it's like one of the last great puzzles in science and philosophy that is there. And so, in fact, you mentioned earlier about the two birds. Now that's an image from the Munduka Upanishads at the beginning. And in that, there is, yes, the two birds are, one bird is eating the fruit of the tree, and the other bird is observing the other bird eating the fruit of the tree. So it's just witnessing. And this is, of course, our reflexive consciousness. The Upanishads discovered that human beings are not only conscious and have these conscious thoughts, but they also, they call it reflexive because they're also conscious that they are conscious. Not only am I alive, but I know I'm alive. So we are always observing ourselves also. And often we are observing ourselves and said, and ask ourselves, well, why did I have to say that to her? It was quite unnecessary. So we're also judging ourselves. So this inner speak is very much a human characteristic. Animals don't have it. This sort of inner conversation that's going on inside. Anyway, to come back to the birds, now it's the notion of reflexive consciousness, which I think all sciences, everybody is in agreement on. But where the Upanishads were going with that thought was to finally conclude that the witness bird actually is your real self, meaning there's the phenomenal self which moves day to day, observing these things in the world, and there is that witness self is what they finally termed Atma. And of course, it is the same as if you're a Vedanta, Advaita scholar, then you Shankara, the proponent of Shankara, that then you say that this is, one is the soul, or one is the Atma, and the other is, and it's the same as the Brahman, or the Paramatma, and so it's related. You're part of all one. Everything is one. We are all connected as one. And so you share in that, I share in that. Even my Lapsi, the dog, shares in that, and all living life shares in that. And so we are all one. So that notion of unity, cosmic unity, is a central tenet of that belief. And those are the two birds. So that was the two birds the of, this is also what my father believed in. And frankly, the answer today, there's a sense in all of us that we are playing a role. The Buddhists did did the best work in this regard, that how our phenomenal self, the one of the birds, is constantly putting on masks like a play. You're suddenly I'm now talking to you and I'm talking reflectively to you, but in another situation, I'm behaving differently because I'm with a different person. And that's why when that chapter where I talk about I quit my corporate job, The title of the chapter is The Mask Falls, meaning that you're wearing masks right through your life. And that image, I mean, I still subscribe to it. And now I'm wearing the mask of a writer. And so when I'm talking to someone about my books, I'm wearing a different mask. Anyway, but ultimately, these are all masks. And it's not the real you. But what is the real you? That's the question you asked.
That was a question I asked.
Exactly. Well, to be very honest, I don't know. And I don't think most neuroscientists and philosophers have also dealt with it. They will also said, we don't know. That's the human condition. And those who make the leap of faith and believe that there is a soul and which is which doesn't die, but you move to it's reincarnated. Well, that's another, but I'm not in that category. My father believed that. And the Buddhists also believe in reincarnation. But I think Harvard spoiled me in that sense. I went to Harvard, Amit, believing in two things. One was socialism and the other one was God. And I came out of Harvard 4 years later, losing faith in socialism and losing faith in God. And I'm afraid I've never been able to make that leap of faith after that. And of course, my mother said, Harvard spoiled you. You should have been like your father.
So I'll take the liberty of, and I'm totally thinking aloud here, of correlating the two birds to two incidents in your life, both of which actually seem like you doing one thing, but in my mind, as I'm thinking about it, you're actually doing two things. Like there's a part one and a part two. And the first of those stories is with your friend Ayan. That your friend Ayan is a Muslim friend from a relatively humble background who is sitting with you in your class, and at one point, he doesn't have a pencil box, I think, so you take a pencil box from another rich kid and put it on his desk as a kind of prank, and the rich kid discovers and throws up a fuss and is found with Ayan, and he's being punished for what is assumed that is Ayan's misdemeanor, and he looks at you, and that's a place where you should intervene. And part one here is that you don't intervene in that moment because you're frozen in fear. But part two is a memory stays with you for the rest of your life, to the point that you've written about it in your memoir and has clearly caused you guilt. And the other incident is with your crush on Alicia, where you have a crush on this girl, and to impress her, you decide to perform a play. And this goes to what Steven Pinker, speculates about the reason why art exists. It's fundamentally a peacocking thing. The men are trying to impress the women to spread their genes, and so on. And anyway, so you do the play, but you write the play, or rather you adapt Hamlet with the help of a librarian. And it has no effect on Alicia whatsoever, but at one point you decide that you should give her some flowers, so you put together some money and you buy her red roses, and she reacts with great disdain to these red roses. And that's part one. But part two is you buy white roses for the librarian and you give them to the librarian, and she's so happy that you're actually showing manifest gratitude for what she did for you. And in both of these, it feels like the first act of staying silent when Ayan is being punished and of giving those roses to an object of affection is, in a sense, a first bird. But it is a consequence of the second bird also being present, that you do the next things that you do. That you remember and you feel the guilt about what happened to Ayan, and that you give the white roses to the librarian, which I thought was so beautiful. I don't know if I would have thought like that at that age. And what is common between them, and again, I'm just thinking aloud in this moment, is perhaps a sense of justice, that you actually think about what you should do rather than, that initial instinct which kind of drove you.
I'm so glad, Amit, that you remembered. These are probably the two very, very important incidents. And to me, they also illustrate that absurdity which I talked about in the partition, that the partition ultimately showed life to begin with to a youngster that things don't make sense. Religion doesn't make sense when people start killing each other because they're different religions. And in the Ayan story is actually at that time, and it's in a way, if the partition is a story of a whole province of Punjab going mad, absurd, the Ayan story is of an individual facing that same absurd madness. Because here, the story is very simple. He's a boy who sits next to me in class in kindergarten. And I'm irritated at the fact that he keeps borrowing my pencil. He keeps borrowing my eraser, rubber, and he's poor. I mean, he can't afford the 2 annas that it costs to buy a pencil box, and he's Muslim. But the Muslim thing doesn't register very much at that point in time, that he's a different religion. But what registers is the fact that he doesn't have one, and everybody else in class has one, except the boy who sits in front of me, who is the richest boy, the only one who comes to school in a car while we all walk to school. And that boy's pencil box, he's got 2 pencil boxes, and one is very shiny and red, made in England, and the rest of us have desi pencil boxes. And so I think when during recess, one day when everybody goes out and the teacher also goes out, I quietly take the pencil box from the rich kid's desk and put it on Ayan's desk. And in a sense is a kind of primeval desire for equality. I think we all have it's something primeval that we all feel we should all, these are, so subconsciously it must have been a very socialist move on my part at the age of 5.
Socialism involves appropriation, so it's fitting.
It's what?
Socialism involves appropriation.
Appropriation. So there I am, appropriating on behalf of the state somebody's pencil box. Anyway, I put it there, and without actually thinking very much about it, just seemed like a right thing, something I wanted to do. Maybe he was irritating me too much, borrowing my pencil all the time. And then, of course, when they come back to class, the rich kid screams, "Who stole my pencil box?" And because he's a rich kid, richest in class, the teacher also gets worried, and she starts quizzing everybody, and when it comes my turn, when it comes Ayan's turn, he says, "Yeah, there's a pencil box on my desk, but I don't know who put it." Nobody, of course, believes him. And when it comes to my turn, this is the time to write the record and confess that I did it. But as you remember, that I'm kind of frozen in fear of some kind, and I don't. And even when Ayan is taken in front of the class to be punished, he turns around and he says to me, he says, I didn't take it. Why don't you say so, or something like that? I mean, he didn't say those terms, but his eyes said it.
He knew you had put it there.
No, he didn't even know. But he was trying to, basically, because I was his neighbor, he thought I was a kind of pal, that I would vouch for him or something. But nobody knew about it. And then I have this prospect of the wrong person getting punished for something I had done, and I'd never. And so that guilt lasted. It still is an incident that for years I used to get dreams of Iron, because he was a Muslim boy. He was, so they stayed on in Pakistan, and we had to flee. And so that incident is an incident of a personal failure also, but also of the absurd. That there was an absurdity here, that I am doing a great socialist deed, and then when it comes the right time, I don't own up to it. Then, of course, you very cleverly have connected this absurdity with the time when I've fallen for the first time. The first love is this girl in school, and so I do this play actually to raise money, because I want to take flowers or something for her. So we perform this play, and for performing the play, the librarian in school helps out to recreate the script for us kids, and totally a deed of selflessness on her part that she does. And so the play is performed. Alicia doesn't show up for the play, but I have a little bit of money that's left. I go and buy flowers for her, and of course she's with these girls having lunch at the same time, when I quietly put the flowers there, and she makes fun of it all. And but then, because I have a little bit of money left over from the play, I suddenly, I don't know how it happens actually, just the thought occurs, I have a little money, so I go to Bengali market next to modern school and buy the white flowers and give it to the librarian who had helped us. And that, you're right. And so there are things one doesn't understand why you do those things. They have a significance which is bigger than and you're right, you're connecting it to the two voices that are within each of us. And there are two voices in us. And if you're religious, you think of one as the voice, your soul speaking to you, as it were, the witness bird. And we are always, even now, when I think of this incident, I can see myself as the boy who was frozen, because I'm now looking at that same, the witness is now 80 years plus looking at somebody who's 5 years old. And so there is another observer of the event.
I want to also double click on the phrase you've used a couple of times today about the absurdity of it. At one point in your book, you define it beautifully, where you write, quote, "The absurd is born when the human need to know confronts the unreasonable silence of the universe. The human always loses," stop quote. Elsewhere, you write, quote, absurdity and awe might be two sides of the same existential coin. The first led to lonely nihilism, the other led to wonder. One needed to experience absurdity to see the senselessness of life. One needed to experience wonder to make sense of it. Stop quote. And actually, what I see as a duality here is not just between absurdity and awe, but also between absurdity and laghima, as you said earlier, that lightness. Like there is this quote I like about how the universe is a tragedy to those who feel and a comedy to those who think. And and I think you actually need to experience the tragedy first before you reconcile with the comedy. And through your book, there is, of course, you talk about your father's laghima, but there is also that sense of lightness in you that comes out in a lot of the humor. For example, you talk about how when you were in Harvard, this question would come up, what do you want to be? And once you said, you got tired of the same old answers, so you said, I want to be a lion tamer. And they asked you, oh, so, do you have a lion? And you say, yeah, I got him here, but the customs took him away, but I visit him once in a while in the zoo, and they're very impressed. And later you write, and I'll quote this, quote, the next year when the same question came up, I replied, capitalist. Miss Allen had just introduced us to Karl Marx. My questioner asked why I had hit upon that profession. I told her that I'd exploit labor, buy up my competition, become rich and powerful. She grew quiet and left, and she told my mother that I was either oversmart or in need of therapy. Stop quote. Equally, I also like the fact, and this is such a lovely image, that when you take your first job selling Vicks Vapor Rub, you speak of the revolving chair. You speak about how you found so much happiness that your chair would go all around and you could just go round. And you also speak about how after you were fired, you went and sat on that and just took a final rotation and then you left. And of course, you were taken back after the firing, so it wasn't like a final thing. Tell me about the evolution of that laghima in you, that lightness. Is it something that comes with time as the absurdity of the universe and the absurdity of the fact that you can do nothing about it sinks in? Or was there always a touch of that in you? Because some of these incidents are, when you were pretty young.
God, I love it, Amit. You've done the closest reading of my book and things that I'd forgotten. You've just reminded me of them. I love it. It's like revisiting an old friend. So I guess I mentioned to you how the incident with Ayan, the boy, the Muslim boy, and the partition, they took place in the same year. It was 1947. And I was born in 42, so 5 years old. And how I couldn't make sense of either. I couldn't make sense of my own behavior. Obviously, good intentions, but ended up in a cowardly sort of way. And this is why, in fact, they say, who said that? That the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
I don't know who originally said it, but
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, but this is exactly the point. These, as a classical liberal, I often worry about the role of ideology in the world. It's the kind of thing that Isaiah Berlin might have said in one of his essays, but it wasn't he. Anyway, so the absurdity of partition and the absurdity of this boy's behavior get sort of linked in my head. And later, I think that when I'm a teenager, I'm able to, a teenager often is able to see that adults do not see. Adults are too busy with hypocrisies in their lives. And the youngster can see through that hypocrisy And like, my granddaughter the other day, well, not the other day, some years ago, her mother was invited to a party and on a Saturday. And my daughter-in-law was making excuses, but saying the sweetest things. Oh, but we are busy and sorry we can't come. We would have loved to have come. And my granddaughter is watching her mother. And so when my daughter-in-law hangs up on the phone, my granddaughter, Maya is her name, she says to her mother, Mommy, you lied. We are not doing all those things on Saturday. Why did you do that? And I'm talking about these are the hypocrisies young people observe of adults. And the mother is trying to explain to her that, look, this is civilization. These are white lies. White lies. We human beings live together because of white lies. The real reason, I don't like her friends. They bore me. She bores me. And I don't want to spend the Saturday night getting bored. But I didn't want to tell her that you bore me and your friends bore me. And that's why I can't come to your party. Why hurt her? She tells her daughter. Now that makes sense. But you see the gap between the child and the adult. And there is, from a child's point of view, an absurdity about that her mother keeps telling her to be honest. And yet she's dishonest herself. And then she's saying but that's civilization. We all have to be dishonest. The masks we put on, And so I think that both are right in a way. You don't go around hurting people. We've learnt that if you smile at the world smiles back at you. So it's just a civilized way for human beings to coexist. And that's, I think, why dharma is a lot more interesting as a concept, a moral concept, because of the subtlety of dharma. That it's not God-given in dharma that you must never lie. And then, that character in the Mahabharata, Rishi Kaushik, who is supposed to be a man who's never told a lie. So he's very well respected, and he sits in the town square, and he sees a man rushing by, and he's running away from these people who are trying to catch him, and he knows what's happened. This man has seen they've committed a crime. He's the witness. They're going to kill him because they don't want a witness. And so he runs away. These guys are pursuing him. Ask Rishi Kaushik, where did the man go? And he points to exactly where the man went. And he says, I'm an honest man. I have to tell the truth. So when he's at the end of his life, he's sent to hell. And so he says, but I don't belong in hell. I was a perfect human being. I never told a lie. Satya is my motto. And the hell keeper has to then tell him that day you were supposed to save that man's life. That was a bigger moral imperative than telling the truth. So what I'm saying is that there's a quality, that's why dharma is supposed to be subtle. The word sukshma is used, which is, by the way, is also the second name of my granddaughter, Maya Sukshma. Anyway, I don't know how we ended up there, but the whole, I think what you're raising are very, very profound questions, and they also relate to how the masks we put on, and the absurdity of sometimes only a kid can see the absurdity, a child, because an adult is too conditioned in the hypocrisies of the world and not able to see. But once in a while, for adults too, the mask drops, as it dropped for me, particularly when I realized how, when I asked myself in my 40s, I'm here. I am selling Vicks, all these fine products, and of Procter and Gamble, and I said, basically, is this what life is all about? I mean, all good products, bringing a lot of benefit to people, but you ask these questions, and then the mask, in my case, it's the kind of, you can call it a midlife crisis, that the mask drops and then you make a decision to do something else in life. I don't know if I've answered your question.
I don't even know what my question was. I think it was about the balance between lightness and absurdity. Like today, like I'm sure that the masks are stripped and you see the absurdity of the world, but is your response to it the lightness of being able to laugh at it? Or do you sometimes look at aspects of it and think of it as tragedy? Like one of the themes that runs through your other books, and that takes a darker turn perhaps in the last book about the dilemma of being an Indian liberal, is also about how your earlier books document a time which was much darker, the years, the years before 1991, of socialism and the poverty that it resulted in and all of that. And there is a sense of hope, and there is an implicit sense that I shared until recently, that the arc of history bends towards a better place, whatever it be. But today, again, a sort of a lament that you have made, that sort of, if I may quote you from this book again, where you say, quote, "Another sadness behind my sweet sour laughter comes from the realization that my life is closing the curtains on a liberal age, which began at the end of World War II in revulsion to the senseless violence of fascism, nationalism, and dictatorship. The new hopeful age led to the spread of liberal democracies, globalization, and welfarism. But that age seems to be coming to an end as the world is relapsing into liberal nationalism, autocracy, and fundamentalism." Stop quote. So is it possible to laugh at this? Because there is something absurd about this, that what were we playing for?
Yeah. I think very well put, I must say. Exactly. Well, that is really that the notion of ultimately the aspiration that I'm speaking about is that if we are living in a world where there's no inherent meaning, then our own job, if you, Camus puts it very well, that the most important decision at that point is, do you commit suicide or do you continue, you create work, you create your purpose, and you find meaning in that, knowing all along that what you've created is another absurdity, just to pass time, if you will. And so I think these are, I don't want to put it, the games we play with ourselves, but in effect they are. That I think it's sort of heroic. And we have to believe that we are happy. In other words, in my 40s, I'd worked for 25 years, and I realized that it was all a kind of mask a game I was playing, climbing ladders, you're getting increments, getting a bigger house, sending your kids to better schools. All those certainly felt like games, but imagining yourself that you were happy. It's, I don't know if I mentioned this in my book, Amit, but Camus talks about, imagine if Sisyphus were happy. Sisyphus is a myth, in a Greek myth, where he's a man who has, I think he's the one who stole fire from the gods, and he was punished. And the punishment was that he had to push a rock up, a big, huge boulder, up the hill. And just before it reached the top of the hill, the rock came down. And he had to go back and push it back again and again for the rest of his life. So first you try and picture Sisyphus seeing the rock go backwards. So he looks up from the hill and the rock is going down. And try and imagine what he's going through. The emotions of total futile labor. Pushing a rock up the hill and then it goes down and he has to push it up again for the rest of his life. Futile labor. And in a sense, I felt that when I realized that I'd spent all my life selling Vicks and all these products, and what was it for? I mean, what was it for? Then, when he starts pushing the rock up, Camus says, imagine Sisyphus happy. Now, which means that here I was suddenly pushing sales of Vicks or whatever, but I was happy in the sense that I was doing what was expected of me. But at the same time, there was always a little bit of detachment. It's one bird looking at the other bird. I could look at myself and I could see what I was doing. I was following my mother's dictates about making a living. I had to support a family, and I was making a living, and I was sending kids to good schools and training them to repeat the same pattern after me. And so it's those masks that we wear. Suddenly we realize that these are masks that we wear, and we self-conditioning, where we make ourselves believe that that's the right thing to do. To follow the social norm, the expectations that everybody has. And nobody in PNG would have raised such a question, when I came to work. And so I guess what I'm saying is that in all of us, I think, there is that, the two birds, the existential battle, except that there were moments of laghima, of lightness, when I was aware of what I was doing and why it was being done. And I continued like Sisyphus. He knows pushing the rock up the hill is absurd because the rock is going to come down the hill anyway. But what he's done is that I mean, you can put a tragic sort of, make him into a tragic hero by saying that he's giving himself the courage to live a life that he has created. In other words, so there's no God-given purpose in life. We create our own scripts and we make ourselves believe in those scripts for our own sanity. But in those moments of awareness of the two birds, when we are watching ourselves, there are moments of profound understanding of what we are doing. And I think it is in those moments we realize, yes, I'm playing a game. And that's the lightness of being in part, that when we are aware that, I mean, when Sisyphus is pushing the rock and he's imagine him happy, ? Is precisely that sense. That, so, in other words, why take yourself so seriously? And you might as well, if you're doing some work, you might as well do it well. Whatever. Whether it's writing a play or selling Vicks or whatever, you know?
I would actually posit that we're all Sisyphus, and there are two ways of sort of dealing with it. And one way is to not have that second bird come up. And I actually think that 95% of people don't have that second bird at all. It's just the first bird. And if the second bird doesn't appear, then you might actually think that there is a point to rolling the stone up the hill, and you can delude yourself about that. But the other way of dealing with it, which I think is the way that you and I have to embrace, but it's nevertheless difficult to do, is to accept that the rock will come down, but to find purpose not in the destination but the journey, and to say that the point of pushing the rock is not to get the rock up the hill. The point of pushing the rock is pushing the rock.
Yeah. That's very well put. That's the notion of living now, living for the moment. And the moment matters. That life consists of moments. They constitute the day. Your days constitute your life. And so what you do is your attitude. In other words, it's that awareness that you just talked about the Sisyphus' awareness. And so what you do, that's the lightness ultimately, the journey, as you put it very well. Yes, I like that. I think you've expressed the idea of imagining Sisyphus happy, rolling the rock up, because it's that moment. And he could be miserable or he could be happy. He could be, yeah, this is my job. I'm just doing my job. I'm not looking for my next promotion. And so I might as well push the rock up, as that's my kind of calling. My father used to say, engineering is my calling. So I might as well do it. Not for anything other reason, but just because it's there to do. And that's why I often feel that many people feel that sense, whether you can call it the awareness that comes from an examined life, whether it's the two birds, you can put in that analogy, or that awareness often people have, and they then take up a hobby the way I did. One Sunday morning, I told myself on a weekend that I would write a play. And the only difference is, what I have learned in all this is that when I sat myself on a Sunday morning, and this was early on. I joined the company, it was a year and a half later, and I missed the intellectual life. Suddenly, I'd been transported from the ivy-covered halls at Harvard and that abstract thought to the dusty bazaars of India, and going from shopkeeper to shopkeeper saying, egg dozen, egg free, egg dozen, egg free. I got bored. So I told myself, I'm going to write a play. And then, what was the thought? And no sane person has such a thought. I said, it must have been a morning like this when Shakespeare too sat down to write Hamlet. This was to kind of give myself josh, but it's a pretty insane thought. Anyway, the point I'm making is, Amit, that what I did was that I actually took my weekend work, the new hat that I was going to wear on the weekends, as seriously as my weekday job. And so it worked well, because if things were going badly at work, I could always rely on a Saturday, Sunday when I could sort of recover myself. Or if on a Sunday afternoon, the characters were not going anywhere and you were stuck, writer's block, you could always look forward to Monday and your job. So there was a kind of therapy here that was working out, and it worked out. But the big lesson here was more that I learned that anything you do, if you take it seriously, meaning that you do it to do it as well as you can, then in my case, it turned out to be an insurance policy, because by the time in my 40s, when I had that midlife crisis, I could fall back on my writing. In other words, I had the confidence. I was a published writer, a produced playwright, and I had written columns for the newspaper, articles, not, for the newspapers. And so I was confident that I could do it. And so when I told my wife that I want to quit my job, and she says, but what about, we won't get a salary at the end of the month. How are we going to live? So then I had to sit down and explain to her that we actually had worked abroad and we had made enough money. From now on, our standard of living wouldn't go up, but hopefully it wouldn't go down too much. I showed her that this was the savings, this is the income we could get, that we already had a house, so we wouldn't have to pay rent, etc. So it was a kind of Excel sheet that I created to explain this to her, and she turned out to be a good sport, and so off we came back to India, because this was happened when I was at the headquarters of P&G in America. So what I was trying to get at was that I think almost anything, if one does it with a certain attitude, with the certain attitude of Sisyphus or whatever you may call it, then you're also doing it for the right motives. Remember, we talked about how a CEO would love to have employees who do the job and then don't ask for a promotion afterwards, And so I think that's kind of the way I found that it works, that and you put it very well about living for the moment, the journey. The journey is important because there is no destination.
A quote that's influenced me very profoundly, this quote to the effect of how we spend our days is how we spend our lives, by Annie Dillard. And I think that sums it right up. And everything that you're talking about caring for the work, no matter what it is, reminds me of another of my favorite quotes, about how you do the small things is how you do the big things.
Correct. Exactly.
And I want to sort of continue in my mind constructing this picture of what is essential about you. The question you used to answer, I shall attempt to get at it in different ways. And I think one of the things that I felt through the book is essential about you is, of course, the existence of the second bird, which is not there in most people, and which I share with you. But the other quality I also noticed is something that I am inspired by and want to emulate, and I don't think it comes naturally to me. And that is the fact that you are a doer. And I remember, early in your book, you have this incident about where you go to the Radha Swami ashram with the whole family goes. And at one point, while everyone is listening to a satsang, you're playing cricket and the ball lands in front of the Swami. And some of the people are kind of pissed off on his behalf that, how can you do this? It's a serious occasion. And the next day in the satsang, the Swamiji gives 3 lessons from that. And I want to double click on the second one, but first I'll share the first and the third. And the first one is, it's a lesson on how to live, where he says, don't take on the burdens of the world, live like you're playing a game. The third one is where he tells them, quote, you have come to this ashram to get away from the walls that divide people. Here we try and pull down those walls. We build bridges. Don't get annoyed at a cricket ball. Don't judge others. Focus on your own meditation. The second one seems to me to be so powerful and something that is intrinsic to you, where he says, quote, think of yourself as railway passengers. We could wait on a station platform all our lives, but we would not reach God unless we got on the train. Stop quote. And when I see the story of your life, you always got on the train. You got on the train where at Harvard you decide you don't want to do Bernoulli's equation or whatever you want to do the liberal arts. You get on the train where you come back here and you join your company and, all the different steps in your life, as it were. You get on the train where you decide in your 40s that I've had enough of the corporate world, I'm going to quit. You get on the train when you decide to write each of your books one by one. You're always getting onto the train. Most people don't. Most people just wait on the platform and the years pass and the decades pass. So tell me a little bit about this. And, like there's another incident from when you were in America and you speak about how this new friend of yours, Joe Leeming, came to dinner one night and your father told him about your problem with that, session in class called shop where you have to work with your hands. And he introduced you to a new word. He said that you are a tinkerer. You can combine knowledge with working with hands. And that's such a great metaphor because all your life you have been exactly a tinkerer, the way I see it. So this fact that you are a doer, you studied your philosophy, you know all the fundas, but you're not just a thinker, you are a doer. And to me, this seems a second essential quality, that it is not the bird who is watching, but then, if I may say, the third bird who is impelled into action and goes back to, and perhaps moves to a different fruit and actually acts upon the reflection.
Well, Amit, I think all of us have both all these qualities, meaning these are the which we ascribed later to the different castes. But we have a quality, a contemplative aspect to ourselves. We like to think about things. And then we have that desire to act also. So we have the Brahminical and the Kshatriya elements. And then also we like to do. We like to, and whether you call it service or whether you like working, but I'm assuming Kshatriyas are warriors only, and so we have got that quality, which is the quality of the Shudra, and the in between we also have the acumen of the businessman, to make a buck. And so we are the Vaishya. And whether you the Gita calls these gunas or from the Sankhya school, but we all have these aspects to ourselves, and they vary between human beings, how much they are. And the train's analogy is a good one, of catching the train. And yes, I keep catching new trains as also. Because even when I got the job, when I finished at Harvard, I had a scholarship to go to Oxford to do a PhD in philosophy. And suddenly one day, when I was home in Chandigarh, I asked myself, I remember even sitting in the park and looking at the sky and asking myself, did I really want to spend the rest of my life at that abstract thought? PhD in philosophy, that's what it was leading me to. I mean, it was a promising career, but is that really what I wanted? And I said, no, I wanted a life of action. And also I was, the discontent was that the quality of philosophy was becoming very academic, especially in the Anglo-Saxon world, British world, whereas the Europeans were still much more, the existentialism, much more, the old-fashioned way of philosophy. Anyway, the long and short of it is that when I decided not to go to Oxford, and when my mother found out, her worst nightmare came true. She had a grown-up, educated son at home, Vela. Vela, we call it, idle. And we had a nosy neighbor in Chandigarh who used to come and visit my mother and to have coffee with her. And she'd always needle my mother. Thoda munda ki kar raha hai? What is your son doing? And my poor mother used to get so embarrassed. She didn't know what to say. And I saw this on her face one day. And I said, I can't do this to her. This is not fair. And that's why I started answering. I mean, I looked at the ads in the paper, and the first one I found was a company that made Vicks Vapor Rub. I applied and got the job without knowing anything about business. But in those days, you didn't need an MBA, you see. And I guess they got impressed with a Harvard degree, and they took me on. But so I got on a new train, a new journey began, and it was really to have to make my mother sort of, but it was much more a life of action, if you will. I mean, of course, 250 years earlier, life of action would have been to become a warrior. And before the Industrial Revolution, and this was the commercial age, so you went into commerce, and it was also lucky that I had read this at that time. One of my parents' friends, who was a retired judge, and my mother was saying, "Why don't you think about joining the IAS? Take the IAS exam." I was getting all kinds of advice, from family, and somebody saying, "Become a lawyer." Or somebody said, become a doctor. But this guy, who this retired judge gave me, he was against joining the IAS. He saw the bureaucracy as, he says, soul killing. That's the word I remember him using for joining a bureaucracy. Anyway, so it's this story of the mouse merchant that I encountered. And of course, it's an appropriate story for our time, Amit, because it's the story of the first startup. And this is 13th century text called Katha Sarit Sagara in Sanskrit. And it's about a young boy, 17 years old, who comes of age, and his mother tells him, "Now I've educated you, son. and you are not going to do what I've been doing all my life, which is clean houses to make a living. They're poor. And so she says, but you have destiny. And so she says, there's the man, she points to that big house far away. And she says, there lives the richest man in town, but he's supposed to be a kind man. And so why don't you go and stand outside his house and wait for him to come out and ask him for advice? So the boy dutifully goes outside there. And while he's waiting for the great man to come out, he sees a dead mouse in the courtyard. And when the man comes out, he asks him, what can I do for you? And the boy says, can I have the dead mouse? And the man laughs. He says, people come to me for a loan, for money, or for a job. You're the first guy who's come. You're doing me a favor by taking away the dead mouse. And isn't there anything else I can do for you? And the boy says, no, I'll just take the dead mouse. He takes the dead mouse, goes he knows a woman, a widow who lives not far away. She has a cat, so he sells the dead mouse as a cat food and gets a few paisa, goes to the bazaar. In the bazaar, he buys some chana chorgaram, masala, spicy chana, brings it home, makes little pudiyas out of it, and takes a jug of water, a ghada of pani, and goes to the town square, and he sits down, and he knows that in the afternoon, loggers come that way from the forest, then they put their load down to rest. And so they come, and when he offers each logger some water and a snack. And nobody has done that to them before, and they are very happy, but they have no money. But they each have a log that they give him. And so the next day, he repeats it. He sells a log, buys more chana, better snacks. And he repeats this for 3 months until the rains come, the monsoon. And then the price of wood in the timber market starts climbing up because the supply is stopped. And he has a house full of logs. So he starts unloading his logs slowly. And by the end of this monsoon season, he has enough money to buy a shop in the timber market. And then he sets himself up as a timber merchant in the next season. But he has one competitive advantage, and that he knows his suppliers. And they like him, and they bring the best logs to him. And this way, he prospers as a timber merchant. And in a few years, he has accumulated enough money, but also realizes that the margin in selling timber is not as much that it would be if you converted the timber into something. And at that time, they used to make ships. So he finds a master carpenter, shipbuilder, and he finances that fellow, and they're in the shipbuilding business. He's got a second subsidiary. So they prosper. He prospers in his second subsidiary, and then realizes that there's even more margin, more money to be made in actually shipping. And so, cargo and passengers. And so he finds a retired captain, and he starts a third subsidiary, finances him, and that fellow runs this passenger ship business. And by the ripe old age of 25, he has become the richest man in town. And he goes to the jeweler and asks him to make him a gold mouse. he takes that gold mouse and goes to the same richest man in town before him, and he offers this to him. In today's language, he would say, this is your return on the venture capital that you provided me. And the old man is just dazzled by this story that he is so happy he gives his daughter in marriage to this boy. And that's the end of this fairy tale. But it is an inspiring story of a startup. And since we are in age of startups, I thought I would tell you the story. But it had an influence in my mind because my view of the business world was partly colored by this story. And then the idea of working for Vicks was partly to get some experience that one day I might do that, but it never occurred to me. It just gave me a sense that this is what the business world was like. And so that was a journey, as I said, and there were different trains, as you pointed out, and getting on one train and off one train. But also the weekend job became a different train line, a different journey. But in each journey, I guess one was learning a new aspect of life. And if you took, I think almost any work, I see people, executives, there was one guy I knew, he liked carpentry. And on weekends, he would make tables, make beautiful things with it. So the point I think you make is a very, very, very sound point that, you make that sound point. And it also goes back to my father's advice about making a life, that you can make a living. So I wore, for 25, 30 years, I wore two hats, a Monday to Friday hat, and then a Saturday to Sunday hat, two different hats, and Now, I don't want to suggest, though, that you have to somehow quit your job to make a life. You can do it in your own life. And I tell the story of Kamble, the guy who comes in as a security guard in our company. And I observe that this guy, he's different. He doesn't know much English. He comes as a night security guard in the company. He comes from Akola district in Maharashtra, and is mesmerized by the lights of Bombay and all gadgets, and discovers the coffee making machine, and suddenly is testing out how to make coffee and offering it to people on his rounds. And the next few days later, it's the telex machine. We used penguins and telexes in those days. And all this, here's a guy, I think, would have paid us to come to work. And he loved his work. He loved his work. I think there's another lesson, that you really, even though it may be a mask, but if you do love your work, with the right, if you'd work with the same right attitude, I've always believed in a two-line definition of happiness: to love the work you do and to love the person you live with. Bas. That's, some people achieve one of the two, some people achieve 2 out of 2, some achieve none of 2. But that's as good a formula as any. And I guess the difference is that somebody like Kamble, or people who really find purpose in their work, and is to actually then get absorbed in it, to love it, to get absorbed. And I could tell you more stories about Kamble, but they're all there.
The wisdom you just shared one, love what you do, and two, love who you're with. It also seems to me that there is an act of intentionality in those two as well. For example, when people tell me that you should do what you love, I tell them that no, actually the key is to love what you do, because then there's no trouble at all, and there appears to be then some intentionality there. And I love this mouse merchant story. When I first read it, I thought, okay, what will be a mouse today? And then I thought of the slogan, data is a new mouse. Like they say, data is a new oil, which an individual may not value, but is valuable to others. Before we talk more about your time in the corporate world, I want to take you a step back, and I want to take you back to Harvard, because one of the really interesting parts of the book for me is where you spoke about the intellectual influence of many of the great thinkers who taught you there. Like you spoke about Edward Said, you did your thesis under John Rawls, Kissinger taught you, H.H. Ingalls taught you when it came to Sanskrit. Isaiah Berlin, one of my heroes, taught you as well, and I just feel so jealous that you interacted with all of these people. So I'm really interested also in the shaping of you, not just in the sense of values, which we got a sense of how your mom and your dad played a role in that and so on, but also in an intellectual sense of how you're thinking about the world. And so give me a sense of, in those Harvard years, how did you change in the way you looked at the world and the role that these people played?
Yeah. Well, in one way, I told you, I described it as how I came to Harvard as a good Indian boy in the 1950s, who Nehru was our hero, and we believed in socialism and the temples of modern India being the public sector projects. And how I lost that faith, but that is related to some extent to Isaiah Berlin, although it's much more connected to something that happened at Vicks, which I can relate afterwards. And the second, I also told you how I lost the belief in the transcendental. I became too much of an empiricist that I just needed proof. And I just could not make that leap of faith because the proof that I was looking for was not there. And so while I admired my father, but I certainly did not criticize him for being a believer, but I couldn't believe anymore in his God. And so those were two clear move me upward. As far as the other names you mentioned, with Kissinger, I think the simple lesson that he provided was he had a German accent, and was such a thick German accent that I couldn't understand unless I sat right in front of the class. And because I sat right in the class, and this is 1961 or something, I was a freshman, 59, 66. Yeah, I was a sophomore in college, and was it was the elementary class in international relations, we could call it, foreign affairs or whatever. And in that class, I had to sit in the front row, and he taught us the basic idea of realism in politics, realism in international politics, and going back to the Metternich and all was his hero. And it's the basic idea that there is no morality in between states, that what keeps the world in order is when every country follows its national interest, and therefore the reaction of every country is predictable. And because it's predictable, that you can have peace between them. And so, and he used to always point to India and Nehru as an example of injecting morality into international politics. And then, because he said India and Nehru, he'd point to me as sitting on the front row. I mean, I was still, at that time, there weren't many Indians. We were a rare breed. And so we stood out. And I didn't like that when he did that. But nevertheless, his point was to some extent true. And he used to ask the question, why does Nehru support China? I mean, what gain, how is it in India's national interest to earn the enmity of the West, to make the West uneasy about India? And why doesn't what was the benefit to India? And he was proven right, because 62, wasn't it 61, 62 when the Chinese invasion took place? And if Kissinger had been around, he would have told me, I told you so. And so that was a lesson that I learned, that there are no friends in international politics. And we are right now. Mr. Trump in America is the perfect example. He has a new friend every day and a new enemy every day. Of course, he's an extreme, but nevertheless, it was a good, worthy lesson. I took the elementary course in economics, and then we all used the textbook of Samuelson in Economics 1. And Samuelson used to come from MIT to Harvard to do. It was one of the teachers at the time in the course. And Galbraith was another one, but Galbraith was bored teaching that course, and he used to sometimes fall asleep on his notes. But Samuelson certainly, I guess when you leave India and come back, do you see the poverty of India? As growing up as a child, you just think this is all the way it was meant to be. You don't really see poverty. So one summer I came back and I suddenly saw poverty. And I said, this is not right. And so I said, one should do something about it. And my father said, economics, that's what you should study. And so I took a course. And in Economics 1, I learned really all these things about the division of Ricardo and Smith and Malthus and all these characters. And really that was in Economics 1, the division of labor and all is where you really, if you realize how important that competitive advantage and how important is international trade to becoming a prosperous country. So those were and that's where ultimately just a few courses in economics is what led me to write India Unbound also, my book. And I talk really also about my own journey, in learning about economics. But it was a very simple lesson, and it made me, again, question socialism, because Economics 1 is about the market, and you really realize, and it's a difficult lesson to learn, Amit, because Adam Smith says that it's an invisible hand that makes it all work, meaning it's not intuitive that millions of people working for their own profit ultimately result in lifting the standard of the whole society. I mean, you can't instinctively, even if you're an intellectual mind, it's not easy to comprehend. And that's why, Margaret Thatcher used to say that I spend 20% of my time doing the reforms and 80% selling the reforms, because selling the market is not an easy proposition. and especially in a poor country. And that's one of the things we have suffered from. Nobody. We have done reforms by stealth. Nobody has had the guts to get up there. And even in a communist society, I mean, Deng Xiaoping didn't have to sell anything to anyone. He was a dictator. But he used to sell the market every day to convert people away from Maoist economics to the market. And so I guess it was Isaiah Berlin who ultimately made one realize the damage that the Soviet Union was doing in the world and to itself. And, you know, the horrors of Stalin, etc. I mean, and the damage ideology does. So his essays, plus his lectures, and so I lost my faith in socialism as a result of what I learned in Economics 1, and I learned in. And as for Galbraith, I got to know him a little bit, but he was very charming individually. In fact, when that summer that I talked about when I came to India, he had become the ambassador of the U.S. in the early 60s. And during when Kennedy was president. And you know, he was a leftist, but he kept telling the Indian government, you've gone too far. You need the market, you know. And so that was another sobering lesson. Anyway, all these, without realizing it, and by then I hadn't read actually Hayek and Friedman and all. I just had that very basic grounding, but I'd read Adam Smith, and so I understood at least the basics. It was only later, Amit, when I was working. I know I'm jumping up from the Harvard days, but when I was working at Vicks, did I really see the horror of the license Raj and why I why I joined the Swatantra Party at that period in Bombay. So, as I was telling you, I was working for Vicks, and one year there was a flu. And by now, I was rising up in the company, and I was middle management, or I guess I was kind of already being groomed. And so we had a flu. My boss was away, and we sold a hell of a lot of Vicks. And we were celebrating. We thought there was we didn't talk in this language, but there had been a pandemic, and we had kept the stocks of the pharmacies and the chemist shops stocked with Vicks. We'd run 3 shifts in the factory, and we were considered the best in the P&G, or that time, the Richardson Vicks worldwide. And congratulatory messages were pouring in from headquarters. And we get a summons from Delhi, which says that we had broken the law. And I was asked to appear in Delhi. It would have been my boss, but he was away. So I was the senior guy at that moment. And what was the law we had broken? It was the law of licensing. And breaking that law, our lawyer, Crawford Bailey, our lawyers told us, could mean a 2-year jail sentence. And so I flew to Delhi. I went to the office of the bureaucrat, joint secretary in the government, And I was made to wait 2 hours to meet him. And then I had these two junior lawyers with me, and we were led into his office, and he was reading the Times of India of that day. And we sat down and we waited for His Highness to stop reading the paper, and he kept reading it very, I'm sure he was aware that we were there, but anyway, he was maybe sending a message or whatever. But after a while, he put his paper down and he says to me, "Kya?" And I said, "Saab, aap bataiye kya? Aapne bulaya hai. Here's the summons." And he said, No, I haven't seen your file. Just let me see. He looked at the summons. He said, "You've broken the law." And I said, "But, this is what happened. There was a flu, and we did our duty. We kept the store shelves stocked, and consumers bought. We thought we did a good job."
Just to clarify for horrified listeners, because you said it was a licensing thing, but just to clarify precisely what it was, that listeners might be horrified to know that at that time, the government actually decided an upper limit on what you can produce. They will tell you that this is a number, you cannot produce more than this. And because there was so much demand at the time of the flu, you had ended up producing more than that, and that is a law you had broken. So please continue.
No, you're right. There was an exact tonnage of Vicks Vapor Rub that was mentioned in our license. And that's what we had exceeded. And we'd exceeded by almost 30%. So it was not just a frivolous amount. And so I explained what had happened. And I also said I thought we'd done good for the country. We'd helped millions of homes during the time of a pandemic. And so he goes like that and says, "But you broke the law." I said, "Yes, but." He said, "No, yes, but. Tell me yes or no." I said, "Yes." "So you confess that you broke the law." And he writes down confesses. And then he says, "You multinationals, you come into our country to exploit us. Look what the East India Company did to us. And you guys in the private sector anyway are crooked. And so I want to make an example for the rest of the industry. And so you'll hear back from us. And ab jao, meaning he pushed us out. And so, and as we were going out, the two lawyers beside me were shivering by now. And I was also scared, to be very honest. And then I turned around at the door, and I don't know quite what got into me, but I said, "Sir, you realize that this news is going to get out. It's not every day that an executive of a multinational company in any country is sent to jail. And so it'll be reported. And because we are an international company, New York Times, Washington Post, etc., will report this." And I asked him that when people read the story about here was a company that was doing good for its people during a medical emergency, what will people think of us as a country? What will they think of our laws, of such laws that we have, that you can send somebody to jail for producing for the country? And he says to me, "Are you threatening me?" I said, "No, I'm just telling you, this is what will happen. I don't have to leak it out. It'll be out in the world. And I think it will reflect on our country." And he says, "Jao." And so as we came out, one of the lawyers gets angry with me and he says, "What? You should have fallen on his feet and begged for mercy. After all, you did break the law. And here you were getting on trying to get on the high moral ground and all that. And so I had a bunch of sleepless nights, but the government in its wisdom dropped the inquiry. Nothing was ever heard anymore about it. I don't even know if there's a record of this at all. But I was convinced that this was madness. This license Raj was madness. And so I met Pilu Modi in Bombay, and he introduced me to Meenu Masani, and I joined the Swatantra Party. And Pilu used to run a workshop on Friday evenings, which I began to attend, of young people that he had at that time. And we'd talk about, and that's where I read Hayek and Friedman and others from and became a true classical liberal. So that's the sort of extension of your answer to how what affected, what I learned growing up.
We'd spoken about Sisyphus, and I actually think that if there is something that feels Sisyphean, it is selling classical liberal ideas to the public. Like you correctly said, they are counterintuitive. I think of how the positive sumness of things is counterintuitive because we are hardwired to think in a zero-sum way, or spontaneous order is counterintuitive because we are hardwired to think of, everything happening top down. And, in Jefferson's phrase, therefore, this, defending liberty does need eternal vigilance. But I'll come back to all of this and the time in these reading groups and the people you met and the ideas you encountered. But let's sort of go back to your time at Vicks Vaporub, and sort of before that, a general question about what the masses of people tend to be like. And there are two completely separate observations you have made, which I'll bring up here. And one is, you point out that when your father was posted in Washington, your mother had a coffee group, and you have this beautiful passage about the jealousies of the coffee group, where you write, quote, "My mother was delighted, but her coffee group were in depression, resentful that their husbands hadn't been selected. Sheila announced that Americans had people with whitewashed faces, and pigeons drop poop on your head there. She'd read in Reader's Digest that Irving Park in Chicago was called Pigeon Poop Park because pigeons pooped on politicians there. Who wants to live in a nation of gangsters?" said Shanti. "Alicia advised me to take American history in school. It would be a breeze since they had so little of it. My father put these comments down to envy. People cannot tolerate the good fortune of others. Envy is a kind of praise," he said. "It is better to be envied than pitied." And later on, when you speak of your time at Vicks Vaporub, like there's already an earlier illustration of what almost happens to you there, where you speak about how when your father was on the Bhakra Nangal project, Nehru had come to visit, and Nehru, met your father and his boss, and he asked them that, "Is there anything that you need?" And the boss said, "No, sir, everything is fine." But your father said, "Oh, perhaps this particular thing could be done." And the boss got really pissed off, which shows his pettiness. And you encountered a similar pettiness in your first job, where your boss in sales basically didn't like it that you had opinions of your own and were asking questions and tried to get you sacked. And there you point out about how there were two kinds of people in any corporate, really. And again, I'll quote you. "As the days went by, I found that there were two kinds of people, those who did the work and those who took the credit. There was lots of competition in the second group, very little in the first." Right? And this again speaks to, the difference between the solemn and the serious. The serious are very few. The solemn want to take credit for themselves, as it were. And later, you speak about middle managers as you became a middle manager, and you write, "One of life's truth is that almost everything seems to be a failure when you're in the middle. As companies grow big, they insert layers of middle managers between those at the top who run the business and those at the bottom who do all the work. Middle managers get so caught up between managing up and down that they become bureaucrats, entangling everyone in paperwork, losing touch both with customers as well as their own products." Drop quote. And this could also be a description of the bureaucracy within government. for that matter. So give me a sense of this, because in every profession, it feels to me that 95% of the people, if not more, are just going through the motions. They don't have a sense of the dharma of the profession, as it were. Or they don't have a sense of purpose or a love for the work. It's just all these little manipulations, the pettiness, the resentments.
There was a study done in the UK. I think it was the 1970s, if I'm not mistaken, where they asked this question about how many of, and this was a wide study, not just, it was blue collar, white collar, professionals, CEOs, business people, and the horrible conclusion of that study was that something like 70% or 68% of the people hated their job. And so these things like the expression, I mean, that restaurant, that coffee chain, TGIF, thank God it's Friday, and Blue Monday, those expressions came about. And but what's the truth behind this is very, very sad, because human beings spend a third of their lives working. And if more than 2/3 hate it, God, what wasted lives we're talking about. And I'm talking about the first world here. And so no wonder, there's the young people, their resentment, when I see the resentment, it's a resentment against the market system. It's a resentment against the elite who have monopolized the power over and it's in India. It's much worse because all work, whether in the private sector or public sector, all serious discussions take place in English. And less than 15% of the people understand English. So imagine if there was a young person right now who walked into this and sat down beside us, and he was bright, and while we were talking, he'd feel deaf. And this is 80 years after independence, yaar. And to feel deaf in your own country, that's quite tragic. And so, I mean, to me, that partly explains the rise of Hindutva in our country. It is a search for a national community where people have been excluded. The few English-speaking people just stepped into the shoes of the departing English, and they just perpetuated that same bureaucracy, the same system, the same. And so people, there's a genuine alienation. And so it explains to me, and also because the market is so difficult to explain. I mean, just imagine that I'm a candidate who's standing for election, and I will say, as a liberal, I'll say that I will create conditions for investment, and companies will come, factories will open, jobs will come. I'll improve the quality of our schools, and so there are people of skill who will be available for jobs, and there'll be prosperity. Now would be my pitch as a liberal. The guy who's fighting against me, whether it's Kejriwal or whoever, will say from tomorrow, when I get elected, I will give you free electricity. I'll give women a pocket money. I'll give free, they'll be able to ride free in buses, and so on. In other words, the culture of freebies, which is now universal in our country. Every candidate is offering that. And so I have no chance. The voter will say that, by God, if I vote for you, I'll have to wait 5 years before those jobs come and you'll be gone by then. But this guy, as soon as he comes into the office, he's going to give me free electricity. So who will you think voter will vote for? It'll be irrational to vote for me. You see, so it's not an easy message, as you also said. It's the message, and yet, Amit, the fact is that liberalism today is in trouble. And it's in trouble because of all these reasons I talked about, discontent, both in the West and in the East, and so on. But yet liberalism has defeated much bigger enemies in the last 50, 100 years. I mean, it defeated fascism in the Second World War. It defeated communism. And these were much more powerful enemies. Liberalism has been the reigning ideology of the world for 200 years. It has been responsible from a time when we accepted the fact that there was a king and there were courtiers and there was an aristocracy, zamindari, and so on. And we learned from liberalism the virtues of the market. We learned from liberalism the virtues of a democracy. So a liberal democracy with liberty, equality, fraternity, all these things became part of our constitution and the constitution of 100 other countries, the whole world. So I just think it's too good an idea to go away. I know people feel today they're writing books called The Death of Liberalism and all that. But but for India, clearly, I originally became because I was so revolted by working in the license Raj that I actually became a libertarian. So maybe this is a good time to distinguish between a libertarian and a liberal. And also a left liberal and a neoliberal. Because liberalism is a very slippery, confusing word. A classical liberal is how I would describe myself, basically believing in that business should be run by the market and government should rule, except the difference between being a libertarian and a classical liberal is that libertarian goes even further in believing in a night watchman state, meaning a chowkidar state where the state is only in charge of law and order and defense. And it does not interfere in the rest of the lives of the people. It's left to the people. A classical liberal will concede, like me in India, certainly a classical liberal in India, will concede the fact that the government also has to be responsible for infrastructure, both physical and social infrastructure, meaning that government doesn't have to run schools and hospitals, but it has to create the conditions or ensure that there is education and health for everyone. And in my case, I also believe in the safety net for the poorest. What's good news, of course, is that in India, in the last 30 years since the 1991 reforms, that absolute poverty has come down to less than 5%. And the latest World Bank figures were below 5%, I think. So, that is the difference between liberal and a libertarian, classical liberal. Then the left liberal actually usurped that word. Those persons were the old progressives in the late 19th century, when there was a degree of market failures, and also with the Great Depression in the late 20s, the market crash, and the early 30s, the Great Depression. And that's where John Maynard Keynes became their savior, a guru. And what Roosevelt did was the program, or the works program, where the state became much more involved in a welfare state, that creating for people much more than a safety net, but also in other spheres of welfare. And the success of Roosevelt was so good, and others, in that actually the Europe and North America and so on, they, even after Second World War, they continued this. And the process of growing of the safety net was so great that by the 1970s, after the oil shock, countries realized they were bankrupt. And so, and that's when when Margaret Thatcher came to power in end of 1970s, that you had this move to neoliberalism, which was an extension, really, of liberal ideas or classical liberal ideas. Only the language, the new sort of heroes were people like Hayek and Friedman and so on. But they were a little like the libertarians. They were a little more extreme in their thinking about the market. And I would just say they were more ideological, and also they were engaged at that time in a fight against communism. So they were politically very much focused on that. And so that's left liberals, neoliberals, libertarians. I guess I've covered the gamut. The left liberals were formerly, a lot of left liberals were earlier Marxists. And they just realized that Marxism, that Soviet Union collapse showed that it didn't work. And why it didn't work, socialism? Because the human ego just wouldn't shrink that far to make people believe that everyone could live in the same type of housing, and that the only difference was if you had 3 children, you'd have 3 bedrooms, and if you have 2 children, but whether you were a CEO or whether you were a worker, you got the same kind of house. Now, that was hard for people, frankly, as I said, that's absolute equality. It was very hard and then they saw that how the state functionaries and the party functionaries had their dachas and all. So there was a hypocritical sort of state. That's that journey. But really, I mean, maybe I'm talking too much, and I should let you intervene. But that's really the journey that we've on. We can come back specifically. We haven't talked about the great moment, 1991. And if you'd like, we can talk about that now, or I'll let you.
We'll come to that later. I want to go back on your journey. But first, for the listeners, there was great demand for Ajay Shah and I. We do this YouTube show called Everything is Everything, to do an episode explaining all of these labels. So I've actually, we did an episode which I'll link from the show notes, talking about conservative, liberal, socialist, what do they mean? And differ slightly is that neoliberal is a term that really irritates me because no one self-identifies as one. It is always used as a pejorative, even
as an abuse.
as an abuse. Thatcher and Reagan never used it for themselves. It's a very strawman term,
Yes.
only used as a
I-
pejorative.
I agree.
So I would never, and I think classical liberals, monarchist libertarians are almost the same, but I am suspicious of labels overall, and I don't use any of these terms for myself today because labels fall prey to tribalism, as we have seen in the world, and kind of makes it very dangerous. And as you know, Thomas Sowell and Amity Shlays have great writing about the Great Depression, where they point out it wasn't actually a failure of the market. The state was responsible for causing it in the first place. And even after World War II, one of the reasons Germany started doing so well was that they embraced Hayekian thinking led by their finance minister Ludwig Erhard and kind of went off in a very good direction. But that's a digression. What I'm keen to know more about, and even before I come back to Vicks and your corporate world, which I want to come back to, but I'm also keen to know more about, the Friday group on economic freedom, as it were. You point out at one time, thanks to the serendipity of your interest in art, through Meenu Pochkanwala, you got to, through Pilo Pochkanwala, you got to know Shamlal and Meenu Modi, and they were free thinkers. They formed this group called, Meenu Modi formed this group called the Friday Group on Economic Freedom, where Meenu Masani would come once in a while and talk. Rajaji dropped in, Gayatri Devi dropped in. And, that's where, while earlier you were familiar with Adam Smith and so on, this is where you got introduced to Hayek and Friedman and so on. So give me a sense of what was happening here, because this also then sounds profoundly exciting, that, the world of ideas just opens up to you like this. So
Correct.
give me a sense of the people and the ideas and how that
Yeah,
changed.
and when you're involved in a 9 to 5 job, where you're measuring how many cases you sold of Vicks throat drops, it was quite a wonderful change to go. My office was in Flora Fountain, Queen's Mansions, Bastion Road, and one could just walk for 10 minutes to near the Regal Cinema. And where next to the Regal Cinema, there was this room, and you crossed the Army Navy building where Meenu Masani's office was, and then we walked to along Elphinstone College corridor, and then in front of the museum on one side and the Regal Cinema on the other. You had this group, and it was really nice to look forward to talking about ideas and how, and these were all people. There was somebody who was an accountant in a company. There was a Sian of Muzaffar Palampur, he was a princely family. He had this red Standard Herald that we all admired, and it was just a very, very lovely thing to suddenly go into another world. And all of us were questioning. And what united us was our suspicion of the state, actually. It was, we were proud of our democracy. India was envied, admired for democracy, but we were pitied for our economy. And the Hindu, Raj Krishna came up with this idea, Hindu rate of growth, had nothing to do with Hindu. It was a statist economy's rate of growth. And in the Indira Gandhi period, we underperformed the developing countries at the time. So it was a mess. There was hardly any dent on poverty during the period of the License Raj. Indira Gandhi kept winning elections on Garibi Hatao. But there was no dent on Garibi at all. And the rate of growth was 3.5%. and population growth was 2.2%. So I'm talking about between 1950 and 1980s, end of 1980s. That was the rate of growth. So and population growth was 2.2. So net per capita income growth was 1.3%. I mean, that's almost like a stagnant economy. Pre-independence economy also grew at about 1%. And so they had really, made a mess of things. So it was just what united us was fundamentally, one was to blame Nehru and the family and socialism, but also a general concern about the state power. And I had seen the rotten side in the eyes of this man and what he believed in. And so it was all very alive. So it was like a breeze, that fresh breeze on these Friday evenings that we used to meet. And he used to give us Pilu. He was the convener, Pilu Modi. He's the one who coined the expression. We called ourselves, at that time, the government said we are a mixed economy. And he's the one who said in Parliament, no, sir, not mixed economy, mixed up economy. And so he was a fun guy. He was fat and he was great fun. And he was also a good architect. So anyway, it was wonderful to meet Rajaji, who also had an impish kind of humor. And then once the glamorous Gayatri Devi, Queen of Jaipur, and she also came, and we all fell in love with her. So it was wonderful. And but we were in a little island, because outside of us, all intellectuals were left intellectuals. I mean, there was hardly... Jagdish Bhagwati may have been one of the few, but he'd already gone to Columbia University. Amartya Sen had gone to the UK and then Harvard. So, but Amartya Sen was also a leftist, although he was more pragmatic than the ideologues. But everybody else, Professor Shenoy was like something in the... we just read him. So that was the atmosphere of this Friday reading group. Pilu would give us some readings to read. And that's how I first read Hayek. And these guys, the Austrian economists, became our heroes at the time. And somebody even jokingly said, because by then, you see, we had seen how Japan had risen on the basis of labor-intensive manufacturers. From the mid-50s it started, and then in the 60s, Korea, Taiwan, they went, and 70s, my God, and Japan was a powerhouse. And the sensible question, which even the World Bank would keep reminding India, is why don't you look east? Look at Taiwan and Korea. What have they achieved? And they've done it all on the basis of exports of labor-intensive manufacturers. And shouldn't India be doing the same thing? And the establishment and the economists would say, oh, those are small little countries. Singapore was a great example, but it was small. But it was a great example of a country that was become first world. And Japan was really an amazing story. So this was what was going on in my life, seeing all this and realizing, and the people that my own a relative of mine was an economist, and he was at Pakka. He tried to explain to me the Mahalanobis model, and he said, I said, we are producing steel and more steel, but we're not producing anything for the consumer. And he says, no, the idea is, you don't produce. I said, how about making cars for the people? You know, the long waiting list for the ambassador car that were there, or even the scooter. The Bajaj scooter had an 8-year waiting list.
In fact, old cars were more expensive than new cars because you would not have to wait for it. So second-hand cars were more expensive than new cars.
Yeah. So the idea was, I asked him this question. I said, I don't understand. And he says, the idea is that we will allow people to produce cars only when everybody can have a car. So he says, we allow people to produce bicycles because everybody can have a bicycle. So when everybody can have a car, we'll produce cars. Until then, no one should have a car. I didn't want to say that only government officials then can have cars, right? And they get a special quota of ambassador car and all that. So that was the world of the time. And another story, Amit, was by this time also, you see, I'd been posted abroad. I'd worked in Mexico. I'd worked in Spain. And by 1980, I had become the head of the company. So the company actually, I won't go into all the twists and turns, but just the fact is that I came back to India to head the company, and it was the worst possible time because the government had introduced something called the DPCO, Drug Price Control Order. And on the other side, the Chemists Association had become very aggressive because the margins were determined by law, and therefore they wanted a higher margin. And they had picked on our company to boycott our company just to draw attention to the problem of margin. And then we had a union which was also very aggressive. This is the time of Datta Samant in Bombay. Ours was not Datta Samant, but was equally aggressive. And you couldn't get a worker who was working on the cough drops line to work on the Vicks Vapor Rub line. You know, that kind of rigidity that had come in. So this is the position, this is the state of the company when I arrived. And the price control on Vicks was so stringent that it was unrealistic, that we could see that if costs went up, and they were going up, that we would actually make a loss on every bottle of Vicks that we sold. So the company was in serious trouble. And what to do? So there was depression all around. My management team, got them together, and I said, let's do a brainstorming. Let's see what we could how we can do. Can we cut costs in any way that we don't go into a loss? And then somebody during that discussion made a joke. They said that a joke that what if Vicks was Ayurvedic? And Ayurvedic products are not price controlled. So why don't we make it Ayurvedic? This is during the brainstorming. And most of us laughed. One person said, I can see the headline. 100-year-old American product becomes a 2,000-year-old Ayurvedic medicine. And headline in the Times of India. And so everybody had a laugh. But the R&D guy took this rather seriously. And he volunteered to go to the library, Bombay University Library. And this is at Rajabai Tower. And he went through the formulary of Ayurvedic products. And sure enough, what he found was that every ingredient in Vicks fitted into a natural Ayurvedic remedy. And he came back. The sales guy, meantime, went to confirm whether Ayurvedics were indeed in the market price-free. And he also confirmed. And then our legal guy also confirmed that's true. The Ayurvedics are out of price control. And so the idea was, how do we convert Vicks to Ayurvedic? And the finance director was said, you guys are dreaming. You think this government, which hates the private sector, hates multinationals, will ever allow us to do something like this? Anyway, we discussed this with our government relations person in Delhi, and he went to see a friend in the ministry, the FDA, and he said that, look, when he said that he was a junior mid-level person, he said, maybe you don't want to convert Vicks into Ayurvedic, but you want to register a new product as Ayurvedic with the same formula as Vicks. So what we did was we did exactly that. We applied in 48 hours, we applied to the government. And when the chief guy got this file on his table, he practically fell off his chair because he knew exactly what was going on. Our company. He knew that DPCO was hitting us badly. He knew that we were to do, but he couldn't do anything. I mean, after all, there is some benefit in having a bureaucracy where there are some rules you go by. Now, unfortunately, the bureaucrats don't act. So they was unwilling to act to stop something, but he couldn't stop us. And sure enough, we got license for that. And then once we got the registration, quietly, we did on something extra. When we realized what we had was a gold mine, we also were sick and tired of our union. So we said we won't make this new product in our current factory. We'll just stop making Vicks Vapor Up in the old factory in Thane. And we found a new factory, a small location in Hyderabad, where we hired only women. It was the men who were giving us all that grief. We hired only women, and slowly we stopped making Vicks in this factory. So Vicks was kind of phased out. And then in the new factory, we produced Vicks Ayurvedic. Vicks, new Ayurvedic Vicks, Vicks Vapora. So one replaced the other. And so the government couldn't do anything. We had a proper license. We gave it the name that we wanted to. I mean, we didn't tell the government we were going to call it Vicks. We just said this was a product. You don't have to give the name at that time. You just give the formula. So we started producing. And within a year, our stock price went from 20 rupees to 400 rupees.
Wow.
I mean, plus because the factory made a big difference. We were put in the latest equipment. Plus, we had a very charged up workforce. Plus, what we did to get out of the clutches of the pharmacies, the AIOCD, the All India Chemists and Druggists Association. Ayurvedic products were not, you see, we could only sell in 60,000 chemist shops in India. But Ayurvedic products we could sell in every panwala. Suddenly, our distribution went from 60,000 outlets to 1.5 million outlets.
My God.
We were selling like in the Kirana, every Kirana shop. We multiplied our sales force by huge numbers, and that's why the price went to 400. Because suddenly, and then what we did, we realized even before the price went up, we realized that we were really sitting on a gold mine. So we gave every employee stock options. Now, at that time, nobody had heard of stock options. So the controller of capital issues thought we were going to run away with the company's money, meaning you give it to employees, few employees, and they'll run away. I tried to explain, our people tried to explain to the controller of capital issues, CCI, that no, this was a standard practice in business. We showed them evidence to show that around the world, only difference, and I said we are going even further. We are giving it to our secretaries, drivers, everybody is getting it. So this is worker capitalism, that it is going to everybody will benefit. And sure enough, and in fact, it was to the point where workers didn't have the money to buy the shares. They hadn't yet climbed up, but they still didn't have the 20 rupees to buy that. So the company gave them a loan to secretaries and all that. We had a hell of a lot of employees, but quite a lot. Anyway, every employee, we discovered later that they all got a home. They put their money. It multiplied. When you go from 20 to 400, boy, not only did they pay their loan back immediately, but they put in a payment for a flat, and every employee got the benefit. So it's a kind of Cinderella story of the license Raj, of how you that the drug price control order, how it affected us in the 70s and how Vicks became Ayurvedic. That's the big story.
It's a remarkable example of how a terrible law ended up having an unintended consequences which was so remarkable. And, while this is a fantastic hack while this ended up being a fantastic hack to beat a bad system, your larger fight was, of course, to change that bad system. And we'll speak more about that after an overnight break. Hey, the music started and this sounds like a commercial, but it isn't. It's a plea from me to check out my latest labor of love, a YouTube show I am co-hosting with my good friend, the brilliant Ajay Shah. We've called it Everything is Everything. Every week, we'll speak for about an hour on things we care about, from the profound to the profane, from the exalted to the everyday. We range widely across subjects and we bring multiple frames with which we try to understand the world. Please join us on our journey and please support us by subscribing to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. The show is called Everything is Everything. Please do check it out. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still with Mr. Gurcharan Das. We are in his study at his house in Jorbagh. An entire day has passed. And when I got here, Gurcharan said to me that, there's something that I want to talk about how writing a memoir can help in the search for the self. And I was like, hang on 1 minute, because my first question is going to be about something related and will lead to that. And what I wanted to start today is really the importance of writing in your life, in the sense that at various parts of your life, you have written regularly for different reasons. Like, when you were away from your mom, when you were in college, you write in your book, quote, every Friday evening, I used to write her a 10-cent blue aerogram about my doings of the week, stop quote. But then you also point out that because you were into existentialist philosophy and how Camus said suicide is the only serious problem, it was kind of alarming your mom. So you decided you would stop alarming her. You would continue writing the Friday letter to her, but you would keep a diary where you could write about your other investigations into the nature of the world. So that was a regular writing habit which is coming there. Then, these two, the diary and the weekly letter to your mother. Then you recall at Vicks Vaporub, your boss, when he sent you traveling, said that, listen, you have to send me regular written reports of what is happening with you. And you said that was easy for you because you already had that habit of writing. And I have always, when I teach a writing course, and something that I tell all my students is that writing and thinking have a two-way relationship. That it's not just that if you're a clear thinker, you're more likely to be a clear writer, but if you force yourself to write clearly and write regularly, you will become a better thinker. Writing is a way of shaping the self. So I want you to talk about that, because it seems if there's one thing that you've done all your life, it is written. Like that second bird from what we discussed yesterday, the watching bird, has constantly been writing, and that elevates the quality of watching.
Yeah. Well, it's really what you said. In my case, because I've written for forever, I've found that it helps me think when I put it down. The downside, of course, is that once I put it down, I have this. I'm an inveterate or a obsessive rewriter, and so I keep improving a sentence till it's dead. So now the most powerful experience has been writing a memoir. And why? Because in a memoir, you select, and you, first of all, you relive your life, and that itself, reliving your life, has its own rewards. But actually, I've discovered that reliving your life is better than living it almost, because you're playing God when you are going to write about it, especially a memoir. I'm not talking about autobiography. There's a difference between a memoir and autobiography. A memoir, you don't talk about your whole life. You find a theme in your life. And as you're trying to find a theme, you are connecting the dots of your life. So that search to connect the dots is actually quite a creative one. So not only are you playing God at that moment, but you are also trying to discover why you did this at this time, and why you did this at this time, and why did these things happen. So that is what I'm talking about, the reward. That we live a life, we do many things, but until we reflect upon them, we don't quite know who we are. So if you ask me, and of course that because you select, it becomes almost it's not, autobiography is, I was born here, I went to school here, I got married, and then I had children and all that sort of thing. But here, you don't have to talk about everything. You just take one theme and try to build on that theme. Anyway, so I that's why I recommend to everyone that they should write a memoir. They should take the trouble, and even if you don't publish it, that's fine. Some people are private people and they don't want to publish it, and so on. And in my case, Penguin was after me to publish it because booksellers were coming to them saying, our readers want to know, why did this guy have a good job and then he quit it and became a writer? So it's the point made.
Tell me about how the different forms of writing also shaped you, because each of these forms is very different. Writing a letter to your mother is very different from writing in your private diary, is very different from writing a daily note for your boss and your this thing. By the same token, writing an 800-word column for the Times of India is very different from writing a book as you stretched out and did. All of them have different imperatives, different requirements, and some, because you're required to be terse and concise, you have to get to the essence of what you're talking about, which brings with it the danger of oversimplification. And at the same time, when you're writing a book, you have a broader canvas, but then there is a danger of getting carried away with it and losing focus. So what did all of these different forms teach you? Because I'm guessing that each form requires you to think in a slightly different way also.
Yes, absolutely. Ultimately, you're writing a book, let's face it. You're writing for a reader. Or if you're writing a play, you're writing it for a spectator. Writing a play is no use unless it's produced. So these forms do make their own demands on their own. And one form that you didn't mention is the thing I learned from Procter and Gamble. They had a rule of a one-page memo. And this one, nobody could write a one-page memo. I mean, nobody could write more than one page. That's the first lesson you learned. In fact, if you sent a memo which was a page and a half, it was returned back to you, put it on one page. So this was excellent. And of course, all of us tried to cheat by making the font smaller, etc., etc., to fit on one page. But what the training, probably I think my 800-word columns benefited from learning how to write. In other words, that the brevity. And that's why my mantra for writing anything, if you ask me, but especially non-fiction, my mantra is be clear, brief, and bold. 3 words. Clear, most important. If you're not clear, means your own head is muddled, and you have no right to subject your muddled head to the reader. Be brief. Less is more. I think you've been in business and advertising. That's the fun. Who Ogilvy said, less is more. So a 5-word headline is better than a 10-word headline, and bold, because take a position. This is why I find problem with academics. On the one hand, on the other hand, they go on and on telling us all the possibilities, but they don't tell us what they feel. Where's the conviction? So build convictions and take a risk, be bold, take a stand. And I think that's really kind of, if I were to give advice to a budding writer, concise, brief, clear. Clear is the most important thing. Clarity, brevity, and boldness. That would be my thing. So Now, in terms of the other question you've asked, really, the the issue that I found is that because I started writing fiction before I started writing non-fiction, I developed a certain attraction to the literary. Now, the fiction requires imagination. And perhaps one of the reasons why I stopped writing fiction is because I felt a limitation that I had, that maybe I did not have the kind of imagination that someone like Salman Rushdie or another writer has. And so in all humility, I must confess that I decided that I'd like to move into what today is called literary non-fiction or literary long fiction. And so that's the genre that I have. Now, the other lesson I learned was that the reader is always attracted to the writer's own point of view and where the writer is coming from. And that gives the writer an excuse to insert the I, insert yourself, and not only to express your views, but to put your views in context to the reader, so you can make a little story whenever you start talking about how something happened, how you discovered something, etc. Now the danger, the I, as the Upanishads told us, aham can become ahamkara. It can become toxic, meaning we are so in love with ourselves that we don't let go. So in my first non-fiction work, and the first book that became a big book around the world was India Unbound. And I found myself at the beginning of every chapter instinctively beginning with myself, I inserted. But luckily, I also had the sense to let the I disappear after the first paragraph or the first page. And that then very seamlessly, that disappearing I had served its purpose, and you had moved on to the subject that the reader really was interested in, or I was interested in. So that was a lesson that, yes, use the I, but use it sparingly and not indulgently. You put that word, indulgent. And yesterday we also talked about the fact that how that human beings need the I to survive. But we've also learned that that it's also can become toxic. Too much self-importance, it leads to all the sort of nasty aspects of the human, of the ahankara. So yes, so that's why it's important to sort of diminish the ahankara, both politically as well as personally. Yeah, so that's another lesson, I would say.
The US President Harry Truman had once said, "Give me a one-handed economist," because all his people kept saying on one hand this, on the other hand that, and he said, just give me someone with what you would describe as a bold opinion. But on the other hand, if I may use that phrase, Jeff Bezos also had a rule in Amazon, which I rather like, in fact. And his rule was, don't do PowerPoint presentations. Instead, he would insist on 6-page memos. logic for that is that it forces you to think and to go deeper into an idea and present it. So his rule before meetings is that whoever is talking about something at a meeting has to first give a 6-page memo. Everybody gets to read that and then they can respond to that.
Okay, so now let me tell you what's right and what's wrong about Bezos's rule. What is wrong, let's put it that way, is that you write for a reader. Now, as you know, that the higher up you go in a company, the more paper you are subjected to. So it's kinder and it's practical if you tell the reader what you have to do in a brief way. In other words, don't tell the reader how you came to the conclusion. Tell the reader what the conclusion is and what the basic rationale for the consumer. So the one-page memo was precisely in the first paragraph. It was 5 paragraphs. First paragraph, standard. You tell the reader why you're writing this note. I'm writing this to recommend that we expand the capacity for our product because it's selling at a faster pace than we imagined, and we will soon run out of capacity. So you're telling your boss that we need a new factory or expand our factory. And so at least you've told the reader why he should read this. In the second paragraph, you tell him the rationale. Exactly what is happening, that you want this factory, that and the third paragraph is you can tell him the alternatives you've considered. Maybe we don't want to build a factory of our own. Maybe we can contract out to somebody else, outsource it, the production. And the fourth paragraph is the bottom line finances. This is what the new factory expansion will cost. This is the rate of return you'll get. This is the financial benefit to the brand. This is the total benefit to the company. Very simply, succinctly put. And in the last paragraph, what you're doing is now sign off. But if you sign off today and you're put to place for a signature, then the factory will be, the timetable, the timeline. Factory will be ready on this date and production will begin on this date, etc., etc. So there was it was actually kindness that the top management, and this could be a flaw in P&G because decisions did go up higher than sometimes they needed to. In the company I worked for, Richardson Vicks, was not as hierarchical. And so we made a lot of our decisions in India. We didn't even inform the headquarters that you were doing it, or that you certainly did not need to ask permission, that there was a lot of autonomy given. And in P&G, maybe whatever culture, it was a culture where things went up higher and higher almost to the president for many decisions. So it's partly a cultural thing, but so that's Jeff Bezos is why I don't like the 6-page memo. Write it 6-page for yourself, but then condense it to 1 page for the reader. And the second, what I liked about the Bezos idea was that I too am not in favor of PowerPoints. What I like is to have a meeting, and this again I learned from P&G, that how the top management of P&G could come to a country as complex as India for a day and run the whole business in a day. And the reason they was able to do it is because you sent in advance what we call issue sheets, that you sent them in advance, that telling them that, look, you're here in India. I want you to focus on 4 big issues, whether they're opportunities, whether they're threats, or and so on. The big picture, and you don't want the chairman of the company to be focused on small things. So these issue sheets was usually 1 page, but that's because we got used to writing 1 page, but they could be longer. Normally, you could attach a P&L to that 1 page so that you could. So I think that is a better way to run a meeting. And I like people to talk, look me in the eye, don't look at the screen when we are. And that's why when I give a talk now, I never do the sort of business school professors PowerPoint. I straight away talk to the audience and look them in the eye, and I tell them stories or whatever to make the point. So I think we should talk like human beings in a meeting rather than sort of semi-robots, which is what PowerPoint makes us into. So that sympathy I have with Jeff Bezos.
Speaking of, the corporate habits like PowerPoint, you also speak about how language plays such a part and the dangerous role of jargon. In fact, you speak about when you were posted abroad that they were writing memos to each other in a bizarre language. And at one point you speak about how your boss said that you're not expected to attend a middle management meeting because you were, quote, underinvested in experience and had a reputational deficit, stop quote. And you translated this into saying that he meant to say you're a young nobody, but instead there was this jargon. You speak about another boss who would turn nouns into verbs, and in one of his memos he told the advertising agency to language the global footprint of the Vicks brand. And, a question that I get from my writing students, for example, is that in various different contexts, whether it is in academia, whether it is in legal firms, whether it is in corporate life, that there is jargon that is actually expected of you. And how does one kind of get past that? And I just feel that all of this jargon gets in the way of clear thinking, that it is obfuscatory and it doesn't communicate, and we should strive to be as clear as possible, and so on and so forth. So how did you fight these battles? Because actually what tends to happen is, Sturgeon's law says 95% of everything is crap. So similarly, 95% of all writing is mediocre writing to this tune. And jargon is an easy resource to sound smarter than you are or to sound more substantial than you are. So how would you, A, as a writer yourself and as a company man yourself, and B, as a boss where you want your people to communicate clearly and to think clearly, how would you think about this? How would you tackle this?
Yeah. I'm totally on the same page as you are here. I'm in a way, I'm so glad I got out of the academic world, because that's where it's really difficult, because the jargon obfuscates rather than, but everywhere. It's like a death kind of language. And the ordinary way we speak day to day to each other is really so much better, clearer. And so when I started, and I followed this rule, nobody actually objected, because I was able to express what needed to be done. After all, that's the ultimate purpose of writing, is action afterwards and thinking. And so I don't know if they understood that this was the secret of it. But interestingly enough, because I didn't use jargon in my business writing, the columns came very naturally to me, because then I could communicate directly to the reader Unlike, say, an economist writing on the same thing, the economist has a difficult time to a non-economist reader because you throw in so much jargon into it. And whereas, business and economy is pretty much common sense. The whole notion of supply and demand and how prices are fixed and so on. The basic idea in business, what is it? Buy low and sell high. Now that everybody understands. And we use grand words to sort of cover it up and so on. So yes, I mean, overall, all I can say is that I didn't get into any trouble for not using jargon. People just got what I wrote was something they immediately understood, and the funny part is that my language got simpler and simpler as I grew, because you didn't need to impress anyone anymore. Take the ball and run. I mean, simple English, simple language. And so I recommend that to my. I don't teach writing, unlike you, but that's what I would teach if I were to teach is simplicity. I'd add that fourth word with clarity, simplicity. It's better to use a smaller word than a longer word, smaller sentence than a longer sentence, smaller paragraph than a longer paragraph, and a smaller article than a larger. And even now, a book that's a little bit briefer, the tendency is, this guy, it's a funny story that I'll tell you. I won't mention the name. It's not one of my favorite people, so I won't mention it. But this guy produced an autobiography of his life. And he went to the publisher. And the publisher was horrified. It was 5,000 pages, something like that. That was it. And maybe not 5,000 exactly. But it was unwieldy. It was just, they couldn't even read it. It was so long. No reader was willing to read it. In the publishing house, nobody wanted to be assigned this job. And so eventually they got a nice formula and they did 3 books out of it, dealing with 3 aspects of this person's life. He's a well-known person, and so they felt they could sell the books. And the 3 books became more focused on 3 parts of his life, etc. So that's a lesson for you. At the same time, I don't think I want to go as far as the self-help books try to do. I mean, I value Proust. Now, Proust, was 4,800 pages or something. And eventually the original stuff sold in 8 volumes or 6 volumes. But it was magical. And one of my heroes, my literary heroes. And I explore Proust in my book on desire, Karma. So there's no written rule for the reader. Clarity, I mean, the German philosophers really drove me nuts. And that's where today I would say, I'd tell every student of philosophy, German philosophy, I'm talking about Kant, Hegel, and so on. These guys were just difficult to understand. I don't think they knew. I mean, if you gave Kant a book of Hegel's, I think Kant would struggle through it, and Hegel would have struggled through Kant's book. So they were creating their own vocabulary, partly, and so on. So clarity, yes, but don't take the fact that you've got to write just the way we were talking earlier about the 1 minute video as being the answer to communication.
I remember when Proust was first translated into English by Moncrieff, I think, the title was
Scott
Remembrance of Things Past.
Yes.
And today the title is In Search of Lost Time.
Yes.
And I like the second title much, much better. Like, Remembrance of Things Past feels a little passive and whatever, but In Search of Lost Time has this other flavor to it.
Actually, in French, it is La Recherche du Temps Perdu, which is, so the second is really a literal translation of the French. Scott Moncrieff was taking his own liberties in placing it in his own sort of way. But you're absolutely right. In Search of Lost Time is so much more powerful as a title. In fact, it's almost better than the original French.
I want to come at you with a digressive question sparked by something you just said, where you spoke about Kant and Hegel and they were writing in German. That I've often observed how languages have intrinsic qualities which then determines the literature that is produced in them. For example, there are languages which are fairly minimalistic, like Japanese and Korean, and therefore Murakami, Tanizaki, Kawabata, all the great Japanese writers, or Hong Kong and Korean, have this bare minimal quality to their prose. And equally, there are other languages which are maximalist, like Urdu and Punjabi, for example, where it is almost impossible to capture that flavor, and a direct translation in English would actually seem too flowery and overblown. So therefore, my thesis is that a work produced in a language is in a sense constrained or guided by the language itself. That German in a sense is a perfect language for Kant and Hayek because the complexity of their ideas find an appropriate medium, but at the same time it does make them a little more challenging to read even in translation. So you are someone who knows many languages, you've studied Sanskrit as well. What is kind of your sense of this when you contrast these different languages? Does your mind shift modes when you move from one language to the other? And is translation even possible, or is it always an act of recreation?
Yes, very, very good, very profound questions. And I would say, to answer your first question, before translation, the first question is, and I realized this when I was posted to Latin America, and I had to learn Spanish, and I realized after I learned it that I had access to new emotions, new feelings, which English you couldn't express those feelings. And I think that's absolutely right. There are certain ways when we speak, say, if you say something in Urdu, or even Punjabi, there's a certain access to. I'll give you an example. It also sort of is a symbol of the obsessions of a culture. Now, the fact is that in Spanish, it's a black and white culture, with influence of Catholicism, the military power, and so the church, the army, and I don't know why, but it's a culture which sees every issue becomes an issue of honor, the word honor. So they have so many words for honor that other languages would not have. And honor, honra, etc., etc. Now, in India, we have so many words for God because we have many gods, but then we are fundamentally a culture which is looking inwards towards inner perfection. And so the words we have are words which immediately connect to that. So therefore, you get a sense of, yes, a language is an access to a new way of experiencing, a new way of thinking, and a new way of living. And so it's not just a translation, you see. But at the same time, I feel a great work in Russian, like Anna Karenina or War and Peace. These works are capable of being translated, and there's a universal quality about great writing that's translatable. So it's a combination of both the points that you have made, that because we are human beings, we all have certain emotions which are universal, but the subtleties and all the nuances and the subtleties languages bring out, and particularly literature. So what I found was the pleasure. Here I learned Spanish through a teacher with Berlitz. Business kind of, this guy would come and I had to go to the office, and this guy would just make sure that I could read a memo, and it was all very. But then I being me, I was very interested in this was in Mexico. I was very interested in the Mexican soul, Mexican spirit, and so on. And so I suggested to him that why don't we read a work of literature besides Berlitz together? And so he was very happy. I was the only business student that he had who had expressed an interest in reading literature, and so this great Mexican novel called Pedro Paramo is what he suggested, and we read that. And then I became more ambitious, and I wanted to read Don Quixote, which is actually not contemporary Spanish, but earlier, maybe middle Spanish, some kind. And that, of course, blew my mind. It's like finally confronting Shakespeare. I mean, English, and then there's Shakespeare. And the real genius was expressed. And what made, of course, Shakespeare special is that he was not afraid of borrowing words from every language that was there. And that's the reason why, partly, of course, it's American power in the 20th century and British power in the 19th century that made English the sort of lingua franca, to use an insulting, French don't like that. But the reality is why England, 18th century was a French century. That's where the lingua franca came. But the French failed. France failed because they had Académie Française, which decided whether the word belonged in French or not. And so, today they have a big problem, because if the French people speak like we speak English, they add English words right through their vocabulary, and they hated le weekend. The French says le weekend. And so, yes, so those are some thoughts on language, I would say.
So, I think of you in many ways as one of the last of a dying breed, and that breed is really the Renaissance man who knows a lot about everything, what Isaiah Berlin would probably call a fox, in the sense that what has happened within academia is that different disciplines have been driven more and more into silos, and economics and sociology and anthropology no longer speak to each other, whereas at one point in time they were related. It was a study of the human condition, but now they don't speak to each other. And similarly, we find that, one of my friends who is a captain of industry, as it were, today once complained to me that when he goes out with his other friends in the CXO suite, they can't talk about other things. They're not reading books, they're not watching movies, they're not interested in art. They only want to talk about either business itself, shop talk, or cricket and Bollywood in a very shallow way. And when I look at your career, you have always sort of, embodied that exhortation of Kipling when he says, "What do they of England know who only England know?" Which CLR James turned into, "What do they of cricket know who only cricket know?" So, in your case, one could say, "What do they of business know who only business know?" You knew so much else. What do they of the economy know who only the economy know? And you came at it with so many different lenses. And I want to ask you about some of these lenses. Like, yesterday we were talking about the Friday group which spoke about the economy and how Pilu Modi was a key factor. But you met Pilu Modi through the artist Pilu Puchkanwala, and you used to go to galleries. When I entered your house yesterday, you showed me the library and you were like, "There's Atul Dodia and this is Hussain from this period," and so on and so forth. So take me through some of these other interests and passions which have animated your life and animated your understanding of the world.
Well, I think, Amit, it's partly a childish curiosity. And unfortunately, we call it curiosity childish because school actually kills that curiosity, unfortunately. And that's why I was so happy that the new education policy wants to kill rote learning and replace it with inquiry-based learning. So there's more joy, more curiosity. And so it's, I think, a basic human need. I just didn't allow school to kill it. The second, I guess the big influence is what we talked yesterday about the liberal education and how by accident, I switched from engineering right very quickly after the first semester. And unlike many of my colleagues or in many of my classmates, I was interested in everything. And I really took everything pretty seriously, So when I took a course in music and Beethoven, I got really very interested in music, and I still my life is so much enriched because I listen for an hour or so every day. Try almost every day, between 7 and 8 in the evening before dinner, and listen to music, and sometimes just by itself, or sometimes my wife, we put it on gently, quietly, not loud music, but it becomes a bit of a background. But I think it's better not to make it a background, to actually listen to it. But because I've heard those pieces many times before, even having them, there's calming kind of influence. What we call in music, the andante, the slow movement. So adagio is also called. So I would say, I now consider it lucky that my life turned out that way, that I did not become what was the word? One silo in person. Whether I got out of academics before it got too late, and in a way I got out of business before it was too late. And ultimately, to be human is to have many facets, as a child has. And of course, we live in a world of specialization. And obviously, you have to get deep into any subject to really understand it or make any contribution in it. So that's what I meant about taking it seriously. And yesterday, that's what we were talking about, that whatever one does, whether it's stamp collecting or whatever, that if you take it seriously, you get a certain reward also. So it's a question of having the big picture, but also being able to get deep into whatever. The nice thing about a liberal education is that it gives you the confidence to interrogate a new area because you've had access to all those areas. I mean, I can pick up a book of psychology, Piaget or somebody, and I'll be quite comfortable trying to look for an answer there. No matter how difficult they will try to make it for a general reader. I mean, that's where I feel that in India today, there is so much anxiety about jobs. Although it's better than it was when I was growing up. Because when I was growing up, the only answer to get into the middle class was a government job. And so the private economy was not developed nor encouraged. And so jobs. But today, younger people do have more choices. Despite what their parents may push them to do, I know people who decided to become photographers, who decided to become musicians, who've decided to play roles, and that's very brave because these are, become an actor. These are, make a living is very tough, just as it is from being a writer. You unless you have a bestseller every year and a big airport bestseller, you can't really hope to make a good living. In a way, that's why I'm such a cheerleader for Ashoka University. I'm very proud to be one of the founders of Ashoka, but it's really the work of 4 or 5 individuals, especially Ashish Dhawan, who's a kind of hero. And we need many more of that. And ironically, we had, good colleges like St. Stephen's and all in Delhi, or Presidency College and the famous Christian College in Madras, Elphinstone and Xavier's in Bombay. These were liberal arts colleges to some extent, but they've been all diminished in the eyes of parents and students because it's not the passport to a great job. And America, I still has that wonderful tradition of the undergraduate. They've understood that the undergraduate years are not the years you think of for getting ready for a job that you do in a graduate school. So you go to law school or business school or medical school after you finish an undergraduate education. I think it's unique, and it's got outstanding universities that Mr. Trump today is trying to destroy. And so it's really an old-fashioned idea, liberal education. And liberal education also tends to make you a liberal.
In your book, you have this great quote about the humanities. I'll read that out and come to my next question, where you write, quote, "The humanities constitute the core of a university, teaching you that every sentence you utter is not a statement but a question. It was unbelievably exciting to debate with Socrates about the good life, interrogate Kant about what is moral and right, argue with Marx about equality, cross-examine Freud about desire. I began to ask myself, who am I? What is a flourishing life and how should one live it? I was following unconsciously my father's dictum of making a life. The liberal arts, I realized, is not about mastering content, but about learning how to reason and judge for yourself as befits a free human being." Stop quote. And I would actually argue that, when I rave about the humanities and how important a humanities education is, the caveat I ask is I believe it's no longer possible to get it from the universities because, especially in the US, they have been degraded so much. I don't think Trump is destroying them. I think over the last 20 years, they have been degraded and fallen under the sway of ideological cults. And the only way to get a humanities education today is by seeking it out yourself, by reading and writing and watching world cinema and, making the effort yourself. And at one point, much later when you wrote The Difficulty of Being Good, you speak about how the central theme of the Mahabharata is how do you live with moral balance in an arbitrary and uncertain world. And the answer there is that there are no neat answers. You have to live a life of questioning. And earlier also you spoke about keeping the curiosity alive despite school. So my question for you is, to what extent does it then have to become an act of intentionality to keep the curiosity within you around? Because in a deeply complex world, it is very easy and requires less cognitive energy to accept simple answers, which, alas, even the liberal arts universities have started giving you now, to accept simple answers and lose that spirit of questioning. And therefore, it becomes an act of individual will, if not outright individual rebellion, to keep questioning. When the simplest thing, the low energy path, is just to say that, hey, my job is this or my path is this, why should I waste my energy and my time inquiring elsewhere and therefore become an outlier? So, what is your sense of this? Because I imagine that through your life, most people around you don't have that sense of curiosity. They've allowed it to die. And yet you've been inquiring. How much is it natural to a person that they keep inquiring? And how much is an act of will that you would urge people to sort of intentionally pursue a life of knowledge?
Yeah, very good points that are making. And I remember the most creative period in American educational history was the period when people like Dewey and, the Dewey Decimal System and the people, the real inquiry was going on in Chicago and Columbia and how they came up with this idea of the great books. And about 100 great books, they decided, if you read these 100 books, you are an educated human being. And really, there are colleges still. I think St. John's College. That college, in the course of 4 years, you read these great books, and that's all that's really expected of you. Again, I take what you've just said, that it's partly worldwide, the competition. It's become much more competitive than when I was there. So it was a bit lucky. And everyone didn't have, and I mean, I had a mother and a father who gave me two different pieces of advice. And it was lucky that my father was more relaxed in this way, had a broader view of human life, and understood deep down the purpose of education. But still, when I go sometimes to Ashoka University here, it's nearby, I'm very impressed with the what they call the core curriculum. The core curriculum, everybody has to have some philosophy, some history, some literature in their core curriculum. The humanities, the social sciences, and some of the natural sciences, these, as you rightly said, grew into specializations when earlier it was at the time of the Renaissance, the Leonardo da Vinci, who was scientist also, was a great painter also. So it was one education without these silos. Now, how much is genetic, how much is conditioning? I think mostly it's conditioning. The fact is that genetically, I don't think human beings are as different as we sometimes imagine them to be. Yes, they have different capabilities, and yes, some people are brighter than others, but there's more in common between human beings and so really all of them can benefit, all the students who enter and benefit. And the nice thing about a liberal education is it allows you to realize what you like, what your where your passion lies. So I just think that my life has been enriched, and I write about many subjects. I give credit to my undergraduate liberal education for that, because it has given me the confidence to question,
But the larger question that I was coming at is that, assuming someone listening to this doesn't have access to that, maybe they've gone past their college going years, or maybe they don't have, I mean, the universities are not what they used to be in any case. If they don't have access to that, how can you, with an act of intentionality, live your life in such a way that you can still get that sort of,
Well, I think that's a very good point, because technology now, I talked about the 100 great books. And if you read these 100 great books, now, unfortunately, these 100 great books, you can't just throw a reader into and saying, now you read Plato, you read Aristotle, and you read Marx and Freud and so on. But what today the individual has access to YouTube, and on YouTube you have lectures, and you don't have to go to Harvard. You have Harvard has come to you, and so a person, as long as there's the desire to learn, it's a lot easier, and you don't have to go to the most difficult. So you can start with the easy part, and the thing about these lectures actually is that they're geared to a more of a lay audience, and rather than a professional audience. So I would say that is certainly a way. You just need the will, and how you create that will, I don't know. Certainly parents and teachers have, in that sense, let us down a bit, forcing, and they too are being forced because people need jobs, and frankly, everybody can't afford the luxury of 8 years of education after school. 4 years of what I would call of getting civilized, and 4 years of doing sort of trade school, medical school, or learning a trade. So it's a difficult one. But I believe that anyone who's curious, in fact, I would bet you that today, in many ways, the ordinary individual is better educated in many ways because of this access to information, even if it comes in a YouTube format. people who listen to your podcasts, for example. Now, yours are long, but even shorter ones. There are many shorter podcasts, and people are curious about capitalism, what it means, socialism, what it means, and so on. So the average person actually may well be better better informed today than when we all had to read books. I guess that would be my...
Jonathan Haidt once pointed out that 90% of the content we consume, despite the fact that all of the content in human history is available to us, all the great books, all the great movies, but Haidt pointed out that 90% of what we consume was produced in the last 3 days. Which is sort of a scary thought. And, let me tell you a little story. You mentioned, the 100 essential books and so on. So, my father used to be an IS officer, a great lover of books, had many thousands of books, and he had bought this set of books called Great Books of the Western World, which is a 60-volume set edited by Mortimer Adler. And Adler also had great introductory essays.
From Chicago.
And he also had great introductory essays for those and all of that. So for about 10 years before he died, he kept persuading me that you should take this, you should keep this, and it took up so much space, and it was all hardbound. And I said, no way, I'm in Bombay, that just the real estate that this will occupy is something that I can't afford, even if you give me the books for free. So I didn't. And then after he died, I had to dispose of his library, most of which I gave to, a community library in Delhi. But because he wanted me to have those, I just brought them, and they're in my home. And they're a little bit of an artifact because I don't, a lot of my reading is on Kindle. And I was just thinking that I've read many of those books between the ages of 10 to 15 and nothing since, almost. So just having it available doesn't mean that you go out there and actually consume it.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
My next question, I want to ask you about the business world itself. Like, I have always felt that the business world gets a bad rap. Nehru famously said to J.R.D. Tata, profit is a dirty word. A metaphor that I love for what business is all about is what John Stossel calls a double thank you moment, where he points out that when you go to a cafe and you ask for a coffee and the person hands you a coffee, you say thank you when you get the coffee, they say thank you when you pay for it, because you value the coffee more than the money, they value the money more than the coffee. It's a double thank you moment. It's a positive sum game, where in the traditional sort of socialist thinking, the evil capitalist is exploiting labor, but actually it's a positive sum game and is playing out that way. And what this also means is that the incentives of businessmen are pretty awesome. Their business, if they are not crony capitalists, if they are functioning in a free market, the only way they can make a profit is by making somebody else better off. In a sense, to be a social worker is the only choice that they have, which I absolutely adore. I think, profit is the best form of philanthropy. And there are echoes of this all through your work. At one point, in your memoir, you relate this incident where a writer was pretty nasty. And then you write these sentences, quote, oddly enough, I find that business people are nicer. To succeed, they have to care for their employees and their customers. Writers only need to care for themselves. Stop quote. An example of incentives. And later, when you contrast Bombay and Delhi, even though you today live in Delhi and you chose to come here, but you pick Bombay and you write that I also began to admire Bombay's people. They were nicer than Delhi's. Perhaps it was because Bombay's origins lay in commerce, unlike Delhi's feudal past. Trade taught interdependence. Everyone had a customer. Both the supplier and customer had to be happy for the transaction to go through. It had to be a win-win. No one could afford to lord it over others. Even Mr. Tata had to be nice to his customer. This is why Montesquieu called commerce gentle, soft, civilizing, leading to peace. Stop quote. And I often joke with my friends that, they'll be disparaging of malls, for example. And I'm a bit of a mall rat. I'll tell them I love malls. I love the smell of fresh commerce in the morning, as it were. Earlier, we were lamenting how many people in business and in the corporate world don't read enough, don't care about art. But at the same time, what they do itself, the business of business, is also to me noble and enriching. So I'd love your thoughts on this, that what business taught you, what values it gave you because of what it intrinsically is, which you could then take out into the wider world and in your intellectual activities.
Basically, Amit, I spent the first 30 years of my working life, from 20 to 50, in business, and from 50 to 80 as a writer. So I've had both. I've worn both hats. And I've realized that actually businessmen do get a bad rap because, for various reasons, but for reasons we discussed, I think, yesterday, which is that it's very hard for an ordinary person to understand that millions of people working for their own profit ultimately lead to elevating the whole society. That's what Adam Smith called the invisible hand, and the reality is it's invisible, and that's why a classical liberal doesn't stand a chance at the polling, at the vote. It's a ready-made formula for failure. And therefore business needs to be explained. It has to be sold. And therefore the reformers, great reformers, whether it was Margaret Thatcher or Reagan or Deng Xiaoping, they used to spend their time always selling the market. So anyway, my experience is somewhat what you've just quoted from my memoir, that there is in business person instinctively understands interdependence because he or she is dependent on another at every stage. Do you depend on someone else? First of all, the most important person is your customer. And you wouldn't exist if you didn't have a customer. And so you have to satisfy your customer. You cannot misclaim like that woman in Khan Market did with me. She was selling mangoes, and she one day sold me mangoes which she said they were expensive. I think they may be Alfonso's from Bombay or whatever, but she said they're delicious, and so I bought them, and they turned out to be bad. And so I told all my neighbors and friends about it, and they also said, well, we've had a similar kind of experience with her. And so she failed. I mean, her business, because we all went to buy we all switched to her competitor. Whether it was in Khan Market or Jorbagh Market or wherever, we switched to another shopkeeper because she had misclaimed. And so, therefore, treating the customer honestly. What business was doing is it's telling you, be honest. Similarly, a supplier, we all want to squeeze our supplier. Purchase managers, that's what they're supposed to do in a company. But we all have that temptation, because we believe business is buy low and sell high. So the lower you can get your costs, the better you are. And the thing is, if you're not fair to your supplier and give him a proper return for his investment, you suffer. You suffer because if you squeeze him too hard, you'll get a component that's substandard. And so, again, honesty pays. That fairness pays. And similarly with employees. You fill your company up with nephews and relatives and then promote them over other professionals, you'll suffer because the professionals will leave. Why should I go to IIM Ahmedabad to join an Indian company which is promoting the nephew? So it forces good behavior on the part of all the players. And I think that is an insight which is not easily understood by others, but it's easy to understand than the market, if you put it that way. And of course, people still believe that the market, that the reforms make the rich richer and the poor poorer. But what you need to understand, though, is that if you have a competitive market, the job of the state is to ensure competition. That we all agree that both monopolies are bad, that's a distortion, that's a market failure, a monopoly, and therefore how a state does it, I'm not sure, not the way monopolies and MRTP did it, but I think some countries have a good competition commission, equivalent to a competition commission, who do ensure a state of competition. Because if there's competition, then your products improve, your costs come down, your prices come down, so everybody gains. So idea being of the market making the rich richer and the poor poorer, yes, it does make the most competitive richer, but it doesn't make the poor poorer. So this notion that it's not a zero-sum game is a hard one to appreciate.
So, one of the great sentences in your book also speaks about the distinction between Bombay and Delhi,
Right.
where you write, Delhi had one CEO, Bombay had 1 lakh. And, this plays to a central insight about both business and the state, which is that top-down doesn't often work. You want to be as decentralized as possible, and this is one revelation you've spoken about throughout your career, at first Richardson Vicks and after it became Procter & Gamble, that you speak about how, initially you were at the Bombay branch, but the job really took on a life for you when you went to Surat and you were actually coordinating with people on the ground. You were going out and meeting customers. You went and met housewives and so on and got a sense of the role that Vicks Vapora plays in their lives. And you were meeting stockists and suppliers and all of that. And over time, at different points in your corporate journey, the same matter comes up that, middle management and senior management will want to centralize and run things from the top. And you were always someone more about participative management that actually, get a view from everywhere. Like on our YouTube show, Ajay and I did an episode titled From Imperial to Adaptive Firms, about a journey that many firms made in India as well, where at one point they were fairly local, and then in the 90s there was a cult of best practices and things became more central, and then again they moved in the successful ones moved in the other direction where they were more nimble and more adaptive and all of that. And this key thing is also in a sense an insight about the state. And the state, of course, is too large to be run from the top down. That always fails. That we know. But in the case of companies, it's a very interesting insight, because up to a certain size, top down works. But the bigger you get, the more you have to think in different ways and not just go by structure and hierarchy. So what were your learnings and your experiences and, your insights on this through your journey?
If you want to get, all human beings are a source of odd pieces of genius that exists, but are often not articulated. So you create an environment where you get the benefit of other people's experience. You have a richer organization. Therefore, that participative management idea is a very sensible idea. And it's really, in a way, it's a very sensible way to live also. Because I admire somebody like Fareed Zakaria, because he's always asking a question. I remember there was a party in Delhi where I was watching him, and people were interested to know about American politics, kya ho raha hai, from him. And he very cleverly used to turn the conversation around, saying, what do you think? And he was always getting other people's opinion, because, and not really wasting his time on repeating his own opinion, which is quite the opposite of many sort of Dilli wala, call them politicians, call them whoever. They're so full of themselves that they're always happy to hold forth. And what do you think, Mr. So-and-so, of this opinion? And the guy will go on and on talking. And I asked Fareed, I said, there's this degree of humility in the way you were the guest of honor at this party, and yet you were the one who was asking the questions. And he smiled and he says, well, it's good journalistic training. He said that I know what I know, but I don't know what you know. So isn't it smart on my part to spend my time, instead of wasting my time telling somebody what I know, to spend that time learning from the other person? And he says you can learn something from a taxi driver, you can learn something from a socialite at a party, you can learn something from everyone, from a child. And so I always ask somebody what their opinion is. And people are quite happy to offer their opinion. So it's in the same light that you use what would be called you create a learning organization where people have a certain humility, and that is then utilized in the form of curiosity, and then you. Now, in terms of also. The notion, there are companies that are more hierarchical than others. We talked about that. Richardson Vicks was less hierarchical. P&G was more hierarchical. And I personally feel that you don't get the optimum when all the decisions go upstairs. That's one of the problems with the Indian bureaucracy. Nobody willing to make a decision on his own pushes it up to the top, and so everything goes up to the Prime Minister. And so it's just not very efficient to do something like that, to run a country in that way where you push all the decisions on top. One, you've got to learn to trust the people below you. Two, they should be knowledgeable enough to make decisions. And that's devolution of authority. And this goes all the way to how the relationship is between the center and the states and the municipalities or the panchayats, that you push money and decision making down below at the lowest level of competence, delegation. And so what makes the whole thing interesting also is society. If you have a hierarchical society where, as I call Delhi a hierarchical society, one CEO, and everybody wants to know who's close to that person, to that CEO, and therefore, are you a cabinet secretary, or are you a finance secretary, or whatever, but there's one secretary for each department. And so everything is like a vertical pyramid. And also then society, the signal that gives to society is this is how society is structured in a hierarchical way. The business is the opposite, because there are many companies, there are many CEOs. Anyone who employs 5 people is also a CEO, and employs 5 million people is also a CEO. And so it gives people freedom to move. And you don't have this hierarchy because everybody can be a CEO practically. And so therefore the temper of society is also, people are nicer because you're not, they don't ask you, and where do you live? Which is the first question they ask you in Delhi, because that decides, you live in Lutyens, Delhi, or do you live in the NDMC portion or the MCD portion, and how far are you from South Delhi, etc. Of course, there'll always be enclaves of privilege and power in any city, because rich people don't want poor people too near them. And so, and that's why I feel actually Delhi personality is that personality, and why I say Delhi people are not as nice as Bombay people, because they have that hierarchy inside them. Whereas in Bombay, you don't have that hierarchy. Your neighbor could be a CEO, could be a CFO, could be a middle executive, and you meet as human beings. And power and position are not central to your relationship. So I think of, for what's best thing that's happened to Delhi is Gurgaon. A commercial city has come, which is the vibrant part of Delhi now. That every son or daughter of a Delhi 3 person who's contemptuous of business, their children want to be in Gurgaon because they see that as the future, their better jobs, more money, and certainly a more open society. So it goes to all the values, the liberal values that we spoke about, and why the liberal society also is superior, because it's not a hierarchical. Conservative societies tend to be hierarchical rather than liberal societies. So that would be my observation on that.
I'd done an episode with Montek Singh Ahluwalia where he gave me this delightful anecdote that illustrates what you just said about the city of hierarchy. Where he said that when he first came to Delhi, B.G. Deshmukh, who was then the principal secretary, told Montek as they were having tea, कि Montek, Delhi ऐसा शहर है जहाँ कप बदलते हैं लेकिन चमचे नहीं. So, which illustrates that. I want to ask you a question about firms that you're possibly in a better position to answer than almost anyone because of the long period of time that you've seen the corporate world, both from the inside and the outside. Now, firms evolved for a reason. Ronald Coase has this great paper on transaction costs and, why a firm is a completely logical structure to evolve the way it did. But in modern times, a lot of those reasons almost seem to change or even vanish, and the old ways in which firms were structured no longer seem to apply. For example, transaction costs themselves have changed. The gig economy enabled by technology gives you a whole new way of doing things. I think we also will eventually move past the paradigm where the notion of work is that there is a workplace, there is an office building, there are cubicles, people go there 9 to 5. That is also changing for all kinds of reasons, again enabled by technology, as it were, and
technology and COVID.
Technology and COVID. And one of the other realizations that we learn is that a kind of top-down planned economy approach only works in a firm of a certain size. When they get bigger than that, then you also need to think about how to do the kind of participative management you spoke about and the kind of decentralization, and perhaps bring that principle of subsidiarity, that whatever, which is a principle in government, that whatever can be done should be done at the most local level possible, which is why, drainage and where to build a bridge should happen at the level of a town or a city, but foreign affairs should happen at the level of the state. And in certain ways, there's innovative thinking on firms beginning to emerge as well, where one thinks about how should big firms be structured? How can big companies stop themselves from getting ossified? How do you fix those incentives? So, in your lifetime, how have you seen the thinking on firms evolve? Because it would always be a conventional wisdom, and conventional wisdom gets overturned or thrown away only with a lag, that the world changes and then people figure out that, oh, the world has changed. So, how do you think about the changing shape of the world and how that impacts the changing shape of firms and of business itself?
Talking about how circumstances force change is the example. I don't know whether we talked yesterday about the East India Company. We didn't. Well, the East India Company is really the model of the first multinational corporation. That if the boss in the East India Company in London wrote a letter to his subordinate who was in India, it took months for that letter to reach. And if that poor guy diligently replied the same day, it would take months before answer came. Meantime, like 6 months or 9 months, depending on the monsoon winds, how long the ship took to get there. But so it was humbling in a way that you can't just order somebody to do it, because in that period of 9 months, they may have won a battle. They may have acquired Bengal, and suddenly they were a state, the company. Well, the point though is that what was humbling, that to learn from that experience for them, was the importance of delegation. And so you now, of course, the opposite has happened. With email, you can reach the guy, or with WhatsApp, reach him, and with the phone, you can do it instantly. So the same constraints are not there, but good habits were learnt in that process. That the distance made you, first of all, conscious to make sure that you had people on the ground who were really experienced and competent. And you really, it became the way Marwadis or the business communities run. They give enormous amount of freedom to whether it's their children or whoever, to run the business. And so it's you make them owners in a way, make them behave like owners rather than employees. And that's where the notion of stock options also came, to make people feel like owners. So I give that example of the of the East India Company because most of us don't realize. We think of it as all about how a company became a state and all these kind of connotations. But we don't realize the impact it had actually on the organization of business. So the fact is now it's very easy to centralize because communications are so, you can do a Zoom call, communications are so good. But what we need to remember though is, and there are managers who are top down by instinct. They're control freaks, and so that style of management, command and control as it's called, the sort of army type of organization, you need really I'm answering the question in what it should be rather than what it is, because I think it's in transition, varying from company to company. But what I'm getting at is the value of the head office is that there's a repository of knowledge about the business. And so smart companies take advantage, and they do it in a very interesting way. Where, I mean, I'll just tell you, in P&G, what suddenly it hit them, this top-down approach was not the best one. Richardson Vicks taught them something, that you needed to let go of this command structure. And it was a tri-state company. People hadn't even been to New York in that company. They were very happy to be in Ohio and and operate in the 3 states around it. So the point I was trying to make was that a good multinational company realizes that knowledge resides in each subsidiary related to each success. And so, and I was made one of the, and they created this notion of the category manager. Not only the general manager of each country, but they had at headquarters managing directors for the various categories, whether it's laundry, health and beauty, and so on, different spheres of business where expertise lay. And the success of that, we called it, and this was partly, I was participating in this because the company was transitioning from being a local company to a global company, was the notion of search and reapply. Meaning, my job as being head of healthcare or healthcare in P&G at that time was globally, what were the insights on our brands that we had got in the past few years from Mexico, from India, from Tunisia, from Venezuela, and some great, in the beauty care business, it was really countries like Taiwan that were at the cutting edge, where Pantene, success of Pantene was created. Yeah. So, at that point in time, in the early 90s, the success had been in 2 categories. One was Pantene was a name that came through Richardson Vicks for the company, although Richardson Vicks had never made the shampoo, but they had the brand name, and also it came in the category. In America, there was a brand called Whisper, which is now in Whisper here, but there was called Always. They couldn't get Always in Japan, I think, where the first test was, and they had to have another name, and they called it Whisper. And this product has become a global success after that. But what I'm saying is that in each category, there was real wisdom. Some country, small, big, they were finding successes, but nobody knew about it unless you start digging. So that was the role of the category manager, was to find the nuggets. And like when I went to Germany, I told the Germans, I said, look, you guys are trying to solve the problem that's already been solved in Venezuela for Head and Shoulders shampoo. And the arrogant German company said, one manager said, where the hell is Venezuela? I mean, we are Germany. And so one had to realize that, so this was the training that, and so what we did was we created an incentive system whereby those managers who got ideas from somewhere else and reapplied them won more brownie points than those who invented new ideas. Because this earlier, and probably still is, that if you are an inventor, by God, you are the hero. Here we said, and so what funny thing that happened was, because of this inventive system, that even if somebody in Germany invented a new idea, he to get his brownie points, he would say, I got this idea from Timbuktu and I reapplied it. So it was really terrific that the word I, people's egos slowly diminished because they had to give credit to somebody else. And so it became a nicer place to work. When people don't give elevator speeches, don't tell you how great they are, because a highly global multinational is a very competitive business. Inner competition is very great. So that, I think, is an important insight. And I know that Citibank, for example, I was chair of Citibank India when I learned that the advisory board of Citibank, that they too had this idea of best practices. So, and how do you harness these best practices? The point is, the purpose of headquarters is to become as it were, a collection of best practices, which the headquarters manager, my job was to disseminate these. Every week, every month, a new thing had been learned. And I made sure that the brand manager of Head and Shoulders, we had brand managers of Head and Shoulders in 40 countries. And that brand manager got the message that this is a breakthrough and you should try it you should apply it in your geography. So this is an example of, also in the spirit of what I was saying about Fareed Zakaria, it creates a sense of humility in people. It creates a sense of that good ideas come from everywhere. And it could be a small person in a big company, a big person in a small company, and who comes up with this big idea. And search and reapply was an idea. And it had the lovely side effect of shrinking egos in the companies.
I love this fact that this character trait of humility is coming about because you changed the incentives through the whole search and reapply thing. Can you think of more examples of this?
Not immediately, but maybe.
Because typically, in a pyramidical hierarchical situation, you would imagine that the incentives are towards cutthroat, competitiveness, schmoozing your bosses. All the wrong incentives come about. And this is a great way where you foster cooperation instead of competition and, bring the ego down a bit. And so if you are to think aloud, what are the other sort of ways in which something like this is possible? Because ultimately people respond to incentives. So
I can only think about it in a much more pedestrian way in all human interaction. That human interaction is ultimately, as Harari tells us, it's all about collaboration. And that's what the unique human trait is, to be able to collaborate, and particularly over larger numbers. And the big ego is not a very good, it is not very helpful. And therefore, teamwork has become, a way that modern business is structured in terms of teams. In fact, you're not talking to a person, you're talking to a team, always in the sign team marketing in this, or team Head and Shoulders. In teamwork, you need you need much more of a horizontal structure. You don't need big egos. And so the teams that are most successful are the ones where people learn to diminish their egos and learn to collaborate. I remember in a Swiss company, a drug company, where they used to say that Indians don't have a reputation of being great team players. They're and not just ego. Their mind is, they've got a sharp mind, and sometimes it's not. It's just they want to make the point. They've got a new idea, and they want to make a point. So the wisdom in that company was that if you want to create a team which is a political reason, in order to put the project aside and not proceed, not make a decision. Sometimes you create a team so that you can delay a decision. And so they used to always say in the Swiss company, you put two Indian managers in a team and they'll argue to death what is being discussed. And so you'll never get to the point of action. And it was a joke, but it also reflects on the argumentative Indian, and so that's another aspect of it all. The notion of humility, as we discussed yesterday, the self is a very central problem of living. How much of that ego, because you need the ego for ambition, you need the ego for action, you need to conquer also in the world. But at the same time, in a large company, the persons who are rewarded very often are persons who are quiet doers. And smart companies don't get impressed by big talk. They want big results, and they differentiate. There are people who are very successful in a meeting because they are very articulate. And that's very seductive to everybody sitting around, because that person's contributing so many ideas in a minute. But ultimately, there's a difference between great ideas and execution and delivering results. And so the quiet person who smiles and doesn't talk big but gets the job done is ultimately the winner. Not in every company, mind you, but in smart companies. They go by execution. They go by results, and not just by smart talk or, That's one of the lessons that I have learned in my association. But I can tell you, just as many companies get seduced by big talk. And you need that too, because you need ideas. But great companies, everyone can have a great idea, but very few can execute them. So the great companies are built on execution.
In your book, you referred to Marquez's quote about how we all have three selves: the public self, the private self, and the secret self. And at the time you mentioned this quote in, I think, one of the early chapters, you were in business, so you speak about how your public self was a corporate self, your private self was a writer, and your secret self had all this other stuff, the second bird, as it were, the doubting, the introspection, the questioning. I want to now shift to that part of your life where the private self of the earlier life, the writer, now becomes a public self. perhaps driven by the secret self, the one who is thinking about the state of the world and about the state of the self. So take me through that part of your journey where you got disillusioned with corporate life. Like, you have a very powerful chapter in your book about how you were in Mexico and you were feeling a little low one day because you had invited a bunch of people to a farewell party and none of them turned up, and you were just wondering, what am I doing selling shampoo in Mexico? You gave it as an example of the absurd, in fact. And it seems that there was almost a midlife crisis brewing here. But take me through how gradually you moved to that state where you said that, man, I've done it. Like, you've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, as it were. You were at the top of the corporate world and you chose to leave. So take me through that journey and how that came to be.
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned the quote from Marquez, who talks about the three selves. And everyone, frankly, has those three selves. And we don't like the idea of human beings having a secret life. But it's very important for a human being to have a secret life. There must be something that is not public. There must be something that's the notion of having secret thoughts and all that, people say, oh my God. Especially open societies like first what America spawned. So I think the secret self that you very astutely picked up in my story is the observer of consciousness, explorer of consciousness. And I think a lot of people just pause once in a while and they just say, what the hell? Is this what life is all about? Selling a few more cases of Pampers or Vicks or whatever. And I think all of us have that unnerving feeling, and all of us finally come to terms with it, sleep and wake up the next morning and go to work and get busy doing what we've been doing. In my case, I guess I realized early on that there were limitations to a business life. No matter what you're selling, there are limitations to it because the world is big. And one of the things that triggered in my case in Mexico, this sort of a crisis, as you put it, and it was actually triggered off the fact that here we had met so many, I'd taken the trouble to meet people who were thinking people who could tell me about the Mexican soul. So people like Octavio Paz and Hector Azar, who actually, my play Mira was performed in Spanish in Mexico, translated into Spanish. And so there were a lot of people like that. There was a guy who worked for Time magazine and who was really clued in on what was happening. So I valued such people. And so these people had invited me over at various times. So here was a party and we are saying goodbye to Mexico, and we said we'd have a farewell. And the fact is nobody showed up. Not one. My wife had slogged for 2 days cooking a really nice Nepali Indian meal. And nobody showed up. And then I remembered something that an American housewife living there, of maybe one of the executives, told me that whenever you have a dinner party, make sure you don't just invite Mexicans, that you invite some other people, because Mexicans' approach to fiesta is perhaps different. And they don't think of it as insulting if you don't come. They think of it as a party and you go and you... I don't know, whatever it is, but it was devastating for both of us and made one look inwards, forced one to look into the inwards and the life, and was this what one was about. I guess when you're unhappy in this way, you do that. And so, and by the way, it wasn't shampoo I was selling, it was throat drops in Mexico in this particular case. But there were big things happening. The first time when we were in Mexico was the emergency. Indira Gandhi had declared an emergency. And we were about to lose our democracy, lose our freedom. And I said, good God, man, what am I doing in Mexico selling throat drops when the country is burning? So those are the things that come to your mind when sometimes you're faced with adversity. But this became, as you know from reading the book, that this was a pattern, a habitual pattern of the second bird constantly asking the acting bird, the witness bird, asking the acting bird, what the hell are you doing? And so it eventually got to the point where when I was transferred to the world headquarters as managing director for strategic planning, first of all, the headquarters culture was a bureaucratic culture, that everywhere it is. I mean, you're used to conquering armies every day in the local market. And so we were used to how we had turned around Vicks to Ayurvedic, and we had come up with a very nifty proposition for Ariel detergent, in which got even levers who had been the kings with surf a bit worried. Those were the conquests. And so it was the bureaucracy, but also the fact that one morning, as I was driving to the office in my car, I put on the radio, and it was a commute of 35-minute commute, and I turned on to the NPR, the National Public Radio station, which said that the reforms in India were in trouble. So this is 94, something 94, yeah. And the reason they were in trouble is because, one, the Congress party was trying to distance itself from Narasimha Rao. And also they were in trouble because the left wing of the Congress party had never accepted the reforms in the market. And they were very vociferous. And they were creating problems. And they were blaming Narasimha Rao for Ayodhya and other things that had happened. And frankly, since nobody had bothered to sell the reforms, Manmohan Singh, they had not sold them to their own party. You know, that's that chapter in India Unbound called The Golden Summer of 1991 lists it all. That Narasimha Rao was not Deng Xiaoping. In my eyes, he had been Deng Xiaoping, the great reformer. He wasn't. Well, I mean, he had the right instincts. He had the right person, Manmohan Singh there, to do it. And Chidambaram in the Commerce Ministry, to do it. But nobody had the guts, because they didn't want Nehru and Indira Gandhi to look bad. That the license Raj was not the right way to go. So we were reforming by stealth. And so the reforms were in trouble, and I got very scared. And in fact, I had met Manmohan Singh, and he was a junior guy at that time. I think he was not... And so I struck up a chord with him because, I mean, in India, when you were in business in the 1980s, the state still loomed large. You had to go to Delhi for all kinds of permissions. So in one of those, I met him in the corridor introduced by somebody, and I got to know him. And we had sort of kept up in a way, and he was suddenly finance minister. And so I actually shot off a telegram to him asking him what the hell's going on. I mean, I didn't use those words, but basically saying that why isn't somebody defending the reforms? Why is NPR radio saying the reforms might get reversed? And what a tragedy that would be. And so, I mean, Manmohan Singh knew that I was in America. He also knew that I'd started writing occasional articles in the papers, and Times of India was one of the papers. And he shot back. I mean, he didn't have to reply, but he replied to say, you come back and help us sell the reforms. That was the way, I mean, the tenor of his reply. And so I had a good reason to come back. And of course, as I explained to you, I had to sit down with my wife with an Excel sheet. She was horrified at first, where did the salary come from? And I had to explain that our big expenses now, the children were at the university and they were either graduating or they were starting work. And so we had big expenses were done, and we had savings, we had a nest egg, even though we had spent only a few years at headquarters. But at that level in the company, when you're a vice president and so on, you get stock options and you get, your compensation's pretty good. So we'd saved in a few years quite a bit. And so I said that even after taxes, we had a good nest egg, and so we could afford to do it. And so she was a good sport, and so she agreed, and I came back. And that was the big break. But it was as much as a self-exploration, the secret life, the third life of Marquez, that drove that decision. The trigger may have been the reform things, and in fact it was quite dramatic, because that day I was chairing a global meeting of managers. I think I was actually there was another manager who was in charge of Pampers worldwide. And he couldn't be there. So he'd asked me if I could chair that meeting for him. So here were all these different people from around the world who had come. From the R&D people said, these are the improvements we are making in Pampers. Europe said, we are actually doing this. And this is in that same spirit of search and reapply, that everybody was sharing success stories and failures. And so I was there chairing this meeting, but I was also looking out the window and saying, here I am, and this guy is talking about how well Pampers is doing in Belgium. And I said, and India is on fire. And does it make sense for an adult, after 30 years of working, to be worried about Pampers in Belgium? And there's a bigger world outside. And so that was, in a way, the irony that looking out the sky and reflecting, and this is the sort of the examined life, that struggle for giving purpose that runs through the book as a theme of the book. And so I came back. We came back, and I don't know whether you remember the first the first impression as we are going from Palam Airport to the city. What I'm struck with at the airport are how many people of brown skin. Everybody's got brown skin. And here I was in Cincinnati, Ohio, where mostly people were white, but occasional few blacks. So it was just nice to be amongst people who looked like you, and so it was a new life a new life without a 9-to-5 routine, but quick realization after a few days that I had to create a routine if I wanted to live in any purposive way, and then started writing, started interviewing people, meeting. First of all, it began with the reforms, with the meeting Narasimha Rao, Montek, Rakesh Mohan, all the people, Ashok Desai, all the people who had been involved, and all facilitated by the principal secretary of Narasimha Rao, who I actually give a lot of credit to for having implemented the reforms.
This is Amarnath Verma.
Amarnath Verma, yeah. Amarnath Verma to me was a doer. He had that Thursday committee meeting in which nobody was allowed to leave. You were not allowed to be absent, and you were not. He was a terror, Montek says, and you had to show up, and then you couldn't even go to the bathroom. You had to be there for 1 hour, and he had a very structured way that he would define the purpose of the meeting, and each meeting was meant to end with a reform, and whether it was opening the skies to competition, breaking the monopoly of Air India and Indian Airlines, and each ministry made a presentation, different one for different Thursday, and how he summarized the meeting at the end, wrote the minutes, took them to the Prime Minister, got his signature, called a cabinet meeting for that Thursday evening, and by 7 o'clock there was a press note ready, and how Fridays was Diwali. Every Friday, you read the Economic Times of every Friday in that period, and you see a new reform has been announced. And Verma was the doer in that, and it needed a person, because Narasimha Rao was a bit of an intellectual and a thinker, and not one who pushed his personality forward, and also not one to really disagree with public. And how he said, well, when I met him, that I am a disciple of socialism and Jawaharlal Nehru, etc., etc. But I said, you're undoing socialism. He says, no, we are strengthening socialism by bringing accountability to the economy. Very good answer. And they had to, when that July 24th, I think, of 1991, when the Manmohan Singh announced the new policy, the new industrial policy, how every paragraph had a beginning with something from a quote from Nehru or Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi or Indira Gandhi, to show the importance of liberalization also. They found a quote, And they didn't have Google and Chat GPT, but they were able to manage. Anyway, that was the way that all happened, actually. But overall, it just kind of was typical of the temper. In my case, it was a certain. But it shows you that the importance of the other bird, the second bird, the importance of that secret life, the exploring of the consciousness, trying to figure out who you are and what you're meant to do, and a realization that there is no answer. In other words, there's no God-given purpose. The earth, that there's no meaning, that you create your own meaning. You create your purpose.
It's kind of sad that the reforms had to happen by stealth, and it also speaks to the disgustingly feudal nature of the Congress party, that they had to pay allegiance to these earlier leaders, even though, they were doing just the opposite. And I've had many episodes of The Seen and the Unseen on the reforms, and episodes of Everything is Everything. I'll link them all from the show notes. But one particular nugget I just remembered from what he was saying was when Naushad Forbes was on my show, and he speaks of this meeting where all the top industrialists were called to meet Manmohan Singh, and Manmohan presented their ideas before him, and Naushad expressed enthusiastic support. And after the meeting, Manmohan took him aside and said that, listen, everything that you said inside this meeting, I want you to say it outside as well. The same thing that he said to you. And I've heard so many stories about how, people like Montek Singh Ahluwalia and Vijay Kelkar all came back to India in the same way as you did, that Manmohan told them that come back, work here, get the job done. Before I double click on this aspect of your life, which I want to do, the 90s, the reforms, India Unbound itself, before I get there, I'll take a digressive question, since we spoke about the secret life, and ask you more about that secret life. Like, it strikes me that not just in this aspect of caring about India and caring about the Indian economy and India's poor, not just in this aspect, but other aspects also, what would have been part of your secret life actually came out and became part of your public life. In the sense, I would imagine that both the books, The Difficulty of Being Good about Morality and Karma, the Riddle of Desire about Desire, would have emerged from concerns that came from that second bird within you, would have been part of your secret life, where you struggle with your own questions about what is right and what is wrong, where you struggle with your own questions of, are my desires legitimate? Should I feel guilty for feeling this way? But the difference is that they don't stay unexamined secrets. The unexamined life is not worth living, but they don't stay a secret, but they kind of come out, because in different ways they become part of your private life where you write about them, and then your public life where the books come out. So take me through that, because most of us don't do that. Like, I would be very scared internally of even sitting privately and examining those secret aspects of me. It is better not to think about them. So, what's your approach and your journey?
It's sometimes, a lot of things happen with serendipity. But before I answer your question, I want to just complete the thought which we had before, which was that when Manmohan Singh said, now you come back and sell the reforms, is then exactly what I did. I interviewed all these people who were players in the reforms, wrote articles in the Times, and they were sufficiently fresh in their approach that Times did offer me, over time, a column. And that Sunday column, which lasted for 25 years, that Sunday column, it was every other Sunday. That column was in many ways doing the job that Narasimha Rao and Manmohan Singh and all should have been doing, which was to sell the reforms, sell the market, and so on. So I did that, but I did it not in a way that I met Manmohan Singh when I came back, interviewed him, etc. He did ask, do you want a job of some kind in the government? And I said, no, I'll be quite happy to do what you said, which was to write. And I wanted a larger canvas. I didn't want to just work for the government and defend every policy of the government. I wanted to be able to criticize the government too. So that's the last thing. I mean, I was going to become a journalist. And so just to complete that thought.
I'll come back to that phase of your life also.
Yeah. So this point you raised is a very good one, that those interviews led to the columns, and those columns also made me realize, and it was really partly I should thank Nainan, who gave me the opportunity to go around the country. He was the one who suggested. It was his assistant and he was at that time also editor of Business World. And so they said, now, we've read what you've written. Why don't you go around the country and tell us how the country is changing because of the reforms? So it was a golden opportunity to travel and to write. And over a 6-month period after travel, I wrote a long piece which was published as a cover story in Business Standard called "A Million Reformers." That's what it was called, because it's a story of entrepreneurship blooming in the country. So there were a lot of feel-good stories, and a story about this young boy Raju and how he wanted to one day run a computer company. He was a child boy and he was taking lessons in computers and so on. And that eventually that became India Unbound. That book and that article and those articles and those travels led to this book. And the idea of the book actually was planted by this assistant of Nainan's, that you can actually, do travel and do the books. And so after India Unbound I saw, by then, we are talking about, it came in 2000, and international editions appeared in 2002, and it got a nice fat advance, which was rare for an Indian non-fiction work. And Knopf, very respected publisher in the United States, published it there. And I went on a book tour, etc., etc. So all the fun of it. But, and in fact, India, I was the first one, it was the first book that predicted the economic rise of India. And at that time, the naysayers were saying this guy is smoking, he's he's too much of an optimist. But India was beginning to oblige and you could see immediately the companies were becoming more competitive, the economy was growing, and despite the Asian crisis when things slowed down, but overall, my God, from a company, from being bankrupt and being the Hindu rate of growth, we suddenly become the second fastest growing economy in the world next to China. And so I see prosperity spreading, but I also see too much, I guess, in other words, I see that corruption is still pervasive. Moral failure is pervasive. Governance failures are pervasive. Because unlike in the UK, where they also, Margaret Thatcher, we think of her as an economic reformer, but she reformed the state in the UK. And also, Deng Xiaoping changed the incentive system of the bureaucracy. In fact, making it a lot more accountable, much more devolution of authority, more delegating, more independent at the lower levels. So all that didn't happen because we didn't sell the reforms to even the bureaucracy. We didn't sell it. They didn't sell it to their own party. They didn't sell it to the bureaucracy. They didn't sell it to the people. And so anyway, but governance failures were bothering me. And I was particularly interested in education. And it was really heartbreaking to read the report that came out of that group, that chap from Harvard, who was a report. This is when one grows old, you forget these crucial names. But it's a guy who won the Nobel Prize even later, not for this, but for Michael Kramer. And there were other very distinguished people in that team. And I think Karthik Muralidharan was one of them. But basically that 1 out of 4 teachers was absent. And 1 out of 2 who was present was not teaching. And this was the state of primary education. And you could see also what the UGC Raj, the lack of autonomy that existed in higher education. And you could see the Asar reports beginning to come out and showing the fact that half the kids in class 5 couldn't read a paragraph from a class 3 text. All that. So that really was weighing on me. And also, so I said, yes, Artha. Artha is all about material well-being, and prosperity is spreading, and looks like I had said 7%, India couldn't grow at 8. Even in my book, I said that we should aim, if we succeed at 7.5, and we've done, over 30 years, we've had 6.5, which is damn good for a democracy. So the reforms have delivered in the one sense, economically. Of course, they haven't solved the key problem of jobs, and because we haven't had an industrial revolution. But nevertheless, things were buzzing. But the problem of corruption of the state then made me return to the notion of dharma. And is dharma the result of moral failure, or is it the result of governance failure? And also I suddenly realized that here I knew the Western canon, having had that liberal education at Harvard. But I hadn't read the big classics of India, the Mahabharata, the Arthashastra, Dharma Shastras, the Kama Sutra, and so on. So I said, I should do that. And I said, there's a luxury of being able to make a decision. I don't have to ask a boss. And so when I said, I'd heard from people that the Mahabharata was obsessed with dharma. And so Mahabharata would be a good place to start. And so it was one day. So I was debating, should I go to Banaras to read these? Should it be Pandit or something that I could read these texts with? Or where? And I meet Raman. This is A.K. Ramanujan, who was the professor. And he said, I told him, I met him at Lodi Garden. Somebody introduced me, and we chatted for a bit. And I told him my dilemma. I wanted to read the Mahabharata. He said, the Regenstein Library at the University of Chicago. That's the place to be if you're to answer your questions. Because he said the Pandits will take you back into the glory of the past. Whereas you want to bring the Mahabharata to the 21st century. The way you're talking, he said. And I told him why I'm interested in the Mahabharata. Because I want to know about governance and Dharma Shastra and the Raj Dharma. And so I want to read the Arthashastra, I want to read these types. And Shanti Parva section in Mahabharata is about Raj Dharma. So that's how that whole quest began. and the difficulty of being Buddha emerged, I guess, from 2002, 2003, 2009, 6 years later, it was published, The Difficulty of Being Good, which was the result of all this. And it was at Chicago, but partly also I was by then, India Unbound had become a bit of a success and people had got to know. So I was invited to University of Texas, Austin by Patrick Olivelle and others. So I spent time at a few other campuses, and that's where this book came out. And it took a while for the book to take shape, but I never imagined, and I don't think anybody imagined, that it would have the kind of impact that it did. Partly, I think it's a tribute to the Mahabharata, because Indians are obsessed with Mahabharata. But also, nobody had quite treated Mahabharata in this way, where they looked at them from a semi-philosophical point of view, from the moral emotions, and how Duryodhana represents envy, and what does that teach us about living our lives, and how Karna teaches us about status anxiety, and what that teaches us about our lives, and what is it, and Draupadi's courage, and Yudhishthir's, who's instinctively, I think the Yudhishthir's character has definitely been influenced by the Buddha, and how he's instinctively Kantian in his moral sense, rather than utilitarian. And so that's really, and then of course...
I mean, the lie about Ashwatthama the elephant is kind of utilitarian and not Kantian, right?
Yes, but I think there you're absolutely right. The Yudhishthir changes, when he presses the button, he's the one who pressed the button to go to war. He's the eldest son. Because Karna refused to join the Pandavas. Krishna went to plead with him, and then Kunti went to plead with him. And then he told Kunti, your mother is not the one who gives birth to you, but the one who raises you, where you grow up. That's your real home. And the Yudhishthir becomes, once he presses the button to go to war, and this is just before the Gita begins, and Yudhishthir then becomes much more pragmatic. That the earlier Yudhishthir in the forest, when Draupadi goes to Yudhishthir in the forest and says, let's go back and collect an army, we are still popular, and let's get our kingdom back. And Yudhishthir tells her, but I've given my word. I mean, that's like turning the other cheek, and she thinks, this guy, what's he, a coward or what? Given my word to whom? A crook? That's when the first time the Mahabharata mentions, when she says, but for God's sakes, the game of dice was rigged. It was not a fair game. So what is your word? She doesn't articulate all this, but you could tell that that's the hovering question at that moment. So Yudhishthir changes. And when it's Udyog Parva, he becomes a ruler. And that time he presses the button, gives the thing to go to war. And then you have to win the war. And of course the advice that Krishna gives is pretty dicey advice, It's not exactly, but then exactly, the utilitarianism takes over and realism takes over. However, I've often thought that if the charioteer of Arjuna in the Gita, if the charioteer had been, first think what if the charioteer had been the Buddha, what advice he would have given. But what if the charioteer had been Kautilya or Chanakya? And they might have just told him to advise to Arjun would have been, look, take down the top leadership. Take down the Duryodhan, Dushasan, Shakuni, a few of these warmongers, and there won't be a Mahabharat. There won't be a war. And that's something I think about now, because we have now reached that point where you have these, in the invasion of, even in this Sindoor operation, there wasn't tanks going and, military. You didn't need armies, and you didn't have collateral damage of the kind we're used to in war. Especially when the invasion took place of Israel invaded Iran a few months ago. In the first couple of days, they took down the whole military high command and the key scientists, and they did it so cleanly. I don't know whether you saw the video where this missile comes, as a drone or a missile. It comes and it goes into the house, the corner house of the general, and only he's there. Nobody else is in the room, and it hits him. And even the neighbors in the building, and there are 250 apartments or whatever, nobody knows. Nobody is hurt. And I think the future of warfare, frankly, this is a positive quality that, in other words, why not have hit squads instead of armies and air forces and navies? Imagine what you'd save in defense budgets around the world. And if you had, for example, in the Mahabharata, Amit, everybody dies in the end. The Pandavas have to rule over an empty kingdom of widows, because all men are dead. So here, what I'm saying is, and imagine in the Second World War, 50 million people died, plus 5 million Jews who were gassed. And after the invasion of Poland, everybody knew what Hitler was up to. That's the time Allies should have said, why not just take down Hitler and maybe Himmler, Goebbels, and Goering, a few of the bad guys? You may not have had a Second World War.
I think neither the Pandavas nor the Allies had that kind of technology available to them. But by the way, on my show, Everything is Everything, we have an episode on the future of warfare. So I'll send it to you. You might be very interested in that.
Yeah, I'm interested because it seems to me, because I'm working on this book, an AI book on the Gita, I'm questioning also. This book is, what's going to make this book interesting is the thought games that I'm going to play. And thought games like, what if the charioteer was Buddha? What if the charioteer was Kautilya? And what would it mean? So it just strikes me that Mossad has perfected the hit squad, but it's not technology. In those days, we're talking about the past. Hitler, to take down, if you had a really determined hit squad with a poisoner who'd go and poison the food, etc. A bunch of truly accomplished people who expected to earn millions in the process. This bunch of people could have, and actually in terms of policy for the future, whether we really do, there are moral issues obviously involved in this targeted assassination. This is something that people have thought about. But I'm writing this chapter, so I am actually looking at the future of war, and wondering whether, because my education also, Kant was one of my, and he wrote a book called Perpetual Peace. And that was the inspiration. Perpetual Peace was inspiration behind the League of Nations, behind the creation of United Nations, and behind the creation of the European Community. At least the European Community has had no war for 50 years between the states. Otherwise, every year there was a war in Europe. So that's at least achieved it. So there are, there's a philosophical interest in this whole question. Not because I'm a pacifist. We all are pacifists in that sense. There are conditions, and that's why Yudhishthir has to drop that mask of pacifism and become a realistic leader. But anyway, you raised the question of utilitarianism and.
So there's a story about how John Maynard Keynes and Frederick Hayek were once sitting together and they started reading the Mahabharata. And then Hayek asked Keynes that, they're going to go to war. What do you think will happen? So here I ask you, sir, what would Keynes' answer have been?
I'd be actually interested to know about this conversation.
Let me finish the joke. Keynes' answer would have been, in the long run, they're all dead. But please continue.
Okay, so it's a joke. Because, frankly, one of the most interesting things about the Gita is that the Gita went global in the 19th century. And it was discovered after the first translation by Charles Wilkins, with a foreword by Warren Hastings. And it was published by the East India Company as a way to win over sort of the Indians to their rule. But it had a huge impact. The Transcendentalists in America, Emerson, Thoreau, plus people like T.S. Eliot, literary people, and then the German Romantics all took to it. And the very interesting thing is that ultimately, and then the Theosophists towards the end of the 19th century. And the interesting thing is that the discovery of the Gita abroad had an impact on our nationalist movement, because our guys, Gandhi discovers the Gita not through a Gujarati translation, but through English translation. And his whole conversion to ahimsa. Look, it's not a book about ahimsa. Gandhi took that reading of ahimsa from the Theosophists. But Himmler also quoted from the Gita. I don't know if you know, but Gandhi carried the Gita, but Himmler carried the Gita and trained SS officers by quoting from the Gita. And his idea was duty. And the same advice that Krishna is giving, he's saying that, and this was the defense of many Nazis during the Nuremberg trials, that we were Nishkama Karmis. And they said that we were doing our duty, and it was nothing personal against the Jews for us. We had nothing against the Jews. We were doing our duty to create for the Third Reich, the glory of the Third Reich.
Is that an interpretive mistake, or is that a fatal flaw in the Gita itself?
No, I think it's not a mistake or a flaw. It is a text that lends itself. It's the glory of the text that it can be, if you want to read it as a Bible of war, you can read it that way. Or if you want to read it as Bible of peace, you can read it that way. And there have been Buddhists who have written about the Gita, and that's another discussion. But what I'm trying to say here is that it is what T.S. Eliot took from it, and you can see it in the quartets of T.S. Eliot, or what Walden of Thoreau, what he took from it. And in fact, my first discovery, in a sense, was when I was an undergraduate at Harvard, and I read what Emerson and Thoreau and T.S. Eliot said about the Gita. But then there was a whole school of French people, scholars, but the Germans had the biggest impact on it. And of course, it was not just, but it was people like Schopenhauer, and it was Nietzsche, who also it impacted. But the point here is, what I was making is, like Gandhi discovering the Gita in England, so you can take Aurobindo, wrote a commentary on the Gita, which is highly respected. Tilak wrote a commentary. Tilak's commentary was a call to action and violence. Aurobindo's was not. And Gandhi's was the opposite. So you got, it was, Gita played a major role in the making of the modern mind in India. The making of modernity, the Gita is central to that. And it is the making of modern India. And it ironically happened in this fashion that people then, oh my God, Nehru and all these people getting affected. Bankim Chandra Chatterjee wrote a commentary on the Gita. So all of them interpreted it for their own, just as Shankara interpreted it as a Vedantic text, and Ramanuja as not Advaita but Dvaita, and the Bhakti people took it because there's Bhakti in the thing. So it's almost like a genius of the text that allows itself to be interpreted in so many ways. Poets, philosophers, and believers, of course.
Let me for a moment move from the making of the modern Indian mind, the phrase you mentioned, to the making of your mind. Like a question that I have, since we're speaking about the difficulty of being good, is about how your own sense of morality evolved over the years, and especially during this period when you're dealing explicitly with the Mahabharata. Like, I think a lot about how I arrive at my morality, and I wonder how much of what I might arrive at intellectually is either a facade or a construct or a projection of how I want to be seen, either to myself or to the world, and so on and so forth. I wonder what I really believe, if put to the test. So give me a sense of how your morality evolved, in the sense that we've seen glimpses of your values right from the childhood stories we spoke about yesterday and all of that. But I guess this period between 2002, 2003 to 2009, where you're thinking so much more actively and explicitly about these questions, did they affect you? How did they affect you? What did you kind of arrive at? What did you discard?
Yeah, no, this is very, very, this is the wonderful luxury of being a writer who can do research for years. But one thing I must tell you is another secret for writing, that I never, when I'm doing research, I never do research. It's too dangerous to do research for its own sake. It can go on for years. I make sure that every day I also write down what I have learned from this and what could be significant to solving. Ultimately, I mean, the difficulty of being good evolved as a book, and wasn't there in the beginning of my, 2002 or 2003 when I'm thinking of going. Then I went to Chicago. But it evolved. But the idea of the moral failure in corruption, it's a governance failure also, by the way, mostly governance failure, but also moral failure. And so it was the governance failure, by the way, that hit me, that you can't ask civil servants to be good. You can only change the incentive system. And so when you talk about changing incentive system, meaning you're attacking governance. And therefore, I wrote that book, India Grows at Night, When the Government Sleeps. Of course, the last part we didn't use. My publishers thought it's too insulting. So we took the first part of the title, India Grows at Night. And so I wrote about how India was rising despite the state. And this is crazy. I mean, I met some people in East Asia. I mean, who couldn't believe? How could India be rising? Because they were just used to Lee Kuan Yew or Park and how the state had played a key role. And as it did in the case of China, it played the key role in building up those. And here, it was from below. It was happening in the case of India. It was the companies who were doing it. They were just opened up. The fetters were gone. And so you had created a proper incentive system in the private sector. So the proper incentive system had to be created in the public sector, the way Deng Xiaoping did in China or Thatcher did in UK. And that's what led to that book, In Governance. And then, of course, we're talking about, your question is about my own thinking in the process. Then one of the things, it hit me that, and it hits us all, but this is part of our secret life, which is desire, karma. And karma is the most secret thing because we are told from the beginning that you're not supposed to have those thoughts, about sex and all that. But we all do. That's how we grow up. I mean, those are hormones, the libido. And also it hit me that I had suddenly, one of the things I realized in my studies in the Regenstein library was the Purusharthas, Artha, Dharma, Kama and Moksha. And I realized, my God, I've written on Artha and Dharma. So, and since I'm so bothered by desire, that I should now really take on that challenge. And that's really how the book, soon after India Grows at Night, India Grows at Night was a follow-up to the difficulty of being good, because it really offered the answer to the problems that had bothered me about the state and why the source of corruption was the state and it was not just a moral. People used to say to me, oh, but Indians are corrupt. And I just couldn't accept that as a cultural trait. So I asked myself that, look, what do you mean Indians are corrupt? The same Indian gets on a flight and arrives at Heathrow Airport, and after he crosses the immigration line after 8 hours, he is no more corrupt. He's observing the rules. He's stopping at the red light. Here he goes through the red light. He's doesn't spit on the street. He doesn't. He pays his taxes, and all that. So how can culture change in 8 hours? So it's not a cultural trait. And so that was the notion that we had to attack governance and the state. But karma was a very personal quest because it troubled me. And I think it troubles a lot of people. And this was my way to learn. And what I discovered was, these two categories I created of karma optimists and karma pessimists in that book, and how Indian culture that we had a sexual liberation. Talking about sexual liberation in the 20th century, we'd had one in the Gupta age, which allowed a book like Kama Sutra and Sanskrit love poetry to flower at that time. And so it was a great, wonderful discovery. And because I had access to Sanskrit also, I didn't have the fear of actually going into other texts and going into some of the research on it. And finally, after writing Karma, I come back and go back to the two birds in the end and tell myself, so the book comes out the Karma book came out in 2018-19, I think. And And that's, by the way, also is the year that all these Supreme Court judgments took place, which was a period of sexual liberation.
377 being abolished and so on.
That's right. And also the whole business of triple talaq going away, and these were all very sort of feminist acts of sexual liberation. Adultery and homosexuality, all these revolution that took place around the same time. And then, of course, karma, the moksha was the next logical step. When this went back to the explorer of consciousness, the secret life that we've been talking about.
My question was about morality. Earlier we started this session today by talking about how writing is a way of shaping the self. And since you wrote these two books, one about morality and one about desire, how much did your approach to morality and desire change as a result of writing these books, just the process of doing this? Like, were you a different person at the end of each of these?
Well, I'd like to say yes, but I don't think so. I think that it's all very well. That's the intellectual, the seductiveness of the intellectual life. That intellectually you can believe a lot of these things. But I haven't tested myself, except I have mentioned it in my memoir, that I don't think I became a better human being because the ego is still there. While maybe when I'm sitting in this room and working on my computer from 6 to 9 every day, 6 to 12 every day, and sitting in that bubble and getting lost in my work, and the ego then does disappear or diminishes for that period. But when I go to Khan Market and I go through and I'm standing in front of Bari and Sons, the bookshop, I see that the guy here, I brought out a new book, and it's not in the, I'm talking about another sort of freedom at that time, I'm there, and it's not in the window. And I go charging in and to Bari, and I say, "Bhai, don't you know I'm a big writer, important writer, and you don't have my book in the window?" And then he puts the book to one side, and I said, "No, in the middle." So what I'm saying is, the human ego has not gone away. Maybe I'm more aware. I mean, I can admire, but then I think we do get aware from early times, whether when I see Farid Zakaria in this party with this humble pose of asking another person, she's asking him about Trump or something, and he's asking him, "What do you think?" And or Iron, that behavior to Iron, and my sense of remorse at that moment, for that whole time, and my giving the flowers to the librarian, all these are episodes of the fact that human beings have both sides. We have the goodness in us and we have the badness in us. We are... sometimes one predominates over the other. And I certainly am very conscious about the ego. And so, but I don't interact as much with people. I mean, these are the kind of interactions I have, the one I'm having with you. And so I can't say what I would do in a situation of moral conflict, because I spend so much time by myself. But I have realized, as I told you, that why business people are better human beings because they have to, first of all, engage with the world, and two, that they know that there's interdependence and that they depend on others, and that disciplines them in a way. Being conscious, though, is being as conscious now as I am. And if you read chapter 19 of the book, you can see through it that there's the real reflection on moksha as being that secular freedom. Moksha as without the transcendental trappings is freedom, which was the original meaning of moksha anyway. And the struggle to try to be a better human being, let's put it that way. But it's a work in progress. Just the fact that I'm more conscious of it also makes me more aware or more sensitive to the situation. But yeah, I wish I could answer you with a more positive answer. The reality is that it's one thing to think something, another thing to act, and there's no immediate correlation except awareness of something becomes more. Having written so much about dharma, I am much more aware of others, and also tolerant of others, meaning of people who I disagree with. And I guess that's, to me, one of the most endearing traits of a liberal, that he will, when there's evidence to show that you're wrong, you will change your mind. And that's the kind of tolerance. But mostly it's a kind of tolerance for other people's views. And that's why I don't get worked up by the way some people do of these MAGA people in America, or wokeism, and things I don't agree with. But the best illustration of that is the story that I tell in the book. When I have to go to a meeting in Madras, and I had suddenly a few hours to kill because the meeting got over, the flight was still 4 or 5 hours away, and so I decided to go to the Madras Museum, and there were I'd heard about these magnificent Chola sculptures, and in the foyer there is this wonderful Nataraj, Shiva dancing, and I, it's stunning, and I admire the lines, the lightness of the dancer, and the artistic qualities that the sculptor has achieved, and filled with awe. Behind me is a Tamil woman. She's barefoot, and I go past the statue, and she goes and puts a vermilion mark on the dancing Shiva, on the Shiva, the Tandav. And I'm horrified, and my sort of Western upper middle class mentality says, good God, doesn't she know this is a museum, it's not a temple? And why is she doing this? She should stick to doing this in a temple. And so I've been disapproving of it all. But I move on and I look at other sculptures, and they're lovely ones, and one of them is not properly lit up, so my niggly mind is saying, what the hell? Can't they keep this thing? And there was one that's very dusty, and I said, why can't they keep it clean? So this is that petty middle class mind going and finding fault with things. And then I come back and I return, and she's still there. This woman, probably illiterate, maybe not, and now there's a vermilion flower at its feet. And now my reaction is a very different one. And I suddenly stop, pause, look at myself, and I said, look at me. Here I'm admiring the aesthetic beauty of these sculptures, and my niggling mind is worried about the dust in the statue or the lighting, proper lighting. And what is she doing? She's mesmerized because what she's seeing is Shiva creating the universe while dancing the Tandav dance. And I said to myself, look at the richness, the abundance of her life, of what she's going through, and the pettiness and the niggly smallness of my mind and my life. And suddenly I say to myself that, this is the difference. She has made the transcendental leap of faith that I'm incapable of making. But I see that her life and how she lives her life, she lives in an infinite universe. And I live in a very finite, small universe. And it leaves me with great feelings of ambivalence, that instead of the self-congratulatoriness that atheists sometimes have, I have the opposite reaction. And I think of my father. And I said, now that's the kind of life he lived. He lived a life where he saw the infinite. And I'll never be able to do that. And so I actually am envious of this woman at that moment. And slowly the moment, I get into a taxi and the moment passes. But maybe this affirms also to me that I've become a true liberal, because that to me is the best quality of a liberal. Somebody who doesn't judge easily, who's shy of absolutist ideologies, etc. But yet can room for everyone kind of thing, and admire that. So that's what I wanted to say has been the process of mental growth in the last 25 years.
In what other ways would you say that you have changed? Like, one is that you're not less judgmental and more accepting of others.
Yeah.
In what other ways? Like, I'll share with you what my favorite line of your book is in Another Sort of Freedom. But first, a little bit of context for the readers that this happens where he has Gurcharan has female cousins staying over when he's a very young man, and one of them happens to come out of the bathroom at the wrong time, and he happens to see her naked buttocks, and she immediately complains that, oh, Gurcharan is a voyeur, and he's pulled up by the elders, but then, Bauji interrogates you and figures out it is not deliberate, at which point you come out with this beautiful sentence, quote, "The matter soon died, but the memory of a gentle light falling on her beautiful light brown naked bottom persisted for years." Stop quote. And I love the sentence, but also within it, there's the delightful reality that you wrote this essentially in your advancing years when you've written the memoir. And at the time, you might have felt guilt about it.
Yes.
At the time, you might not have shared this memory with anyone. You would have felt that this is not a memory you should have. You might have felt that it was digressive. But today you can share the memory and there is a touch of humor in it and so on and so forth. And it means that part of your secret self, you're okay with it kind of coming out. And it also means that a false middle class morality, which you write about in your book, Karma, the Riddle of Desire, is something that you have managed to finally banish.
Yeah. I mean, that prudishness,
Yeah.
that the writing of the book, the Karma book, helped to get over it. And when I realized that, my God, the 4th and 5th century BC, AD, Gupta age, they'd gotten over prudishness too. And this is despite all those rishis and the Buddha and all these people who were very suspicious of desire. And so where I guess it comes to is now to be comfortable with being human. It's comfortable, in a sense, it's a celebration of life. That to love life as it is, with all its warts, and not needing the transcendent, not needing the eternity, not needing God to make the world any better or make more sense out of it. Just quite happy in one's skin that one is human. And so, like Sisyphus, it's like imagining Sisyphus happy. That's how one should live in this journey, to use your words from yesterday, to love life. I think that's kind of where I am. I really feel privileged. Then the privilege comes from having had the opportunity of a liberal education, the kind of education one had. I'm very aware of privilege, I must tell you. It fills me to sometimes with guilt when you see the condition of people, of our country. But also it is a call to action to help, at least through my writing, make people realize the value of philanthropy in our lives. That famous line from Panchatantra that I've quoted in a number of my books, where there's an advice of a young merchant asking advice of an older merchant, and he's telling him, what is the secret of success? And the older merchant says to the young man, he says, first, you must learn to make money. Next, you must learn to conserve money, that you don't hide it under a carpet. Third, you must learn how to spend money. He says those are all different talents. And fourth, how to give money away in your lifetime. Most people are not aware that of this nugget, that in our culture there was always a tradition of also giving away money. And so...
You spoke about how you mentioned the phrase call of action, how concern for the poor can actually leads to a call for action. And I view your wonderful book, India Unbound, as a call for action. I read it when it came out in the late 90s, and it informed my view of India. And, and I think it did that for a generation of people. Just a magnificent book. I won't ask you to sort of sum up the book here. We have spoken about many of the themes in it already. I'll just exhort all listeners to kind of read the book. It's got these 3 sections. Spring of Hope, 1942 to 1965. These are the Nehru years, ending with Lal Bahadur Shastri. And then the Lost Generation, 66 to 91, which are indeed, years of waste where hundreds of millions of people stayed in poverty for longer than they should have because of bad policy and a failed state. But then finally, rebirth of the dream, 91 to 99 as it was, which is when the writing of the book ended. And all of this I've also got many episodes on, and I'll exhort everyone to read your book. I want to double click on a particular aspect of it and bring you to the current time. Like when the 15th anniversary edition came out, the 2014 edition, in that right at the start you had a line: if Indians won their political freedom in August 1947 and their economic freedom in July 1991, they attained dignity in May 2014. Stop quote. And you were, of course, very gung-ho about the election of Narendra Modi, and part of the reason is just the rhetoric in the campaign. Like you point out, he mentioned the term Vikas, which is development, 500 times for every time he mentioned Hindutva. And that gave a sign of hope that, he'll finally free up our markets and do the rest of the reforms which were needed. He spoke about how the business of government is not to be in business. He spoke about the minimum government, maximum governance, all music to our ears. And it was natural for people who wanted that liberal India to at first be at least cautiously optimistic. But many of the people who supported him during that time changed their mind. Like it was evident to me as early as 2014 itself that he is not going to be a great liberalizer. By the time demonetization happened, it was extremely evident. And in fact, he embodied, in my mind, the worst aspects of his predecessors. The top-down thinking of Nehru, thinking that society was something that could be engineered, the authoritarian impulses of Indira Gandhi, and added to that the Hindu rights anti-Muslimness. If anything, it stripped our society of dignity. It didn't bring dignity to our society. And this is a disillusionment which is there in your writings as time goes by as well, right? So I want to ask you about this period, because I understand that there were all these years of frustration, at anger, at a lack of movement. There was a hope that 91 gave, but there was again the frustration that things were slowing down. And Ajay Shah and I in our show often talk about how 91 to 2011 were a golden period, but everything kind of stalled, and it stalled in the UPA government itself. It stalled before Modi came to power. What was that process like for you at a personal level? Like, first of all, would you agree with the way I characterized Mr. Modi and this government? And how was it for you to come to terms with, the dashing of that hope?
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right. I think we were all so disillusioned by UPA 2 that we were also clutching at straws in a way. And then his whole rhetoric was a rhetoric of, why I called it dignity, because of that famous book of Deirdre McCloskey called Bourgeois Dignity, that the idea that a chaiwala's son, an autowala or a kirana wala, suddenly had one of our boys, they would say, is now the prime minister. So it gave a sense of affirmation. It was a social revolution. The rise of Hindutva was also a social revolution because it was a resentment of the English-speaking elite, which had monopolized all the privileges for the last 65 years. And so you're absolutely right about 2011 being, because I happened to I was invited to Cairo at Arab Spring.
You were present at the Tahrir Square, yeah.
Yes, I was there at Tahrir Square, and I was very moved by the fact that the Egyptians, the liberals who were behind the Arab Spring, chose to look at the India model. And at that time, it was the best of times. We had preserved a liberal democracy, but we had added on a liberal economy to it. And we were one of the fastest growing economies, number 2 in the world at that time. And that's what the Egyptians asked me 3 questions. And they said, one, they asked, how did you keep the generals out of power? You see, what on their minds were all these generals like Mubarak and all who were running these dictatorships in the Arab world. And the second question was, how is it that the Muslims of India are different from Muslims in other places we know? That Muslims of India are not fundamentalist, and they're the most moderate that we know. This is the Egyptians of Egypt talking. And the third question was, how did you get this outsourcing business? And how can we get it too? So these are all good questions. I'm not sure I gave good answers, but they made me alternately proud of what we had achieved, but also a little wary. And also actually with what happened after, with Arab Spring was that hopes were dashed. And it teaches you, and when you look at countries like Nepal, etc., who are trying to be democratic, how difficult it is to have a liberal democracy. But the irony is this, Amit, that for the first 40 years of our existence, we were a politically liberal, we gave all kinds of freedom to our people, religious freedom, political freedom, but we denied them economic freedom. And so we were saddled with a pathetic economy. So we were proud of we were extolled in the world for our democracy, but we were pitied for our mixed economy, which Pilu Modi called mixed up economy, and which was the command economy that we had got from the planning process. So now you ask me, the irony lies in the fact that today we have seen the results of that economic freedom. India has indeed risen, 6.5% growth, not bad for a democracy. We still it's a work in progress because we still haven't solved the jobs problem, nor have we seem to have skipped the industrial revolution. We have skipped the factory stage, which employs only 11% of the people, which represents less than 15% of GDP and less than 2% of global exports of manufactured goods. So these are the problems. But at the same time, we are today the fastest growing major economy in the world, since China's has slowed down. The irony is that at this time, it's our democracy, our liberal democracy, that's turning illiberal. And so, yes, 2011 was the high mark. You're absolutely right. And it started, I should have known better, because I wrote very very strong, scathing pieces, columns during the Gujarat 2002 events. I should have known better. But after 2002, there wasn't any major riot in the country. So I thought, and there was no communal kind of thing, incident even. Gujarat was quiet. And so I thought maybe the guy had reformed, also realizing all that. But you're absolutely right. The demonetization was the first incident that made me realize that something was deeply wrong. At first I tried to justify it in my mind that maybe, yes, it will help formalize the economy, etc. But then when the problems of these, you could see that when, in a country where 86% of the transactions were in cash, what it would do to the lives of ordinary people. This is not the way to have a digital revolution. I mean, we've achieved a digital revolution, but it's not because of this. So Mr. Modi thought I was a friend. And so 2014, at the end of the year, he invited some of us who wrote on the economy, Surjit Bhalla, Rajiv Kumar, and I think even Swaminathan Iyer. I mean, a lot of the liberals actually had given him a fairly long rope, because after the dynasty, this was like a revolution. I think even Pratap Bhanu Mehta, he wasn't there, but he had also felt there was something happening good here. Anyway, in that meeting, Mr. Modi asked us, what should I be doing? And this was wonderful for a prime minister to be asking people. And that's where I told him that sell the market. That if you have to still do these reforms, both governance reforms and economic reforms. And I said that the Land Acquisition Act, because you haven't sold it you've got to bring the opposition together with you. And I gave him the example of Thatcher, that how it was indefatigable selling the market, and even Deng Xiaoping. And so I said, why don't you use the Man Ki Baat to sell the reform? So he said, good idea. Send me a one-pager. He used that word, one-pager. So I did. And he actually, in one Man Ki Baat on Sunday, he did try and do that. But you have to do it every day. I mean, that's what the whole thing is about. He didn't follow up with that. But more than that, I think when I criticize demonetization, they're thin-skinned and they don't like dissent, don't like criticism. So I lost my entry to PMO was considerably not over, but certainly a little barrier had come up, and I realized it. So that's the situation. 2024 election has been a sobering election, I think, for when they expected 400, 400 par. They got less than even last time, and so it's and one of the reasons was jobs, and I think they also realized it, because the budget of that after a few months, in July they had the budget, June they had the election, and in Sitaraman's budget there was a lot of talk about jobs and the idea of interns and all were. So I think the lesson had been learned to some extent, but the reforms are difficult reforms. And that process, unless you sit down, I mean, if I were in the place of Mr. Modi, I would call Rahul Gandhi, I would call the leading opposition, all of them together, and try to sell each of those, the farm laws or the labor laws, labor codes, the land acquisition, all these unfinished agenda, and talk about the need. And by and large, in fact, even I've mentioned this before, but we have to credit the last 4 or 5 budgets have been very good. They've been budgets where fiscal deficits have been coming down. There's been investment in the economy and capital investment. Infrastructure today is far better. Road mileage has doubled since 2011. Port handling capacity has quadrupled since 2011. With GST, we are one market now. PNG doesn't have to have a warehouse in every state. And I think we've saved considerably in taking away all that friction. Logistics are better. So this is a perfect time for a second green revolution as well as an industrial revolution. But Mr. Modi is not that kind of reformer the way Lee Kuan Yew was, or he's not a liberal reformer. And I just hope our illiberal economy, that 2024 was at least a message that there are limits to how far you should go. Although they are not observing those limits very well. The ED is still let loose. Still the rhetoric. I mean, in this Operation Sindoor, the rhetoric was all wrong. Okay, so Pahalgam happened. We know that ever so often the military in Pakistan needs to show a relevance. It's an army looking for a state, and they have to prove their relevance to their people, and so they engineer these terrorist incidents. And I know in a democracy the government has to be shown to act. But 2000, when Manmohan Singh was in power, the notion of strategic restraint meant that when the Bombay massacre, when the Bombay incident took place, terrorist incident when 300 people died, here 26 died, the government did not engage in fighting. I think the idea of hitting terrorist camps, etc., and confining, that has logic behind it, and if you can do it, but without the rah of chauvinism and militarism, that I don't think. So to me, the best news from Sindoor was that it was all over in 3 days. And then after that, I say, it's not important to say who won, who lost. What's important is to get on with our objective, and our security objective, our diplomatic objective, our foreign policy objective, our political objective should be 8% economic growth. And we get on with our job. The rest is all distraction. And so, but I can see that when you had this terrible incident in Pahalgam, the government did have to show something, So I wouldn't like to be in his shoes at that moment. But I would certainly feel today that if Mr. Trump wants to take credit for having stopped it, keep quiet. We don't have to be like Pakistan and be, licking ass. We don't have to nominate him for the Nobel Prize, but keep quiet. Why do you have to? He speaks 28 times he said he did it. And 28 times we have refuted. Keep quiet. Our job is to, anyway, he's helping us to lower our tariffs, which we need to do to create an industrial revolution. So if he's helping us to do it, we can't do it ourselves. Good. We do it quietly. In other words, I worry what's the sword hanging over us right now with the 25% extra tariff plus this.
We are recording this on August 6th, but the episode will release sometime later. But yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that we are not in a happy place right now. Why to me, there's no loss of national ego. If we are confident people ourselves, if he's calling India a dead economy, he's a spoiled brat screaming for attention. And treat him like that, indulgently, We were doing it until this very recently, and I think Jai Shankar's approach is a bit too arrogant for my liking. Anyway, we've gone off to another.
So, as far as the last few budgets are concerned, I'd be a little less laudatory than you. I do think the economy is doing well on some fronts, but I don't give credit for it to this government. I think this is not a reforming government, and there is not a liberal bone among the people who run the government. But there's a larger question I want to talk about, which is, you used the phrase, a social revolution. And recently there's a new party that's been formed called the Libertarian Party or whatever. Someone who is part of that had asked a small bunch of us for advice. And my sort of skeptical take was that I think you've got to be careful, because one of the great learnings I have had about politics is from Andrew Breitbart's great quote, politics is downstream of culture. And I was like, if freedom is not part of our culture, a politics based on freedom simply cannot work. I mean, you and I would both agree that every party in India through our history, except for that brief period between 91 and 2011, and even then the reforms happened by stealth, but every party is otherwise left of center when it comes to economics and right of center when it comes to society, and therefore against freedom in both respects. Exactly the opposite of what you and I would like, what classical liberals would hope for. And part of the reason for that is politics is supply responding to demand. Our society is like that, where freedom is simply not respected. It's a deeply liberal society. Like, I sometimes think of the Constitution, which is not as liberal as you and I would like, but it is more liberal than society itself. In fact, I find that there's a paradox there of a relatively liberal constitution being imposed upon an illiberal society, something Ambedkar himself realized when he spoke of the constitution as just topsoil. And my sense of what has happened in 2014 is that politics finally caught up with society, and it is a reflection of our society. In that sense, I'll actually push back against your analysis of the 2024 results as saying that this is a cautionary message to the government. I think it might be cautionary, but I don't think it has anything to do with liberalism. I don't think that the people necessarily want the government to be more liberal, or want them to stop sending the ED after their opponents, or want them to do liberal reforms. I think the people at large don't give a damn about liberalism. The people at large want free rice, free electricity. They want short-term band-aids like farm loan waivers. And so my larger question there is that, to me, this is where we failed. that the English-speaking elites of India thought we'll take over the state and we'll change society from the top down, little knowing that if you wanted liberal values, and especially the kind of classical liberal values of freedom, that they only come from the bottom up. Everything good comes from the bottom up.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you've said. But I don't, you see, this is where I disagree, is the leap to making a indictment of society.
It's actually.
Here's what
I'll just clarify that I'm not indicting society. I'm indicting us for not working hard enough to change the culture.
Exactly. Okay. So that's what I wanted to point out. You've got it. What I wanted to point out is that until in the freedom struggle, even between Gandhi and Ambedkar, there were debates. And there was an openness of this debate. But Gandhi had, of course, every leader is a myth maker. So the myth making that he created was, and that's what I expand, by the way, on in my Gita book that I'm working on, because Ambedkar Gita debate was an important one. Ambedkar Gandhi debate on the Gita. I think it's a tragedy. So what did Gandhi achieve? Gandhi sold the modern liberal ideas of liberty and equality in the civilizational language of dharma. And he reached the people because of the language that he used and the contexts that he would use it in. And so when Gandhi died, he died too soon. If only he had lived longer. And the failure begins with the fact that we got a wonderful constitution with all these liberal values. But nobody has sold that constitution, as you have pointed out. I had hoped that Jai Prakash Narayan, Vinoba Bhave, these people might have done it. Nehru actually tried, but Nehru was too much of a Western-oriented gentleman to talk the language of dharma, which is what had sold it to the people. That, to me, was the magic ingredient of Gandhi, that nobody actually came up to talk that language. And in fact, that's what we were talking about, that the rise of Hindutva is a resentment of the English-speaking liberal elite, the few percent people who have monopolized power and privilege over the last 80 years. So we agree with that completely, that you have to, no society is inherently liberal. All societies are conservative. But in the West, the society, it was leaders like Thatcher or even earlier. There were people who were, the basic approach of the English aristocracy, or, ultimately the revolutions that took place, the French Revolution, the English Glorious Revolution, the American Revolution, were not exactly not from below, the people's movement. Even the French Revolution was not a people's revolution. It was a few revolutionaries, middle-class revolutionaries. Anyway, so that's where I was, when you said it's the society, it's we agree exactly that nobody has, that Gandhi died much too soon. And Gandhi had, in 1947, for me, 1947 was a kind of miracle because in the shadows of Hitler, Stalin, and Mao, you have the freedom of one of the largest populations of the world happening without shedding an ounce of blood. That ahimsa strategy, which is a myth, actually, he's imposing something into the Gita, which you can read out of the Gita too, by the way. And so we agree, and therefore it is a social revolution. It's an affirmation of, to me, the reason I mentioned Kirana Wala and Auto Wala is because these two people told me, our guy's in the office now, it's our turn. And so I also advised this group of libertarians. I said, don't start a political party, start a movement. Start a movement. And let that movement grow. And let's see how. I said, I will also help you. That let's see how we can make that movement grow to the point that at least if we get a few MPs or MLAs from within, they can play a role of convincing their own parties that there are votes in education reform, there are votes in liberal reform, and who might create a ginger group. What Modi has not been able to achieve is at least bring. It's really it's the arrogance or what, but not to sit down with the opposition and say, look, this is good for our country. Before you go to a parliamentary vote, get Rahul Gandhi and all to understand what you're doing, why you're doing it. Take them into confidence. Try to convince them. That's what democracy is all about. Or do it Lyndon Johnson style, where you have in the back room, make deals with them. We'll give you this thing, you give us this thing. We give you this thing, you give us this thing. That's democracy. And so the illiberal democracy is a real threat. I agree. The only difference perhaps where I feel a little more hope is that the liberal idea is just too good an idea. In other words, it's so sensible. And no wonder it's been the reigning ideology of the world for the 200 and odd years, and it's defeated much bigger enemies than we have today. It defeated fascism. It defeated communism. Much more powerful. And I feel that if we or our people today turn illiberal, supporting Hindutva or whatever, that somebody who will come around and say, it's not that Hindutva, to really talk about what the dharmic civilization, the Hindu civilization, the idea of tolerance, skepticism, pluralism. When the country of 330 million gods, no god can afford to feel jealous. And so we have the makings, the fundamental society, despite caste system, which is the one original sin that every society has, that there's the temper And that's why in my book, The Dilemma of the Indian Liberal, I talked about the liberal temper. So India, in fact, presents the Hindutva or the Hindu temper. If we can get people to understand that, and that's where you need myth makers. You need bigger than life figures to go around and do the hard work that that Gandhi did to convince these people who believe Hindutva is Hinduism, to make them believe it's the opposite. That the Hindu temper is the Nasadiya verse, it's the Neti of the Upanishads, and it is that whole mental experiments that took place that led to the Buddhism, Jainism, and of course the evolution, and to Vedanta and so on. That these are all the Bhakti movement. The Bhakti movement is a great blow for equality. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if today we give up on liberalism, our children or our grandchildren will certainly come back to it. It's just too sensible, like too good an idea. And it's too the Indian temper. It's much more suited to the argumentative Indian than the alternative. So therefore, I mean, we are a natural democracy, whereas China is a natural dictatorship, because their culture has always been top-down. China's was a history of emperors who owned the land, and here, who owned the land, the emperor was told he gave the law, and then he interpreted the law. Here in India, the Arthashastra or the Shanti Parva teaches you that the king is told that you don't own the land, but you have Shatabhaga, 1/6 share of the produce, but contingent on your benefiting the people. The Raj Dharma means benefit the people through what today we would call infrastructure. If you do the infrastructure, you have a right to 1/6, which is 15%. Singapore's tax rate is the rate, which is the just tax rate for a king. In terms of dharma, in India, the law, the king is told, no, the king doesn't give the law. Dharma precedes the king, and the interpreter of dharma is not the king, it's the Brahmin. So very early, even in the Nanda kingdom, you had created that liberal division of powers in the state. And so our history is a history of a weak state, but a strong society. The oppression didn't come from the state, oppression came from the Brahmins in India. Similarly, in China, it was emperors. China always had a strong state and a weak society. The fact is, you need both. You need a strong society to make the state accountable. You need a strong state to get things done. So that's kind of the way I see things.
Tell me about your next book. What are you working on now?
Well, it's this AI book on the Gita. One evening, I got a phone call from New York. There was a charming voice at the other end, and he said that, they were a publisher and they were going to bring out the classics of the world using AI. And when I asked what that meant, he said, well, the idea is we are selecting authors to be guides for the reader of these classics, and we are asking you to be we want to bring out the Bhagavad Gita from India, and we want you to be the guide for the Bhagavad Gita. And so, then he explained in terms of AI that these guides, they call them rebinders because the publishing house is called Rebind. And they had, in fact, he said, they had signed up Margaret Atwood to be, and they had already, in fact, it was now, since then, they've published Margaret Atwood book, which is The Tale of Two Cities of Dickens, and she's the guide. Then Salman Rushdie, they've signed up to be the guide for Voltaire's Candide. And so in like this, they wanted to be. My reaction was a fascination and horror. Fascination because I said, myself, what a good idea. I wish I had had a guide when I was reading the classics. I wish I had had a guide. And how does the guide operate? Because they'll interview me for 12, 15 hours, the way we are going about it, for hours and hours. Long sessions over 2 months. They'll do these interviews. They'll ask every conceivable question the reader might have about Gita, to explain Sankhya, to explain Bhakti, and all these things. And then they will basically,
That will be the
that will
LLM
become
for the
the
AI.
database. So they'll basically clone me, and I believe they're going to clone me in many languages, because they're going to publish the book in many languages. So they'll clone my voice, and then they'll encourage the reader to pause. It's an online book. To pause and ask a question at any time while reading the book. And in the beginning of the book, I'll give before every chapter, give a short introduction. At the end of every chapter, there'll be a discussion with the guide, and they'll pose questions to the reader, and the reader will answer those questions either verbally or audio or in typing, and they get an answer from me. And so I said to myself, fascinated, because when I first read the Gita, I was confused and didn't understand a lot, and I wished I had had this. The horror was because of, discomfort about being cloned, and then, what that voice might say, things that I didn't exactly say. All those questions of identity. In fact, ironically, the questions of identity, authenticity, the questions that we have been discussing about who we are as people. And so I expressed, but what I wanted to know was, but why have you selected me? Because there are great Gita scholars who've devoted their whole lives, and there are gurus who preach the Gita every day. And frankly, I'm not even a believer. I'm an agnostic, if not an atheist. And I have disagree with many things that Krishna says in it. And also I said that, I said I had these doubts, and the guy said, let me tell you why we think you're the right guy, because we've read The Difficulty of Being Good. And what you did to the Mahabharata was you actually brought it to the 21st century. You made it relevant to people today. And that's what we want you to do for this lot today. And so don't worry if you criticize, it's okay. Gita has had many, many interpreters through the centuries. And so one more interpretation is fine. Anyway, I said, let me give it some thought. Let's talk again. And so the next time they called back after this very charming, by the way, voice, he said, well, what's your decision? And I said, okay, but if I'm going to put in all this work, then I would also like to write a regular, a lot of work this will involve. And frankly, it's not just the interpreting of the Gita, but it raises questions, And I talked about this, that I like to play thought games. And even then I said, I'd like to imagine, what if the charioteer had been the Buddha? And how do you explain that Himmler and Gandhi, apostle of peace and apostle of war, could take this lesson from the Gita, the question that you asked, and so on. And then I said, I also want to extend this work in the sense I think it says something about India, the Gita. And what does it say about the Indian temper, the Indian character, the national, not character, is not the right word, but the civilization. And the making of modern India, as we were talking. So I said I'd like to write a book of essays. Well, he says, as long as it's not identical to what you're doing. I said, be completely different from what I'm doing for you. But I'd like that. And then I sounded out publishers. God, they all jumped at the idea of a book on Gita. And Penguin, HarperCollins, a few friends I chatted with. And so they'll be very happy. So in addition to this book, I don't know what, this book will just be the Bhagavad Gita with a guide, or they call it rebinder, or they call it author, I don't know what they call it. But that book will be an online book. And the regular kind of book, I'm thinking, and let me ask you what you think of that working title. It is this the good life? ? Because Gita is so, universal in its interest that it's tempting to really explore the notion of the good life. Because I've had the background of the Greek idea of the good life and the Roman idea of the good life and the modern liberal idea of the good life, the capitalist American consumer idea of the good life. It's and when you transpose that with the Gita's idea of the good life, really tells, I haven't thought this all through, but it sounds to me like a very nice, rich way. And this could be maybe the last book I'll write, I don't know, but it will certainly be a very fulfilling book with all these themes that...
I like the title. I think it will be a very fulfilling book, but you just horrified me by speculating it might be the last book you write. I sincerely hope not. One of the things that really sort of impressed me and made me a little jealous is when we fixed up this recording, you said, okay, come to my place in the afternoons of these 2 days because I write all morning from 6 o'clock onwards. And I thought, my God, what fantastic discipline. That's what I should aspire to. So tell me a little bit about what are your writing routines? How did you arrive at them? How do you, deal with issues of discipline and managing your thoughts, knowledge management, all of those things?
Yeah. Well, when I first quit the 9 to 5 corporate job, I came back here and my first reaction was, God, freedom. And I didn't have to. And I got advice from people. Somebody said you should do yoga in the morning. Somebody said you should take a walk in the morning. And he said, and then I saw myself having a nice cup of tea. Over tea, I'm reading the paper, and then maybe in a little later answering mail. And a week, 2 weeks went by, and I said to myself, this is not the right, if I'm going to be a writer, this is not the right routine. And I even said, my God, maybe I'll have a glass of wine over lunch. And so it was freedom of a sort, but very quickly realizing that it left me kind of empty at the end. And so I said that I really needed in the morning to get on my own agenda. So therefore, I said there'll be no email in the morning, no WhatsApp in the morning, no reading the newspaper in the morning. In other words, nothing, not even yoga or a walk, because I said that in the morning I can't risk getting on someone else's agenda. So even phone calls, very much, I have an assistant who comes in the morning, but I don't meet my assistant until the afternoon. And so that became the routine. 6 to 12, I found. I was generally waking up around 5:30 and basically just do a few stretches and so on and come straight to the computer. It became such a routine that now I'm pulled like a magnet. I mean, from my bedroom to my study to this room. And I just sit down and start basically reading what I wrote the previous day. So the danger of that is because I'm a rewriter, I start rewriting that and quickly realize that the purpose of doing that was just to refresh my mind where I left off. Anyway, so that routine, and then after that I normally would go for a swim. And luckily there's a pool nearby, and I go and swim there and come home, have a light lunch with my wife. And that's when I actually lie down. Lie down meaning restful, not fully lying down, but putting myself in a restful, almost horizontal pose. Read the newspapers. That's when I read the news. And the reason why I have to read the newspapers is because I still write columns once in a while, journalistic stuff. And also, you want to know what's happening in the world. And only then, after about an hour of real rest, or maybe a little less, I meet my secretary and do the dunyadari, bank work and investments and check all those things. And then at 5 usually is my social time. I haven't met anyone really. Well, in the swimming pool, in the locker room, you meet a few pals, etc., and they chit chat. But so if somebody really wants to meet me, I suggest 5 o'clock, and I said, let's go for a walk. So it's walk time. Luckily, Lodi Gardens is around the corner. And so we walk to Lodi Gardens. And sometimes I do interviews like that also, walking in Lodi Gardens. And sometimes just friends or people who just want to know. I mean, they're people from Ashoka University or somebody who read Difficulty of Being Good and wants to chat. And so, and then usually, often, or let's say half the time, there's something interesting happening at either IIC, India International Center, or the Habitat, which are around the most very walking distance. And so I would, after that, go. Sometimes it's an lovely old film, and we've been seeing some lovely films that of the new wave of the '60s, Fellini and Antonioni and Truffaut, Godard, and all these great filmmakers. Something or the other is on, or at book talk by somebody, or a musical performance. And then home at 8, have dinner, and by 10, both my wife and I are asleep. That's the routine. And before going to sleep, I've discovered now that I can't do anything serious. Nothing, no activity. So it's really, and what puts me to sleep and allows me 7 hours of sleep is comedy. So I went through the whole of Friends, Seinfeld, and Are You Being Served? Old comedies. And I watch those comedies, or Hercule Poirot's, Agatha Christie's, that not the kind of murder murder mysteries which make you think very much. You know that he'll solve the problem, and so not a lot of psychological stuff behind it. Basically, the last thing I feel is if I laugh just before going to sleep is a perfect formula for going to sleep. Because otherwise, I have this, the latest book always is in your mind. And so you have a temptation. Sometimes in my dream, I'm rewriting a paragraph and I wake up. Or you're trying to fix something. You say, aha, now that's what I should have said. And suddenly you see, oh my God, I should go to the computer or at least note it down. So that's the risk of waking up if you have got something. So I forget about my writing through this comedy routine or murder mystery routine. In other words, nothing that will make you think. That's the answer, I feel.
And how many words do you write in a day?
Well, it varies. Sometimes it's just a paragraph, 400 words, I think. But even when I'm doing research, which for the Gita I'm doing now, but I will try and every day try to capture what the essence of the research has shown. I'm doing research on, and in fact, AI book. So I have 3 interns, ChatGPT, Gemini, Microsoft LLM, and these 3, they are useful. I call them my interns, and they are useful. They have limited use, but they give you a quick, big picture response, and you can go deeper also into it. Like this question you asked about Himmler and the Nazis interpreting the Gita. I've used that, and they provided me some leads. And in fact, an important article, a text, came out of that research. And so the nice part with AI is you don't need to go to a university anymore to read books, because you can get so much. And ever since you had Delnet, you know what Delnet is? Delnet, they have linked all the 800 libraries of Delhi.
Oh, wow.
So I can order a book either from the IIC library or the Habitat library. Within 48 hours, they'll get that book from one of the libraries of Delhi.
Wow.
Either the university library or from some specialist library. So that's the benefit of having that Delnet. So technology is my best friend. And And I still worry because, frankly, I find ChatGPT, I find the most sophisticated in the emotional area. But once or twice I was feeling very low. So I said to ChatGPT, I'm feeling low. And my God, she was like a therapist. She was giving me advice on this, etc. And, you should think of that. And always cheerful, tireless, answering questions, no judgmental, no judging. And I realized that, my God, now that they have so much of my data, emotional data also, I find it, she was improving every day because she had the background. And so, the AI is capable of emotion. And that's a bit scary. I find that's really very scary.
I find it very exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting, but yeah, you get also good at prompts, and that's very important. But I find it scary because it's the same questions of identity, authenticity. Of course, since I believe that anyway, the self is a creation anyway. There's nothing out there which is the self. It's a narrative fiction.
There might well be a time that the best version of you isn't even in you.
Exactly. Now that's the very strange discomfort at that thought.
My penultimate question for you is about aging. In your book, you have this passage about this gentleman who comes to visit you, and even though he's more or less your contemporary, you find he's aged a lot, and then you write, quote, "Soon it was time for him to leave, and we walked back home. After he left, I decided that old age is worse than death. Death at least ended in nothingness, but old age continued as a travesty of life with a frozen past and a dead future." Stop quote. And what a beautiful phrase, with a frozen past and a dead future, a poet's language, as it were. And obviously, we should all rage against the dying of the light. And obviously, what you have done is you continue to embrace life and not old age. You won't let yourself wither. That is why you have these writing routines. That is why you're kind enough to sit with me over 2 days to have this really long conversation. What is your philosophy towards age? Because even though I am 3 decades younger than you, I still feel it. I still feel sometimes that the years pass so fast, and, the days are long, but the years are short, that kind of thing. So how has your thinking evolved on this? Like, another moving meeting that you talk about in your book is when Pilu Modi calls you in his old age, and he tells you that, hey, you must start a political party, and he tries to exhort you to do this and do that. And you realize that despite whatever he's saying, this is a tired old man who's lost hope. And that just kind of made me so sad. And it must for you also have been a cautionary tale that let me not become that. So, how have you dealt with age and growing old?
Well, maybe it's because, well, as you've noted, I'm in love with life, and this is the only life one's going to live. And so one might as well live it fully. And also I've been lucky to have a sense of purpose in it. And even though I feel myself as a person to be inadequate morally, I haven't achieved that sense of goodness that I would like. But I think that I'm conscious. And being that where liberalism comes in, it's made me a tolerant human being, and with a basic abundance of that let the thousand flowers bloom kind of attitude. And but when it comes to business of getting old, I've realized that one benefit in all this introspection that went into reliving my life, that I have actually become a little more detached. So detached meaning I don't fear death in that sense. Yeah, I don't know whether you know that play, that character Elena Macropolis, and then Bernard Williams wrote a very fine essay about aging, about growing old, that we never want to grow old. And here's Elena Macropolis is 342 years old, and she is bored. And so it's a Czech writer who wrote the play. I can't imagine, name doesn't come to my mind immediately. But essentially, in that, the idea is that, we want to live forever. Nobody wants to die. That's how we are programmed. And so one of the good things that's happened is to have developed a little bit of that lightness, that laghima. It's kind of become my aspiration, and I feel a little bit, in other words, learn to live a little more lightly. And partly it is somewhat a little bit of diminishing of the ego. There isn't that desperate need to be somebody rather than nobody. Maybe because I've achieved somebody status of some kind, but that isn't that desire to every minute try to prove that you're somebody rather than nobody. And so one's more comfortable in one's skin. And so old age has never even come into, maybe I'm lucky that some of the ailments of old age, were typical. I'm still able to walk, I'm still able to swim every day. No serious ailments. I've lost weight, and that, another person would be worried losing so much weight. But I feel I have less baggage to carry, And that same idea of laghima, the lightness of being. And I think that that has helped me to, that change I've noticed in me, at least what was an aspiration is now. And also I'm able to see much more the funny part of life, the absurd. In this book I keep referring to the absurd because that's what you hit. That wall of absurd is what you hit every few days. And the best reaction to it is just laughter. And so there's a somewhat detachment. And I suppose, I've just written a living will. Both my wife and I have decided that we want to give our bodies to science and organs to hospitals, etc. And you need to have a registered will to do that. And so we've told our kids that that's how we want to go. And so one's aware of it, of going in a very sort of legal sense, that you don't want to leave problems behind and untied stuff, and so you write will and all that. But I just feel one day, I mean, everybody, I suppose, wants that way, that you want to just go to sleep and wake up and dead. And you want to go to sleep listening to the clarinet concerto of Mozart or something that you really like. And that's beginning and ending. So I guess I don't know if it's a satisfactory answer to aging, but it's my sort of, I don't want to go through the Elena Macropolis 342 years of boredom either.
The play you were referring to is called The Macropolis Affair, and it's by Karol Čapek or Čapek, whatever, who died at the age of 48. So the poor fellow wrote a play about old age, but didn't get too far.
Achieve old age. Čapek. Yes. The Macropolis Affair?
The Macropolis Affair, or, I mean, I can't pronounce these things, so you have to forgive me.
Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me of that. I should Google that. But that's really, old age is boredom, yaar. And she's bored. She says, I'm repeating myself. All my friends have gone. And what am I doing? And it's drudgery. You really feel the time is not passing by. It's just all that.
The horror of living itself.
And I think if one could just go to sleep with a smile, that would be the ideal way to go. I mean, that the Lagima philosophy certainly would. And there are people like that who are lucky enough to go like that. In my view, I believe in euthanasia, and I would certainly, I mean, it's illegal here.
We have an episode on that also. We have an episode on many things.
Okay.
My final question for you, for me and my listeners, recommend to us books, films, music, any kind of art at all that means a lot to you, that fills you with so much joy or inspiration that you want to share it with all the world.
Well, books, some we talked about. Proust, for me, was transformational. The Mahabharata, for me, was transformational. Plato, for me, Aristotle, they were big influences. And even Marx, to be very honest, the ideas that he has and his analysis is brilliant.
The descriptions are great, the prescriptions are iffy.
Yeah, and the ability and the human inability actually to not, we can't diminish our egos that far somehow. It's just not human anymore. And so it's asking us to be inhuman. So that's the risk of all ideologies, certainties. It's the hedgehog versus the fox. Books, otherwise, movies, I would recommend the 60s. 1960s, many of them black and white, but many of them in color. Satyajit Ray's films.
Which ones?
Charulata, the trilogy, Pather Panchali, certainly.
There are two trilogies. There's also the Calcutta trilogy, which came later.
That has, of course, that's, Charulata is one of them?
No, Charulata was before that. Protidwandi and I think Seema Baddho was the first, then Protidwandi, and I forget the third one.
I've seen Seema Baddho. I've seen a large part of them, but even Shatranj Ke Khiladi, which was not, I think, which was a very good film. But certainly Money Call's film about that Duvidha, it's set in Rajasthan. It's a ghost story where the heroine falls in love with the ghost, who's so much more charming than her own husband. And Cinema Paradiso, you know. So the greats, I would say, are really Godard and Fellini, Amarcord, certainly Truffaut.
Any particulars or just their entire overall?
Well, yes, Stolen Kisses of Truffaut. Last year at Mariambad,
Alain René.
Rene, yeah, that's and then that The Garden of Vinci Continus, which was about this aristocratic Jewish family in Ferrara during Mussolini's time. Marvelous film. So these are those Visconti and all these filmmakers. The Prince, that novel, The Prince called Il Gattopardo, the leopard, of Giuseppe di Lampedusa. That was a book that, and then the movie was pretty good too. And one line in that is a Sicilian proverb, because the prince, the main narrator, he's looking at his niece, and she's falling in love, and they're dancing, and he's watching them in that ballroom scene, and he's saying that they don't know, but marriage is 1 year of fire and 30 years of ashes. They say 30 years, now they say 50 years or 60 years of ashes. But what a powerful, this is a Sicilian proverb.
Is it true?
Well, it shows you the limitations of really any relationship. I mean, romantic love is wonderful, but it doesn't last. So it is a year of fire. And when there's too much access, as it is in marriage, then it's a sure recipe for. So the best is to treat the other person with mutual respect, dignity, care, but don't expect too much more.
Books and music?
Well, music, as I told you, my great favorite is Mozart and piano sonatas. I have the Giza King recording, and my assistant is a techie, so he's taken a lot of the music from the internet and made playlists for me of music. And now technology allows you to do, some of the Glenn Gould performances of the Well-Tempered Clavier and Bach. So morning for me is Bach time. It's interesting. Midday and the rest of the afternoon is Mozart time, if I choose. And evening is the romantics, Chopin and Debussy and others that I like. It's the Western music is, I love Kishore Amonkar's voice, so I can enjoy it, or Mallikarjun Mansoor, or that, at this age you forget. And anyway, those I can enjoy that and I can listen to it, but my real love is the Western classical canon. And so over time, what I've happened is that I don't particularly enjoy the symphony, which I take the chamber music much more, and the adagios and andantes much more than the first and the last movement. And so that's where kind of in music where I am. But yes, music does play a role in my life. Just sometimes a glass of red wine with music at around 7 p.m. in the evening, and just listen to some nice music. Books, gosh, there's probably so many that I can't immediately. Yes, Anna Karenina, War and Peace, all the Russians, Chekhov, I would say, plays of Chekhov. To me, plays and short stories of Chekhov are, but then also the Spanish from south of Spain, Andalusia, Garcia Lorca. Lorca's plays, I think, are very, very good. But also some of the American stuff. I mean, The Great Gatsby, the novel, or Faulkner, I would call those. And the Irish playwrights, Yeats, Synge, Waiting for Godot, that play comes to mind. Yeah, the greats, the Flaubert, the Madame Bovary is one of the great things that it really moved me. Dostoevsky, Brothers Karamazov, and even Kafka. Camus as an existentialist writer. I took elementary French in college, and we read L'étranger, the stranger, in that. So, yeah, I think at this point, it's nice to have things. It's nice to be surrounded by beauty. There's a lot of greenery around here. It doesn't feel like the center of Delhi. Also, beauty in terms of man-made beauty, paintings. Even if not just, no, not necessarily if one doesn't go to a museum or something, but I've got a lovely book on Rembrandt, which I keep going back to. Vermeer, Rembrandt, Van Gogh, Goya, Velázquez. They're connected with one's life also, because and some of these Spaniards, I discovered them in Mexico. Spain, when we lived there. The Garcia Lorca really was this poet of the Spanish Revolution also.
Perhaps my favorite art of all time is Goya's black paintings. You must have seen them, and they were painted on the walls of his home when he was in his 80s, and they're so dark and brutal. And if you remember them, I wonder if there's that within you as well.
Well, I know what you're talking about, but I haven't.
Like Saturn devouring his own head is, I think, one of the famous ones in there. But there's a beautiful one of a dog also, almost coming out of water.
No, the Bauhaus architecture, for example. My parents lived in Chandigarh when it was built, when Corbusier had built his buildings, and then that was a very good entry. It was a bit brutalist, but nevertheless, it was part of the education of towards what is beautiful.
I was also born in Chandigarh, and I feel very conflicted about it, because on the one hand, I have aesthetic appreciation of the beauty of some of the architecture and this thing, but I also have philosophical disdain for the sort of disregard of the organic growth of cities and the way people come together.
Yeah.
And I feel conflicted between these two impulses.
No, and it's good. It is a bit of an oasis of some kind. But in I keep telling our billionaires and millionaires that, when you're going to build your next big building, get a world-class architect to come. The cost is not so different. Frank Gehry, and I think that where is that Sikh museum near Chandigarh? that has been built by this world-class architect. That's the trouble, you forget names, you know. It is perhaps the most exciting piece of architecture. It's a thick history museum.
Are you thinking of the Virasat-e-Khalsa Museum?
Yeah, but what is the architect's name? Is it Virasat-e-Khalsa? It's one of the greats. Today's one of the great Moshe Safdie. That could be it. I think it is Moshe. Does it say Virasat?
The Virasat-e-Khalsa is by Moshe Safdie.
That's correct. I think it's Moshe Safdie. And it's near Chandigarh.
It's near Chandigarh.
Yeah, that's it. Now, that's a great work of art. By the way, Google it and enjoy it. It's really very, very beautiful. And so, Chandigarh had that quality at that time that it made us all, it brought the Khans, Herman Khan, IIM, Ahmedabad, and then he built that grand, and Dhaka, the parliament in Bangladesh. So it was a number of people who got, it was a good, so what I'm saying is that Japan and the other countries, even China, has used the world's best architects. And we've had some good ones, no question about it. But we could be easily have a few more, surround ourselves with some real beauty for the young people to appreciate, the young Indians growing up, that what is really beautiful. Moshe Safdie is right. So, my dear fellow, come to the end.
Thank you so much for giving me so much of your time. It's a great privilege, and you've shown great patience and given me great insight. If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, go to your nearest bookstore, online or offline, and pick up all his books. They're all worth reading. India Unbound, of course, was the one that started the journey for me, and his recent memoir, Another Sort of Freedom, is also a lovely book I will recommend. You can follow Gurcharan on Twitter at Gurcharan Das. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.